Rete, das war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, das war.
Rete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher, Hova, Sucher, Hova, Sucher, Wo wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Woche. Auber.
Heise, das war.
Woche.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Rete.
Rete.
Das ich soll.
Das war
Ja.
Heise.
Flickmann.
Das ich soll.
Rete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise. Heise. Das war Heise. Das Dumme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Streete. Sa.
Auber.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Rete.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war das Dumme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war das ich soll. Das war
Das ich soll. Heise, dass ich soll, 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 dass ich soll. Rete,
Ja.
Das war, ja, das war.
Ja.
Rete,
Du wäre, das war, ja.
Fischere,
Ja.
Jägere,
Ja.
Fischere, Jägere,
Das war das ich soll. Das war
dass ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Ja,
Ja.
dass ich soll.
Ja.
Hey, ja,
Ja.
dass ich soll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
Ja,
Ja.
dass ich soll.
Ja. Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Das Dumme.
Hey, ja,
Heise.
Hey, ja.
Sa.
Rete,
Hey, ja.
Streete. Ja.
Gebure,
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heise, dass ich soll, 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 dass ich soll.
All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here, playing a 1v1 from Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat, I'm buying stone. I'm like, ha, 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 ha. He's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90. You're so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, I passed the H faster. Just feeling so good. Oh, ha, 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 ha. So here he is, and he sees my Fatoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Fatoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. Hello guys, scoreboard, please work. No, I was going to show you the new scoreboard and it was going to be super cool. Sorry guys, give me a second, let me fix this. We just changed the scoreboard yesterday. We also added the cute little cat thing. We don't have an emote for that. I don't know how possible it's going to be to get that as an emote, to be honest. But isn't that freaking cute? The problem is, when I see that while streaming, I just want to stop streaming. And if I stop streaming, like, I just want to go pet my cat then, you know? That's the issue with that. But yeah, let me fix this real quick. Hardy, since you're listening to me, we were very stupid. And this isn't just a me, this is a we. We didn't add it to every scene. So, yeah. That's something that I might have to do here real quick before we get into the series. This should be an easy fix for this scene, but it's not on the others. Which of course I just realized. So you added it to the lobby scenes. Well, yeah, it's not to the Civ draft scenes, which is kind of important. So let me just switch this over. Sorry, guys. I should have known making changes to anything mid-event is a mistake. Hardy says just copy it. All right, so let me do that. Whatever Hardy's saying. I don't even know. Like, just copy it isn't even something that computes with me. I don't think that's doable. I think I'm going to have to resize it and stuff. Because watch, you ready for this, guys? You ready for a professional stream? So I'm going to click. It's going to go live, and you're going to get to see the whole thing. Yep, that's not what we want. And then it doesn't even update the player names. Hardy, do you want to get on my PC and fix it? We could wait for game number 1. I think, like, either we could have Hardy talk to me in chat about what on earth I'm supposed to do, as all of chat is witnessing, or we could have Hardy access my PC and do it. He says, I'm not going to your PC for 2 clicks. Oh, God, I'm so nervous. Okay, all right. The thing is, I'm adding the correct thing. I'm adding the same source, and it's doing this. Right? And everything else is literally the same. And it's not updating the player names on this scene versus this scene. I'm so sorry. Wait, now it's... Uh-oh. Well, we maybe... You know what we could do? You know what, Hardy? Screw it. The other system still works. So let's just remove this, and I should be able to do the other system, which I'm familiar with, and then we can test off stream. Right? Let's just do that. I think that makes a lot more sense. Sorry, guys. The scoreboard program has been really glitchy and annoying for me that we were using before. And so Hardy was nice enough to make a new one, but it's always, I swear, I looked at it yesterday and I tested, but you just don't think of a couple things and then you're live and then you're suddenly like, oh. Or even if it does work perfectly, once you go to do it live, it just nothing works. So, yeah, welcome in everybody. How's everybody doing today? What is today? Friday? That should be pretty good for some people. Friday is normally a pretty exciting day. Every day is TTL day for me. Thank you for the resubs here. Okay. What are the chances that the old scoreboard was simply just removed from OBS by Hardy, so it's not even an option? Oh, no, there we go. Cool. All right, we'll just do that today. That's fine. And then we can go to the Civ draft. And then it's there too. Perfect. All right, everything's good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Looks like chat's doing good. Slarty says he got fired today. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that. That freaking sucks. Enjoy your beer, though. What's up, Fuha? Says, flying home. Thanks for helping me waste flight time. Yeah, absolutely. Depression Horse also got fired yesterday. Damn. Are you guys getting laid off from the same job? 2 people in chat? That sucks, guys. Sorry to hear that. Requus, thank you for the 13 months. He says, I've been watching you since Hidden Cup. I am never bored. Thanks for all the strategy, laughs, and properly placed farms. Let's go! More of that energy. Thank you very much. Thanks for continuing to support the stream, and you're welcome. Tilt Stars, thank you. Long-time viewer. Welcome back. Thank you for the 35 months. Clanovo, thank you for the 4. Jump Hops, thank you for the 51. Sheesh, excuse me. Depression Horse, welcome. Guys, please have your salutes prepared for Hizemi, 100 months. He says, oh, 100. Oh, boy. That's the price of Loom, twice. Yeah, but like, I would say 100 months subscribed on Twitch is slightly more expensive than the price of Loom. Thank you very much, Hizemi, for everything you've done. And who knows? Maybe it was random cost mod or something. So thank you very much. That's a long time. All right. Today is... Today technology is trolling me right now. I'm fighting with my tabs. That's what it is. I'm trying to get YouTube chat up in the right area, which I've done every single other day, and it's merging tabs in a way I do not want. Cooperate with me, damn it. Might be one of those days. The final day of group stage. All right, I think I've got everything sorted here. My God. T90, if we see the Regicide map today, can you pretend the Kings are explosive for the commie vibes? I don't think that would... I think that'd be a little deceiving, right? You can pretend, but I think that would be probably just bad casting for me if I were to just magically pretend the Kings explode. But, you know, I'll put it in people's minds for you. How's that sound? That way people can think about it that way. Things are looking good quality-wise, right? Mike's good. Everything's good. Perfect. So, yeah, let's pull up the site and get into it here. Plan is to start in a couple minutes. The schedule is here on screen. So we got Ganji versus Jordan, Dogao versus Uzi, and then Margu versus Kingston. This group, there is meaning to every game, which we'll see in a second, but it's not quite as sizable as the prior 3 days. Jordan is already confirmed first. Ganji is already confirmed last. So for their series, that's basically like a get some extra money, you know, get some extra fun and entertainment, and you know where you're going vibes. But then the second and third set do have ramifications, though, and they do depend on each other. Essentially, the big thing there is the playoff positions for Dogao, Margu, or Kingston. Right now, it's looking likely that Kingston will end up making the playoffs. Yeah, thanks for all the salutes there, guys. Hello, hello. Guys, T90 Daycare is on? You use my stream as daycare? Like, you throw the stream up instead of some, like, kids' YouTube channel with dancing animated characters singing songs? I'm not liable for if your kid burns the house down, by the way. I'm not. That's on you, okay? Don't call it T90 Daycare. Yeah, Regen, we're about to find out, man. We're about to find out if Jordan's back. But no, truly, I mean, he was in fantastic form. This is not an easy group. And he's just kind of dominated the entire group. Right now, it's looking like Jordan might win. If things go as this season has gone, Jordan might end up going 14-1. So I think the likelihood is there. Let me just pull up real quick the odds, and then we can get into it. A little bit later than I wanted to start the first game, but we had technical difficulties. So, yeah, so this is what it looks like. So all the way... Oh, God. Hold up. Don't worry. Easy fix. So, yeah, this is what the odds should look like in the group. Jordan is already confirmed to be first place. Ganji is already confirmed to be last. Move the camera over a little bit. Yeah, pretty cut and dry for these two. But the other sets, the games do influence where they would potentially go to playoffs. Dogao playoffs is locked, but we don't know what position he would be in. Margu playoffs are not locked. It depends on what Dogao does against Uzi later. And also what happens with Margu and Kingston. Because technically Kingston, I think if he gets to 3-0, could end up getting into a playoff position over Margu. So, yeah, those are the sets. We got Ganji versus Jordan to start it off. Then Dogao versus Uzi. Then Margu versus Kingston. Jordan is officially plat again. And we'll get to see how he plays his final game. You know what I expect between these two? I expect chat. I expect conversation. Because Ganji likes to chat. He's a very happy, chatty guy. He already knows he's relegated, right? So I don't think he's gonna sit there like depressed about it or sad about it. I think he's gonna, you know, drop some messages for the viewers and the fans, take some risks in the game. And I think Jordan is the same thing. I think Jordan, since he's already won, they might have a little bit of fun here. We'll see. That's just my prediction before we hop into it. And we'll be into game one here just a second. Thanks again, everybody, for the support so far of TTL. It's been awesome. And just switching over my capture age. I was trying to cast something last night, which was not a standard 1v1 or team game. And my capture age version, you know the little like unique unit icons that show where the flags typically go? Well, all my capture age would do is it would show the unique unit full zoom in the middle of the screen. I could see nothing else. It was just like a big tiger cav head. Just right in the middle of the screen. So I had to switch a couple settings. Thought that was kind of weird. Let's get into it. All right, guys. Welcome. We've got the final round for players you're probably very much familiar with. In the blue, we've got Jordan. And I know the meme with Jordan is back. Well, guess what? He is officially back. We're going into the 5th round where I don't have the play all 3 up there. Whoops. And Jordan is already confirmed to be going platinum. This is a very difficult group. There's a lot of great players in this group, and Jordan has made it look very easy. 3-0'd everybody he ran into, except for Margu, where he lost 1 game. And now against Ganji, the results don't actually fully matter. It's still $20 per win, but for Jordan, he has confirmed platinum already. And I would expect Jordan to be the favorite. Ganji, I remember the first set, I was casting him, and I was like, I don't know how active Ganji's been. I haven't really seen playing the game as much. I think it's become very clear. Unfortunately, he hasn't won a single game, so he is 0-12. He is also confirmed relegated. Sad times for someone who's already in platinum before. Like 5 out of the 6 players in this group have been in platinum before, but I think for him, yeah, he hasn't been in great shape in a really good group, and so he'll be down the Silver League. That much is confirmed. So a little bit of fun. hopefully some good games. Certainly with the home maps, I think we'll have some fun with it. I think the Coast Arena game is one to look forward to. And we've got slopes here to start it all off. Would expect Ganji to maybe go high risk, high reward here. He's picked the Cumin, so I mean, there's always the risk that he could go for the second town center. But interesting build so far. It looks like he'll go for a very early mill on the food on the side. And Jordan will go for the lumber camp, and Jordan is just pushing in the deer here. Neutron says, why has Ganji fallen so much? Well, I have to talk to him, but I don't think he's been playing as much, right? Like, it's clear. I always have my eyes on the game. If players are active and playing, I notice it. I think that Ganji had, like, a break period or an away period. And also, like, the level is really high these days, right? Like, Dogao's in the group, Jordan's in the group, Kingston is in the group. Like, Uzi's super well prepped. Uzi's also going to be getting relegated. But, like, some players, like Jordan, actually, cannot play the game as much and come back and still do really well. Jordan's peak level is higher, of course, but I think for Ganji, just a sign that you really got to be in top shape. But it also was the second season. So second season of Platinum League. And that was a couple years ago now. So, yeah, but, you know, I think for him, sometimes, as bad as it sounds, it can be good to go down to silver. You go down to Silver League, you get to rebounds, build up some confidence, and then you could potentially make it back to gold. So, I don't have any direct reasons. Like, I think, honestly, one of the main things is really just how active Ganji's been. And I can also tell his build is, he's doing some weird things. The mill early isn't necessarily bad, but what's going on here? Is there a ghost lumber camp here that I can't see? Like, what? Okay, he's going to build the lumber camp. I mean, it's fine. He builds the lumber camp. Just a little bit awkward with the timings. Now, Jordan, everything's been good. He's pushed in one deer from both sides. That's what you can do on this map. Now he goes out for the mill at the more standard timing to get the food out there. I think from Jordan's perspective, while your opponent could go fast castle, it's very unlikely it's going to happen. And if it does happen, I think it's hard to pull off. So, or not fast castle, sorry, fast feudal and 2TC boom. So I don't think Jordan needs to go fast castle. I think Jordan can probably just open with some army. Try and get as much pressure in as possible here. Violent Peanut Butter, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. He says, I'm still waiting for you to tell us the T90 RAM story. What do you mean? The story on the emote? Like how the emote was made? We've got some time here in Dark Age. I could tell the story. Let me know. Prince, thank you for the 21 months. And, again, all the gifted subs. All the support for TTL so far. I did not forget that. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Dolt, for the 27. Koosh Tornadoes, thank you for the 14. So, yeah, the story on the Ram emote, as both players are scouting the sides and they're going to look for the villagers here. The story on the Ram emote is that I didn't really ask for a Ram emote. Actually, maybe I asked for a Ram emote. Maybe that part's wrong. I don't remember. All I know is I showed up to watch the editing channel, which is Ugly. Ugly will oftentimes stream the thumbnails and the images she makes for the stream. And I'll peek in there all the time. I don't always chat, but I'm always poking my head in there just to see what's going on, you know? If there's something I'd like to see tweaked, I'll speak up. Overall, I like to be involved with the process and see it. And I show up expecting to see a thumbnail. And I just see she's got like a video where I made whatever that face is on the emote. And it's like full screen. And she's like, you know, adjusting it. And placing it onto a RAM. It took hours to get it. But yeah, that's how the RAM emote came out. So it's a little... When it's full size, it's a little disturbing. But thankfully, it's emote size. Ganji gets the quick walls down. So Ganji's he's 0-12. He's up against the best player in the group. He's going to take some risks here. And Jordan is hoping to get some pressure in. And honestly, Ganji's pretty well walled. Ganji, I think, was expecting a bit more pressure. I'm not sure if this was even necessary. But who knows? He'll get the walls up on the backside. Between when we looked over at Jordan's and I started to tell that story, and when we looked back, crazy walls from Ganji. And Cumans do have the additional HP on their walls as well. And Yeah, he'll have the 2 TCs. Now, I feel like it might be a struggle to keep the 2 town centers working. He did abandon the sides. It could have been risky, and he could have stayed out here, but I think Jordan will eventually look for that. But here goes Ganji. Now, he'll do a couple small things. He moves the sheep to the new TC. Basically, you need full food. So that's good. You'll have a sheep and a half underneath this TC. Then you'll have 3 sheep underneath this TC. And then you'll need farms. The decision here is, are you also going to go for army? Right now, just repairing the house. Jordan's got the archer there already. But Ganji typically is very good with damage control. So places a couple houses. Villager's weak. Villager would need to be saved. Ganji always saves those, even if he's rusty. But for Jordan, it's a very clean economy behind, right? Like, he can manage his economy, add the farms, gets the blacksmith for fletching. I think denying the berries is always going to be really nice here, because it's food that Ganji needs the most. And Ganji clearly feeling like he needs some army now. Now we'll go for the barracks. What he could do is he could send villagers to this stone. Yeah, he's doing it now. And he can tower this. But it might be a little late to that conclusion. I think if he thought about that a bit earlier, there wouldn't be near as much harassment. But okay, triple house. Probably won't complete any of them. Still waiting for the stone income. I think Jordan's just done such a good job, man. Like, look how idle the eco is for Ganji. As long as Ganji doesn't let these units in, he still can be fine here. I think the tower will go up and Jordan will actually have to back away. Ganji will build a house. Perfect. And now we can take the berries. Okay, so that's job done. Job 1 of probably 4. It's like, okay, congratulations. You've now towered that area. Now how many more towers are you going to have to build? Because Jordan, he can be through again. And Ganji just taking the risks here. He'll take the food on the side. He needs food. He does have the archer range to make some skirms. And now he drops the market. But the idea is eventually the humans are supposed to have more resources collected because the additional vills. Look at the worker efficiency stat. 77% overall this game for Ganji versus 87% from Jordan. And then last minute, it's of course well below that for Ganji just because of how much he's had to defend. So, I mean, we called it. High risk, high reward from Ganji. He needed something against Jordan today. And this has just been super clean from Jordan. And Jordan will know everything I'm saying. Like, Jordan understands this eco is not a superior eco to his. He kills the villager, and it's just super messy for Ganji. And Jordan's got plenty of farms back at home. He'll have wheelbarrow here in a second. Still taking the food on the sides. Doesn't really need to do much more than he's doing. It's super well structured. This is a map where you expect someone to play through military and find success. And I mean, that market will complete, but then it's going to be pretty much gone. Like, it completes and it's already on fire, which is kind of, if you think about it, it's kind of ridiculous how the foundation's never on fire, but somehow, somehow it's completed and almost down. Yeah, I mean, good luck, Ganji. Loses another villager now. He is massing some skirms. We'll get some skirms over here, but oh my goodness. Oh, this game has been just like watching Ganji the rest of the season, but it's even worse because it's Jordan on the other side. And Jordan has played perfect. And I think Jordan, did he scout that at all? He didn't. No, he did scout it. And he did take an engagement there against the skirm. But meanwhile, he's over here, and the archers are still camping this house. Feels bad for Ganji. It sucks. Like, even if he's underprepared, even if he's rusty, it still sucks to be the guy who's sitting here 0-12. And you do have to feel for him. It's like you're already relegated, and then you're up against top of the group. Not going to get any better here. I mean, Jordan doesn't necessarily need to get value from this army now, I would argue. He's already got great value from it. But Ganji has kept the vills alive, so this is fine. This is fine. Right, guys? No problem. Might be a little bit of a problem. 2 ranges. for Jordan. Or just bring the villagers back home. And now you're just hoping the villagers actually work for Ganji. Worker efficiency last minute's up to 75%. The vills have actually been working for the most part. But it will need the market to reach a good castle age time, and that's good recognition of that. So using the market. Balancing out the res to click up. I think in normal circumstances, you could go for a forward siege workshop and try and pressure. But honestly, considering how much value Jordan's got from just overall harassment, I think he might just boom. You could kind of do both, right? You could probably afford a siege workshop as well. But Jordan might just go, congratulations on your 2 TCs. I'm going to go to 3 because I'm in castle age. Yeah, there's the second one for Jordan now. And now we'll have even more range for the archers just to camp resources. Ooh, Ganji out of the town center there. But still doesn't have fletching. And we'll use the market and click up to castle age. Has anyone ever gone 0-15 before? Yeah, we've had players go 0-15. We've never had a player go 15-0 in any league. But we've had some 0-15s before. I think the most notable 0-15s were in Platinum, though. I don't know if it's ever happened in Gold or Silver. I guess Silver's new as a group. So it would have never happened before as Silver. I don't think it happened before in Gold. I think it was Licks I remember going 0-15. Licks had a really, really awful Platinum season. But we don't have anyone in Platinum who is 0 wins right now, right? I think everybody's got a win. I might be missing one. Still have 2 more rounds to go. Now, crossbows are still everywhere from Jordan. This has just been Ganji getting absolutely massacred. You have to feel for him, but he's still holding on, and he does have a 20 villager lead. But villagers have to eventually turn into some military. And this is rough. Running is 0-9. Oh, true. Yeah, running doesn't have a win in Platinum yet. That's true. To the person asking about value, so value is army cost. So Jordan's army value, it just shows you basically how big his army is. The percentage G is the percentage of gold cost attached to the value. So Jordan has 59% gold investment into his army, whereas Ganji has 0% because he just has skirmishers. This has been painful for Ganji. There's no other way to say it. Jordan's just in full control. Jordan's already promoted to Platinum League, but there's still 20 bucks on the line for every win here. And Jordan is not one to mess around. I appreciate the fight from Ganji. Jordan hasn't added the siege yet to kill him, but I feel like that could be coming any second now. Jordan already has the 3-town center set up. Could always just continue more of the same, though. Ganji just sold 500 stone to buy wood. He literally just sold 500 stone. I mean, he needed food income. He needed wood for the farms ASAP. So, you know, that gives him elite skirm and that gives him the wood for the farms. But, I mean, he was never really placing a castle anywhere because he was going to get overrun anyways. But just a sign of how miserable this game has been for Ganji. T90, will Unk get auto bid to Platinum next season? I can't do that to Unk. He messaged, we were texting this morning. I would not throw, yeah, let's throw Unk into the Platinum League and see how he fares. I think that would be kind of painful. I already feel bad watching Ganji right now. Throwing Unk into Platinum League would be brutal. Again, respect to Ganji, though. Respect. He's already relegated. He's 0-12. He's up against the group winner. Nobody would have faulted him for just tapping here. But he's really doing every single thing that he can. Trying his absolute best to recover here. He gets to Elite Skirm with decent upgrades. All positives. But Jordan's just too good, right? Jordan's always going to get away. And Jordan will add the Siege Workshop now to add in mangonels. Jordan's 3k res ahead. The beauty of the Cav Archers is you can just run off. And also, he even gets away with the crossbowman, too. That's so frustrating for Ganji. You really wanted the kills. You don't even get them. T90, how is Jordan so good after so many long breaks? Well, Jordan's been... he did take those long breaks, but what's the saying? Like, former's temporary, class is permanent? So, I mean, Jordan's been active again for a while now. It's not like Jordan isn't playing. He's essentially full-time AoE at the moment, I believe. At least I'm not entirely sure. I think that he is for the time being. I know there was a period he quit again or stopped again because he was working a job. I think he's full focus on AoE, and it's showing, so... Haven't talked to him yet. I'm hoping to cast with him on Sunday, and I'd be curious to ask him some of these questions, but Jordan used to be number one in the world, like number one, number two in the world way back in the day. I think his weakness has always been getting used to some of the new civs or some of the new units or whatever. But beyond that, he's just an insanely controlled player, and he's really good under pressure as well. I think that's what separates Jordan from some other talents. It's like it's really hard to bring in your your very best in a tournament, and Jordan's always bringing his very best. Just that mindset. Loves the competition. 77 fills for him, 64 for Ganji. Yeah, Jake, I mean, for a player, getting a salary from an org means you might not have to work your job, right? Like, you might not, you can commit more time to the game. So, I don't know the situations for Jordan with Onimaru, but it definitely helps the players, at the very least that, right? If they're getting a salary, then they're able to commit more time and effort and energy into the game. So, whereas otherwise you might need to focus your efforts on other things. So it's definitely helped Jordan to be on Onimaru. I am curious, they just announced, I think, that Viper and Doubt are joining, so that's cool. The boys are back together. But like prior to that, I'm kind of curious, like, is Jordan... There's so many different players on the team, and it feels like a little bit random. Like, you had some Brazilian players mixed in with, like, then Jordan, then Vinchester. I'm wondering if the teams actually have been training together. Again, I just don't know, because, like, I could see them just not and still being on the same team. But they got some cool opportunities to train, work together, and really happy for the players if they can make the most of competing in the game. It's not easy. But Jordan has made this look easy here. Ganji's continued to fight, but it's just one thing after another from Jordan. Ganji does enough to hold and stay alive for another 2 minutes. But every step of the way, Jordan's got this game on lockdown now. That castle goes up, and all this eco is exposed, and then just terrible, terrible things coming for Ganji, and Jordan wins the game. So, well played. So, yeah, happy with that performance from Jordan. I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, humans either looks really good or it looks horrible, right? And for Ganji, he needed to take the risk. Jordan just did such a nice job. Oftentimes when you apply pressure against the humans, you go too far, and then your own economy falls apart. But he was able to just have the perfect one archer range, follow up to the man-at-arms, super clean economy behind. And yeah, Jordan takes game number 1. I think the next one, though, should be really fun. Like, there's something to be said about a relegated player sending it on Coast Arena or any arena map. When I saw Coast Arena, I was like, oh, thank God, right? Because the stakes of the game aren't necessarily there like we had with the other sets. But now Ganji's going to go YOLO here, surely, right? Sorry, scoreboard's wrong. It's not Ganji getting the win. It's Jordan getting the win. Yeah, we tried to change my scoreboard. I think we'll use the new scoreboard tomorrow or something, but this scoreboard's working fine for me. Just for whatever reason, the program I'm using lags. Like, every time I click, there's like a 5-second lag and my screen freezes. Really not a good sign. That's why we have to change it over. But yeah, I'm really confused with Ganji. What's he cooking up here? This is the last civilization I thought he would pick. Oh, wait, no, it's the wrong... hold on, it's game 2. Okay, and it's reverse Acropolis. Got it, okay. So he's not going for Costa Rica. That's why I was confused. I saw the civs and I had to restart. All right, so game 2, Jordan's up. And, of course, Ganji's already relegated. And this is what I expected at the start of the series. Now they're chatting a little bit. So I don't know what they were chatting about before. But they're chatting now. And Ganji's like, how about you, Jordy? So maybe they'll chat throughout the Dark Age here. God, they're really hurting us here. I don't have the context on their conversation. Maybe it was, how are you? So Jordan destroys him in game 1 and then says, how are you? And then Ganji probably said, good. And now he says, how about you, Jordy? And Jordan says, quite okay, but tired from travel. And then Ganji tries to respond like a normal human being. And our stupid chat filter, which they really need to fix, mutes whatever he said, which of course was not anything horrible. It's just they haven't fixed it, and it really bothers me. But he says not tired enough to... Oh, he probably said not tired enough to kick my ass, maybe. Yeah, don't say ass, guys. You could say the F word, but don't say the A word. Jordan jokes and says stop flaming. And Ganji doesn't like the censor. Yes. And now Ganji says Shiza. Oh, and of course, yeah, that comes through. It's so stupid, too. Like, the chat filter doesn't even mute horrible things in languages other than English. Not that Shiza is horrible, but, like, oh, don't even get me up on my soapbox about the chat filter. I made a video on it. Apparently, there might eventually be some changes, but at least we get to have something to talk about here in the early game. Ganji's gone for the Khmer. Jordan's gone for the Georgians. I like both civs a lot here. I think Georgians are one of the best. Just because that free mule cart and with there not being a lot of wood, being able to roll around to the different wood lines is very nice. The Jordans are definitely one of the best on the map, but I like Khmer too because Khmer are really good in messy games. In theory, you don't need his wood because you can skip the barracks, and this can be a really solid scout map, so I think that's probably Ganji's plan. We'll see. Rooster Chuck says the censor doesn't know other languages. I know, it's so half-assed. It's so bad. Let me just rant about it one more time, okay? One more time. It is so, like I said in the video, what happened was there was somebody, like, tagged their social account when someone, like, flamed them and said some like, bad things, right? And then there was a response on the social media of, like, okay, we aren't okay with this, right? And then, like, a month or two later, just boom, chat filter comes out. And it's clear that, like, they have put no extra effort or thought into it since then. It's just so, if something really bad were to happen, they then have the ability to say, we do care about this. We have a chat filter, but unfortunately, we weren't aware the chat filter's wrong. What I said in the video, I'm like, no, everybody's aware. Everybody's well aware the chat filter doesn't work now. So, like, I'm really hoping that they fix it. Because at the very least, it's annoying. Like, how old are you, chat? I tell me how old you are, and then we can guess how old the average player is. At least have it be a toggle. Like, I'm completely fine with people swearing. Like, but it's even worse because the things that aren't swear words get muted. So, anyways, I'm gonna get off my soapbox now. I think we're all in agreement that it's, at the very least, put it on a toggle. So. Sorry, Jordan and Ganji, they got me started, and sometimes when I start, I can't stop. We do have the filter emote if you want to spam it. My bad. Luke, thank you for the 13 months. He says, good afternoon from Brazil. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. So, 19 pop up here for Ganji. And... Ganji says, no pressure, but I've got a perfect record in TTL so far. Might be hard to overcome. Yeah, that's true. I guess life's a matter of perspective, right? He is perfectly defeated so far this season. So he's what? What's that make? 0-13 right now. Jordan laughs. I'm sure Jordan is not feeling any pressure. 18 pop from Jordan is about as fast as you would expect it from the Georgians. It won't be a perfect build because his stable won't be perfectly on time. And of course, you don't need the barracks at all if you're Ganji, so he should be able to go with the stable right away. So that's his time window, maybe, because Jordan barracks will be a little late. Jordan says was quite surprised to see that. So that's Jordan saying, I'm surprised you suck so bad this season. And Ganji says, me too. Interesting Ganji said that. I am curious. I got to talk to him. But, I mean, again, he hasn't been as active. But this is a reminder of just how good gold is if Ganji's going to get, like, swept every single set. It's a really strong group. Margu, Kingston, Dogao, Jordan, and then Uzi as well. Uzi's a promoted player who... I mean, Uzi takes his preparation very seriously. It was one of his biggest achievements to make gold. Unfortunately, he'll be in 5th, it looks like, but yeah, scouts will be out for Ganji. He's going scouts into just full walls here. Another game where he's got 4 or 5 villagers walling, which isn't really ideal, guys. You don't want to have that many villagers walling early, because then you're not going to have a very good economy. But at the same time, if you do get the walls down, then your economy can be safe. So, pros and cons. I think for Jordan, normally he'd want to push with some spears. Try and use the spears to defend from the scout, to push the scouts that are defending for Ganji, but might be too big of a map for that. The spearman's on the way now. Nice find there from Jordan, though. Nice hits. Ganji, oh, dude, that's got to be... Reaction's got to be a little bit faster there, I think. So late reaction, but he does save the scout at least. Just working on the walls still. It's completely walled here. He should be completely walled there. And honestly, I think with the full walls being up, you should just move to Jordan's base right away. No need to wait. Do keep a very close eye on this wood line, though, because if you overchop that, it's a disaster. But I would say make a move over to Jordan's base. Hope that Jordan's not walled up. Jordan is mostly walled up, though. And I think Jordan just noticed this tree's about to be chopped. A bit interesting that he's actually going to camp there and give Ganji the idea that he needs to look, but he'll just attack the house. But Jordan should sense the scouts are on the way. Yeah, the way Jordan's walling, he's not going for the big walls, but he's got everything he needs back here. Ganji might take a risk and run through. He's certainly thinking about it right now, and Jordan goes for the full walls just so Ganji can't do that. Baits the town center fire a little bit back and forth. Scouts are knocking on the house. Scouts are knocking on the house. But now you can't... In Jordan's position, you can add spearmen here to attack the scouts. That's not something you can ever do if you're Ganji, because you didn't go for the barracks. So, it's not necessarily ideal. But I guess it's similar. Both players will just be repairing for now. So... Sahem says Margugu is the example that you can under-prepare and still perform, though. Well, I think Margugu is more prepared than you think. I think certain players are more or less prepared than they let on. I think for Margugu, I'll have to confirm these things and talk to him, but would not surprise me. I think maybe the first week, maybe he wasn't quite as in shape. But I think Margugu, he's pretty up to date. I've watched his builds. He looks fairly sharp. Ganji says there's arson for scouts nowadays. There's not arson for scouts nowadays, but his house is going down fast, and he's making a comment on that. And Jordan's like, please, let's introduce it. What do you guys think about that? Arson for scouts. I mean, the Hindustani bonus, for example, is very strong. It completely changes feudal age. You can break through houses, and scouts can actually punish some walls. But that's one civ. If every civ had an upgrade or something, and maybe you just give Hindustanis free arson? I don't know. I'm putting my viewers into 2 separate categories. We have the people who like to wall and play defensive, immediately saying no. And then we have the people who are saying yes. Those are the people who are sitting outside the walls, knocking on the walls constantly, thinking, stop being a coward, let's make some army here. I'm just guessing. I could be wrong. Ganji leaves the wood line. And I'm still not convinced there's not a hole there. There's a hole there, right? No, there's not. There's a stump there. Okay. Nice from Ganji to double check that. Ganji's on the way to Castle H faster, which is good. Still pretty safe here. Economically, with like his setup, it's a perfect situation for cav archers in normal scenarios. And as I say it, he'll go double range. But guys, this is a trap. And let me explain. So on this map, you run out of wood. So the amount of wood he has right now, the amount on gold, the castle age time, the position in the game is very friendly for cav archers. But you'll run out of this wood line very quickly. And the same thing happened to Daniel the other day. It's like you try and play a cav archer unit, and then you very quickly realize, holy crap, this takes so much wood. And then Jordan's going to stay on stables. So in Jordan's case, I think his plan is just to play like cav and adapt. But let's keep a close eye on how Ganji can manage this. But, I mean, for now, Ganji's safe. We'll probably needs to re-wall this. He'll make it to Castle H. He'll make cav archers. And I think Jordan expects this. He hasn't seen any additional scouts. Just 2 games in a row where Jordan just attacks Ganji's houses and says, all right, I'll take the idle time. You won't let me kill your vills? That's good enough for me. And more scouts are on the way. But yeah, for Jordan, I'm curious where he goes for a town center. I'd like to see him get 1 scout and scout the sides here. A town center over on this wood line could be out of the way. Sometimes it's better to have the town center at the top of the hill, though, because having that middle hill also helps you control and get vision over where the fights are going to be. Jordan will see the cav archers. But the idea is the cav archers, it's a lot of work to get the mass, a lot of investment to get the mass. There's only 4 of them so far. And Jordan's economy is looking pretty good. I would expect a light cav upgrade. You either go skirmishers in Jordan's position, which probably doesn't fit the situation because he doesn't have a range yet. Or you could add in scorpions. And Ganji will leave the hill. Okay, so Ganji will leave the hill, drop the town center. Both very good town centers. And Ganji's scout, was that auto scout? I'm not sure if it was auto scout, but he was scouting the map and just went down there. And Jordan bracing himself for the cav archers. We'll just wait until the town center completes before moving out. That drops the church. We'll increase the work rate around the surrounding area. But honestly, well played from Ganji. Like, if this is the first week, the first round, you're looking at this thinking, this is okay for Ganji. Maybe Ganji could get the win, right? We have to push out of our minds that he's 0-13 at the moment. It's okay to be late on Bodkin arrows, completely fine as long as you're not taking the fights. And so he was late with the blacksmith upgrades because he went for the eco first. He's got horse collar in. He got bowsaw in, and he gets the second TC. So now he's got Bodkin. Now he can lean into the army numbers. Cav archers can be a really nice choice against Cav, but you still need more than 8 of them. Jordan will drop the 3rd town center over here. Nice to know Jordan does this. He's placed the TC, but he forgot he locked this gate. So wherever his vills were to build that, they're walking the whole way around. I do that all the time. And now 3rd town center from Ganji. 3 villager lead. Army lead is there for Jordan, but Jordan's army lead's not necessarily doing anything right now. And yeah, micro needs to be perfect for Ganji. He sees the monk there. Some nice micro from Jordan. Even pulled back the weak light cav there. But there goes the scout from Ganji looking for that monk. And if he can snipe that, that'd be nice. But oh man, just missing the first click. Jordan noticed it. Scout though, gets the kill. Not bad. Also here as well, Ganji gets the quick walls and gets the garrison. And now Jordan will see both those town centers. But that could easily be a siege target. Jordan's mainly making scorpions right now to help with the CA, but wouldn't hate seeing a couple mangonels in his near future. And Kimura really good in these messy style games. Another scout is out there from Ganji. That could be another monk kill. And yeah, he had the scout on the relics, so that'll be 2 relics denied from Jordan. 200 gold down the drain. Well played from Ganji here. Jordan's probably so annoyed. It wouldn't surprise me if Jordan says something right now. But then again, they are locking in. There's a lot to manage. Again, the 3rd town center was a bit late for Jordan because he walked the long way. But now Ganji sees that there's scorpions. And that's something he didn't know about. So I think if that happens, you can still play cav archers. But you might need your own siege workshop for a mangonel to flatten them. Could, in theory, mix in some knights, but if you mix in knights, your opponent has a couple monks on the field. It's kind of tricky. You can also just simply avoid them. Move the cav archers elsewhere, which is what he's doing right now. He just lost the scout there to the spearman that Jordan added for the relic, so maybe that's where Ganji will focus. A close game. Can someone look up how much money 6th place gets in Gold League? It's like, even if you don't win any games, you do get money. Obviously, it will be far less than everybody else gets, but it's a 25k league. There's something there for 6th place. Yeah, Cornbread, it's obviously at least $9. It better be more than $9. Otherwise, we have a problem. It's not $1 billion. Okay, it's 600 bucks. Who here would take 600 bucks to go 0-15 against pros? One's in chat. If you would be given that opportunity, I'm sure you might take it. But, yeah, but there's still an extra 20 bucks for every win in there. And Ganji still running away with the CA. Lots of micro about to happen. He did run into the enemy cav there, which is a weak point for him. But he only lost one cav archer. Addicted Me says, I do it for free. Yeah, so it's sad for Ganji, but, like, the reward of being in Gold League is still there. Not winning a game and getting 600 bucks is not bad. Jordan will dive. Jordan will use the light cav. He goes for the monks, and now he takes down the mangonel, which means his scorpions still survive, and he still holds the position. That's the weakness now. It's like the cav can always dive in to take the siege. You can't necessarily do that if you're Ganji, if you need your own siege to take the scorpions. And Jordan hasn't even had +2 armor yet. I think this is about to get rather dangerous for Ganji. And Jordan is also building up the stone for a castle. So if this is well calculated, you can build up the army, take the fight, and drop a castle on both these town centers. That could just win you the game. Just lovely stuff from Jordan when you watch him play. It just seems so well timed. Every little decision. I'm telling you, that stone is just perfect. It's all lined up and synced together with the army upgrades and the positioning on the map. Ganji is hard committed to this area. It can be good or it can be bad to hard commit to one area, right? Like, he knows now, I gotta win fights. The issue for me is he doesn't have ballistics for his cav archers. And it's becoming painfully obvious because the light cav are not... Light cav are just diving. And Jordan, he goes in, he ends up sniping the monk. How many knights would he have lost if his opponent had ballistics there, I wonder? Look at the way Jordan's running. He can tell ballistics isn't in. And here come the villagers now. And now Jordan will just dive for the mangonel. And now he backs away. And there's scorpions in a mangonel that Ganji can't deal with. And Ganji does have another mangonel on the way at 25%, but that might not be in time. Jordan's got 18 villagers to build a castle. And Jordan, no sympathy here. It doesn't matter if he's already going to Platinum League. He plays to win. And yeah, Ganji is completely cooked here, guys. Jordan should get fletching for the castle, which will give him additional range. And yeah, those town centers are looking brutal. Oh, man. A better game from Ganji. The first game was just him taking a really big risk playing humans. But just not enough to hold the map, man. And even if he had ballistics, I don't know if he has quite enough. Jordan just played it perfect. Always had another scorpion ready. He never wastes his units. Like, Jordan never overmakes or undermakes units. And he never loses units unnecessarily. He is truly platinum quality. Remember, the situation for Jordan was he left the game, right? So he was platinum, he left the game. We had to do a replacement qualifier for his spot. And if we have to replace the spot in platinum, we then need to replace the spot in gold. The whole league gets affected. So he leaves the game. He doesn't get relegated. And then a year or two later, he comes back. And then so, you know, we can't just be like, here you go, Jordan. Congratulations, here's platinum spot. And like, pick somebody out who earned their spot. He's basically got to earn his way all the way back here, which is what he's had to do this season. But of all the players in golds, Jordan has looked the most dominant. And yeah, just based on their careers and whatnot, like Jordan was kind of the guy you'd expect to make it back. Ganji knows this is not looking so good. Ganji knows he's about to die. And so he's going to try something desperate here. This is a good play from Ganji. The Jordan doesn't have that much military in this position. And so Ganji will run forward with the Vils. Go for his own castle drop. Let's go, Ganji. Make it crazy. I mean, there's some potential here. He has the Cav going this way. He loses the Knight immediately. It almost looked like a delete there. I'm not sure what happens. Cav Archers will run into the eco. Population's higher for Ganji. Jordan is on the way to Imp, which is the problem. Ganji, complete the castle. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Build, 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 build. Please. Please give him the castle, Jordan. 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 Okay, it's fine. Castle goes up. It's a good castle. Cav Archers are all in the eco here with lots of kills. That's a good raid. Jordan being Imperial Age is still a massive problem, though. Ganji himself is actually going to be an imp. But how many town centers is he going to have? And will his castle be up? The second there's trebuchets out, I feel like he'll have some problems. And if Jordan ever gets any of this military into Ganji's eco, Ganji has no defense back there now because all his army is on the front. Jordan had some Vils exposed there. Is taking the golds, which Ganji will see. Jordan will just garrison in the church, though. So villagers are at least safe. And now Jordan makes it to Imp. And Cav armor's on the way. So nice. Like, these churches, you can leave villagers exposed. And you can just hop in them and protect your eco, no problem. Again, respect to Ganji, though. Like, if he's going to get fully swept, at least he's going to send it, right? Like, he's actually put up a lot of fight today. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to change the result, unfortunately, but I respect it. We see this a lot, though. Player will have a rough season. The last 2 weeks, they have a really good fight. And then it's like, well, where was that player the first couple weeks? Having a poor opening in this tournament can completely change your trajectory. Ganji's Cav will probably start to get sniped by the upgraded Knights. That armor upgrade's a pretty big deal. And yeah, Cav Archers are getting chased down. Cav Archers are getting picked off. And Jordan still waiting around this trebuchet. Still moving to treb down this castle. And we'll drop even another castle here. 20 villager lead. Yeah, true. We've got Jordan as the Georgians. Jordan. I like it. I'm sure Jordan's about to have a lot of fun right now because if he can play Elite Manaspa, this could be awesome. This is funny. So there was a pause for a hotkey. Jordan says, someone explained to me why there is a go-to outpost hotkey. But all right, ready. Yeah, the new DLC, the new patch did that to me too. I would try and build something. I probably have a very similar hotkey scheme to Jordan. Because we're old school players, we don't use the grid hotkeys that's in the game now. Did I just call myself old school? I actually... Is that accurate? I don't know. Anyways. You know, we played... Grid hotkeys were introduced in 2019. They are the way you should probably learn hotkeys and whatnot. But they didn't exist for AoE players prior to that, so... I guess most of us are old school. Very few of us are new school. It's like, how old school, though? Like, I'm not Doubt. But I'm also not, like... I'm not Lucho, who's, like, 19 or 20 years old and started playing couple years ago. I think the Manaspa numbers are just going to be too strong now. Ganji does have an army over here, but it's still barely upgraded. It was just a sneak. And Jordan will drop another castle now. And Jordan is keeping close track of these raids. We do have a sneak stable from Ganji. Again, that's a nice idea. But he's simply going to die everywhere else. That's the problem. There's a hole in his base. But even if there wasn't a hole, the units were always going to make it through. And Elite Manaspa for Jordan are just going to go this way. Right into the eco. Jordan about to get another win. More of the prize pool cash, right? Extra $20 for the win. But I think the final game being on Coast Arena should give us some entertainment here. I really want Ganji to get a win. I do. I don't want him to go 0-15, and I feel like he's going to bring some chaos. I actually think he's got good chances to win the next one. It's a map that he's picked. It's got civilizations on the draft that could be very dominant. He's typically very good with monks and arena-style maps. So 13-1 right now for Jordan. He's auto-promoted to Platinum League. Ganji is 0-14. Can we get some Ganji hypes going in the chat right now? I don't care if that comes off as bias. We all understand the situation, all right? Jordan's promoted. Jordan's a beast. Let's get some energy out there for Ganji. Let's see. It would be great to see at least a really competitive match here. But this is all the makings of a ridiculous game. We got Ganji on a close map. Ganji's 0-14. Here's the draft. Look at the draft for Ganji. He picked Malay first. He still hasn't played that. He has Bohemians and Burgundians on there. Like, Ganji's whole draft is basically focused around this map. For Jordan, he's won with his top 2 picks. He's got Bengalis, Italians, and Armenians. So, but yeah, who knows? Maybe there's a chance. We'll find out. We'll find out in a moment. We have people on YouTube, and we have people on Twitch with the Ganji hype. I like it. Ganji's also like your super. I mean, both players are, but Ganji's also just a really nice guy. For those that watch Regicide Rumble, listen to him speak in the interviews, the community games he's played, like, I hate to see the dude be... I love the fact that he's not, like, completely tilted or depressed, and he's still able to have some fun with it. It'd be nice for Ganji to end with with a smile on his face before he gets relegated, so... The Spring says, T90, why are you so anti-Jordan? Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up. I know what you're trying to do here. Here we are, final game. Jordan is promoted. Jordan is currently 13-1, all right? And so if he wins this, he'll be 14-1. He is already auto-promoted to Platinum League for the next season. Ganji is 0-14. So I was saying before this, YouTube, that it would be very, well, not very fitting, but it'd be nice to see Ganji give it a good run and finally get one win. In Platinum League, we have $30 per win. In Gold League, we have $20 per win. In Silver, you got $10 per win. There's money per game here, even if your placement prize, or even if, you know, your placement isn't looking good. So, otherwise, there would be literally no additional value to this game for Ganji. So let's see. He's gone for the Malay. We've got Italians for Jordan. 2 civs that are very versatile for the map. We've got the water on the outside. And there's been recent water changes, so they've added in the hulks now. You can garrison fishing ships inside the docks. I think being able to garrison fishing ships inside the docks is one of the biggest changes. So I think it should lead to people adding a few more fishing ships and maybe being a little bit greedier. Because you have an opportunity to bail yourself out if you're under pressure now. But I still think both civs are just fantastic at mixing in the water. Very likely we see it. On land, I mean, there's relics in the middle. All the stones and golds in the player bases are always on the front. Like there's a lot to manage there. So I still don't know what's necessarily best. Sure, you can find that perfect balance of water and land. But also, we've seen people go straight lands and win. We've seen people go defend on the land and win the water and also win. So it's been a really nice map so far. Flock in chat is asking when's the next platinum round. So I can just talk through the schedule real quick because I know it's boring to look at the calendar we have. But if you want to look at the calendar, it's on the calendar command. So today, oh, hold on. Scouts are fighting. Ganji will always take the risk because he's 0-14. Oh, they both backed up. Ooh. Jordan laughs. And Ganji laughs. And hopefully chat laughs as well. That's funny. They both backed away. So neither player wanted to take the risk. Interesting. They say nothing more, just the 11s. But yeah, so today's the last day of gold groups. We'll know what the playoff positions look like. Jordan is laughing. He liked the timing. And then this weekend is going to be playoffs for silver and for gold. Initially, it was supposed to be full gold this weekend. But due to some scheduling issues, we will probably do... I don't actually know if it's public yet, but we'll do playoffs for players from gold getting promoted to platinum and players from silver getting promoted to gold. So that will be over the next basically 4 days. There will eventually be a bit of a break, but then next Friday is when platinum kicks back up. So we'll stick to the same thing we did the first 3 rounds. Friday through Monday is platinum rounds. So it's next Friday, basically. So in a week. Agreed, Thousand Scar. The fact that they're laughing and having a good time. Ganji's clearly still having some fun. I think that can easily get lost when you've lost so many games. And it's been a bad season. And you know everyone's going to be watching you. So he's making the most of it, but... That extra $20, man. I mean, that could... Ka-ching, ka-ching, baby. Come on, Ganji. Let's see if you could do it, man. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. Both players have essentially the same builds. Could be fast feudal. Could still be a fast castle from here. And I don't necessarily know what is best. If you know me, it depends. And it does depend, right? Like, truly, it's the reason I say it. But if you were to go for the fast feudal approach, you need to find value as quickly as possible with your investment. And so it does depend on how good the defense for the opponent is and how good your micro is. Okay, see, this from Jordan, this feels like the fast feudal economic approach. Or, sorry, military approach. And same from Ganji. So, 2 different SIB bonuses at play. Malay advances up faster, but essentially the same thing. If anything, I feel like Ganji's gone up too fast. I feel like Ganji will make feudal age and he won't actually have the resources to really do anything. He wants the second dock. He might be able to get that in. But he definitely can't produce from 2 docks right away. And Jordan just taking his time here a little bit. And you can always take the oysters on the back for gold if you don't want to mine the gold in the front. So that's what both players are going to do. Eric says, I mean, I've really enjoyed the times I've played against people much better than me. So hopefully Ganji is just like, I'm going to lose, but I'm going to do some fun, silly stuff and see how it goes. Yeah. What was that from Ganji? He gets the feudal age and then he pauses. That was a hotkey right there. So Ganji double checking his water hotkeys. The patch was over a week ago, right? And maybe hasn't used the new boats too much. He's going to go for galleys. Which can still be good. He queues up 2 galleys and then he's going to queue up 2 hawks. I mean, in theory, galleys are good against the hawks. And then you have your own hawks against any fires. So galley and hawk is actually a really nice combo. A blacksmith there from Jordan. Now, does Jordan know that getting forging on the hawks doesn't necessarily help you in a hawk v hawk battle? Because hawks have 4 melee armor and they do melee damage. And you're always doing like 1 damage even if, you know, it's 4 armor versus 4 attack. But I guess it does help against the galleys. Yeah, they would do more damage against the galleys. The early blacksmith from Jordan, it wouldn't be for fletching here. I think it would be for forging, which applies to the ships now. And Jordan sees the galleys, and I think Jordan was a little surprised by that. The fishing lines upgrade for Ganji, so he's definitely up to date on that. New tech for feudal age fishing ships. It's only 4 fishing ships behind, but he's applying some nice pressure here. Scouts become really valuable in the middle still. I think Jordan just caught a glimpse of that. He immediately turned around. Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. It's a repeat of what we had before. And of course Jordan wins it. This game is so stupid, dude. Give the 0-14 player the 50-50, you stupid game. I feel so bad for Ganji. I am speaking from my own experiences, man. 0-2 down against Sorakuma after I got completely screwed with some unlucky things in the first 2 games. I take the 50-50 and I lose it. I still can't get over that. But anyways, it happens. Everyone knows what they're working with. And Ganji still has a lot to focus on here. That does affect the game, though, right? Because like that scout could be healed up. That scout can still kill endless amounts of monks. So it's not like that's nothing. So far, Jordan has had only 1 fishing ship garrisoned. Forging is in, so his hawks have done more damage, but he might want fletching as well. And honestly, Ganji's just committing with more and more galleys, and also mixing a couple fires here. So we're seeing the full array of boats. Lots of boat action right now. T90, your set versus Sora was months ago, man. Oh yeah, and I still have nightmares about it. It's so stupid. Don't get me started. I mean, he deserved to win. I'm not saying I got unlucky, right? He's a better player. He outplayed me, but there's just things that live with you. And then I'm casting, and I'll see something like that, and then all the emotions start flooding back for me. I don't think there'll be any land shenanigans. We do have the counter Hulk there from Jordan, which killed something. It must have killed a fishing ship. But micro matters here. And Jordan is getting in front of the galleys right now with those Hulks. Galleys still have that range. That's a lot of boats there from Jordan. I think it's funny how they added new boats and they still have the same bell, right? They put so much effort into all the visuals and the stats, but they're like, they couldn't think of another noise for a boat. It still just has to be a bell. It just ding, 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 just dinging all the time. I don't have any suggestions of what they could really have added, to be honest. But it's just, yeah, lots of bell action. Economy transitions are important behind this. Jordan has 2 farms. Jordan's on the berries. No farms for Ganji, but he's heavier on the berries, so that's fine. And Fletching's now in for the galleys for both. Jordan's actually made a transport ship. Is that intentional? I feel like that's a misclick. I don't think there's any benefit to a transport right now. That's an expensive misclick if that's what it is. And Ganji can also see it, which is kind of funny. And Jordan is making another transport ship. That is a hotkey misclick. So, again, new patch. Jordan was traveling, actually. Even though he's pretty much killed everyone, he probably hasn't practiced this to test his hotkeys. Jordan, do not make another transport ship, dude. I mean, that is a massive waste of wood, and Jordan makes another transport ship. Does anyone remember that other tournament where Jordan made misclick transport ships? It was years ago. It was like a Baltic game against Viper or something. I remember there was this big river in the middle. Okay, now he realizes, so now he's sending the transport ships out there. He's using the transport ships as bait. But clearly misclicking something. Jordan clicks... This is so funny. Look at his micro, dude. Ganji says, nice misclick. Oh my god. But yeah, Ganji can click up here any moment now, but he did get pressured on the backside, and he did lose more fishing ships to Jordan. So Jordan's killed 2 fishing ships there. Jordan says, don't get me started. Jordan was clearly annoyed in the previous game about how the go-to outpost hotkey that was added. It is annoying, too. Like, yeah, sure, the players should test it, but it is annoying that everyone who plays the game has massive hotkey issues if they make an addition, so I can relate to the players on that. Not really sure if there's any easy way to avoid it either, though, because I'm not a dev who adds things to the game. But Ganji's super heavy on stone, guys. He's going to move to the gold now, too. He's definitely thinking more land than anything, and Jordan's thinking heavy water. Jordan's got the additional fishing ship snipes. Jordan will be in Castle Age a bit faster for the ship upgrades. He's also Italians, right? So being Italians, all his ship upgrades are cheaper. We'll go for warships and bodkin. It's definitely full galleys, but if you want to play against full galleys, you need to make fires now, or you can match it with your own galleys. So, Jordan needs to back up here. But once those upgrades are in, Ganji will need to think about it. And Ganji's going for a castle in the middle. Directly on Jordan's face. Can Ganji do this? He's still remaining competitive on water. And then he will also have a castle at Jordan's face. Jordan will be without this gold. Now, guys, there's a couple things you can do here. You can still take some of the gold in the back. So Jordan's got 1,200 golden oysters left. And yes, Jordan's doing it. This is meta now. We saw this the other day as well. Like, someone denies your main gold, just leave and sneak to a gold. It's such a good decision from Jordan to do this. And he'll just place a town center out here. Ganji will think that Jordan is completely without gold after he loses the oysters. Good micro from Ganji, though. He does need Bodkin. He's lacking the food income. He doesn't have Bodkin, which is really bad. Like, half of his navy is war galleys, so it's not going to be nearly as strong. Jordan will wall behind. Jordan's town center over here will be completed. He'll drop a monastery to snag the relics. Ganji wants to back this up with another castle, guys. It's not a bad play at all. He already has the stone. Or, well, he doesn't, but he's about to. As I always say on these maps, you can lose water, you just can't lose water quickly. Because if you lose water quickly, the opponent can really boost their advantage economically. And look how tanky the fires are compared to in the past. This is still a good position for Ganji. His Karambits try and make it through. They find palisade walls, though, so Jordan's fine. But Jordan is falling behind on water now. Beautiful play from Ganji. Of course, a couple misclicks from Jordan with the transport and whatnot, but still, the upgraded fires are doing it. Karambits could be through. Jordan, oh, he doesn't get the repairs in time, so now the Karambits can run into his eco, and now Ganji can follow this up with siege and a castle. But Ganji has no clue that Jordan's out here. No clue Jordan's taking stone and gold and can get the relics. Jordan still has a lot of work to do, though. He did actually defend. Yeah, so Hawks against Fires do very well. These Hawks were there. At the same time, Ganji's got a counter Hawk looking for fishing ship snipes. The fishing ships are all over here. And now another castle. What a game. Guys, this has reached a really unique state where I think Jordan has a critical decision. He either needs a defensive castle to protect his base, which makes sense, or he needs to castle Ganji. Imagine if he were to go with these villagers and castle Ganji. Ganji would then have some big problems. Ganji already has problems on water. But Ganji's still not able to snipe the fish. What does Jordan do? Because your town center's been castled. But you never want to, like, just be reacting to your opponent all the time. But there's the answer. He will place the castle there. Here he has to abandon the wood line. Another detail here is you can actually run this way if you're Jordan and take these wood lines. Like, no one will ever find you out there if they lost water. These villagers obviously can't. And Ganji wants another castle, and he's running past Jordan's castle. And he wants to castle the wood line. Okay. I mean, Ganji has truly had no chill. 0-14, wants to win a game. If that castle goes up, Jordan has big problems. The thing is, though, Jordan has Bodkin. And Jordan's building his own castle there. But yeah, Ganji can't build it from all sides because, well, now there's a house there from Jordan. But also because the castle's there. 50% castle for Ganji, 30% castle for Jordan. I think both castles go up. The Karambits will make it through. Jordan quick walls. Oh, Ganji has to complete this castle. But can he get away with his vills? What? What is this? Guys, we have 5 castles on one area of the screen. But okay, Ganji's completes. So on one hand, that's really good because Jordan has more castles than working villagers here. But on the other hand, Jordan is out-castling you. And Jordan still has the fish, which are somewhat working out there. Jordan is making petards. And he's sending them in after the castle. So, yeah, both players trying to petard. Honestly, such an important aspect of this game, though, is the fact that Jordan's been able to get the relics and have this town center. That's the game-saving play, I think, if he wins. Soon, Jordan will not have a TC, and Ganji is going to sneak forward docks up now, because why not? Ooh, Jordan, look at the micro there. Micro's the vills, so the petard can get the hit. That's really good play. I think Ganji might be dead. He'll have no fishing eco, and now Jordan is going to do what he had the choice to do. He could have placed, instead of this castle, he could have placed the forward castle then. Probably made sense to defend. Honestly, I don't think he had the scouting on the golds. Otherwise, he would have maybe gone for a better castle. But that's still a really good castle that Ganji can't stop. And then he can be into Ganji's base with pressure. Ganji is town centering Jordan's side. Which is ridiculous because there will actually be more town centers from Ganji in Jordan's base than from Jordan in his own base. Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, steal the farm while you're at it. You can boom. But now what does Ganji do? It feels like Ganji needs another castle. How many do we even have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 castles. But it's about to be 5 because Ganji's will go down. These villagers are just like, this is my life now. They're not going to leave, but they'll actually survive. And Jordan's attacking the gate, so Jordan will be through. I don't know what Ganji can do, guys. It's the right idea to still try and kill Jordan's fish. But Jordan is... Well, he's doing a good enough job. I think Jordan just has enough vills now where he doesn't even need it. But honestly, this... Please pay attention to this, okay? Because this is now like the second or third time. People need to know now. We're reaching that state of the season where the second someone gets castle dropped, the right play for them is to sneak out to another stone and gold. The castle droppers need to know. Like, over the next 2 weeks, this should no longer be a surprise for players if they're prepared. Ganji's massing karambits. He has mangonels. I think that he must know now that there's no way that this castle happens unless there's sneak eco. Okay, and he spotted the lumber camp, so he knows. So I think he's building up pressure to go and kill whatever's out there. Jordan should honestly... I don't know exactly what Jordan does here. Maybe redemption for the monks. This would be the first time that Jordan's being pressured out here. He thinks this is safe right now, and his game plan has been for this to be safe. Ganji can slaughter this. Ganji has karambits there for the monks. They're both looking somewhere else right now. They're both looking down here. But yeah, now Jordan loses his monks. Now Jordan will lose his vills. He also does force Ganji to kill his own mangonel, which I guess is good. But this might still be winnable for Ganji. If he pressures all this eco... Jordan's making Genoese crossbowmen. I mean, guys, the forward TC and the forward dock is so annoying for Jordan. Like, Jordan doesn't know what to do. I think he needs a siege workshop and to ram this down. But for that, he needs gold. He doesn't actually have gold beyond those 3 relics. And Ganji still has gold. I don't even know where. Oh! Found it! Found it! Okay. He just spent 1,000 gold to buy food. His plan is to go imp, but that's so good. If he can get imp and make trebs from one of these castles, Jordan will lose everything here. So imp is definitely the right play. Good micro from Jordan. He has ballistics and bodkin out. Genoese crossbowman's not the most ideal range unit ever, but I still think it's enough. Ganji's microing his heart out here. He knows he's going to lose this. He just wants good value. The value's been okay. Yeah, value's been okay. Especially because the karambit... Oh, it doesn't get the kill. Okay, Ganji needs imp. He's on the way to imp. He will make it there. And then he can make trebs from 2 castles. If he has the wood. That's his imp TC. Bro. He has gone imp on Jordan's side. There's petards here from Jordan. I mean, it's only 2. But that's a sign of potentially things to come here, Ganji. He probably didn't think about his imp TC. But yeah, I mean, that town center's halfway down. Luckily, Jordan's not making any more petards, but he is making a siege workshop. And I guess luckily he's melee. So being melee, he's going to get there in no time. The most important building for Ganji beyond his castles right now... As we see a transport ship from Ganji, Jordan sees it, and now Jordan asks him, is that a misclick? And Ganji says, no, strategic mastermind. But what? Is it though? Is it though? Like, where are you going, bro? Is he gonna tower the other side of the wood line? Oh my god. Okay, Trebs are gonna be out, which means Jordan will have big problems. Jordan has since regained some food and some gold and some stone. I have no clue what this strategic mastermind plan is, except for maybe a tower behind the wood line. But I I don't know if it's mastermind. It's mental, but not in a good way. Ganji's so funny. Again, there might be no other player who's 0-14 in Gold League who makes it this fun. I really respect the energy. Jordan is so far from Imp. I guess the Vils were evacuating because they knew they were going to die. So there's a dock now. There is a Mangonel to defend from the sneaky Genoese crossbowman. The Trebs are absolutely key. There's not enough resources to really do much more if you're Ganji. And that, oh, that's painful. Losing this Mangonel would be really bad. I think maybe the Karambits are enough. That's good micro from Jordan. Jordan needs Imperial Age. Jordan might not have a safe town center for Imp, though, guys. Think about it. Like, he'll lose this castle. He can lose all the buildings underneath the Trebs as well, then. And then his TC is here. If the Trebs push this way, it could work. Jordan has 14 Vils in queue. He could actually cancel the Vils and click up, but I think he's uber nervous right now. Maybe not nervous, but, like, just... The game is so crazy he can't focus. I doubt Jordan has a ton of nerves. Just because he's already locked down the group. Ganji says, don't ruin my perfect record because he's 0-14. And Jordan says, hopefully not. Can Ganji actually advance out onto the map with his Trebs and protect them? Is the main thing now. And then also, like, would Jordan ever realize... Would Jordan ever be able to get Imp? It feels like Jordan doesn't think Imp is ever a possibility for him. Both of his castles are under threat. Under siege. And the micro from Ganji has been really solid with the Mangonel. He will bring Vils to repair this. He's microing the Karambit like an absolute nerd. He wants the extra $20, guys. Jordan's Ram will go in for the Trebs and get sniped by the Karambits. Jordan's castle's down. Jordan's blacksmith, Jordan's houses will all go down too. But what Ganji might want is he might want to shift the Trebs over to the castle and the town center. Jordan says, what a scarpy game. Which obviously he meant to say scrappy. I think Ganji needs to... I don't know how expensive it is, but I think he needs to buy a castle, honestly. Use the additional gold, buy a castle here, and you lock down the whole area. Jordan is trying to go knights. But he does see the stable, so Ganji will drop a monastery for monks. Strategic mastermind, by the way. Strategic mastermind. I thought he had a plan, but it was just to escape. Okay, Jordan will now be castleless. So we went from 7 castles on the map. Now we only have 2 on the map. And it's full send time from Ganji to get a win. Can he do it? Jordan is never going to Imp. He's spending all of his resources on knights. He's hoping that'll be enough. There will be the occasional monk behind from Ganji. Student Jordan is about to lose his town center. Ganji might be relegated down to Silver League, but he's going to end Gold League with a bang. Town center could go down. Monk needs that conversion. The Karambits are okay here. You get the free armor upgrades. There's a lot of them. Plus, the conversion should be pretty strong. I don't think Jordan can win the fight. He just doesn't have enough. Ganji's strategic mastermind has been found on the outside. He's got 2 on wood, 1 on food, and 26 on gold right now. That's his eco. It is absolutely scrappy. But the Trebs have been key. The monks are key for Ganji. He gets another conversion. And Jordan's villagers are all here with no TC to protect them. Honestly, though, you just don't want to lose your army. These vills are free kills as long as you kill Jordan's army. So do not kill the villagers. Kill his army and then take the vills and then take the game. Big fight. These are fully upgraded Castle Age Knights. Just feel like Jordan... The monks are the biggest issue. The fact that there's always going to be monks is such a problem. Yep. And he still can't take the Trebs. A bit wasteful there from Ganji, but he falls back towards the monks. He's got his Trebs ready for the stable and the monastery. The Genoese! I don't think I showed them. That's a full T90 blinds moment. He was killing a lot of... Oh my god, I completely forgot about them. I completely forgot about them, guys. That's just my bad. He had so many of them with good upgrades. The game just got so crazy. The caster forgot. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I think Jordan can do this. Ganji's got no eco. Ganji will lose that. Ganji has no working economy except for these villagers. The Trebs will go down, and Ganji taps out. Jordan wins the game. Oh my god. Okay, so obviously we need to go back. You can spam T90 blind. But that's like kind of the key thing here from Jordan is he remembered this army. This army was probably being very active. Yeah, it came all the way over here to the wood line. God, I'm actually so bad. I rarely make that mistake. But yeah, he finds the wood line. This is as all this is happening. He's massacring the wood line. And then he moves in with the Genoese to the gold. Meanwhile, no town center gaming. He's kind of taking losses. But Ganji could do nothing about this, right? Now, Ganji notices this at a certain point. Again, all this is happening. He notices this because he pulls the vills. But holy, what a raid. Yeah, he moves over here now. And then Jordan moves back over. And Jordan actually wins with no town center, guys. In Castle Age. You just don't see that. Let's look. Ganji loses everything and calls the GG. Obviously, the Trebs are about to die, right? I think people are always inclined in these situations to look at it and say, like, why did Ganji resign? Because he's still an imp. I do think he's dead, though. I do think he's dead. Imagine how long it is till he has any type of military. He can't actually do it. Like, you couldn't even buy the wood for Trebs here. You maybe have a couple working farmers, that's it. These villagers are safe here for now. But, like, Jordan actually will have working economy. And he's got 55 eco. And he has lots of active military to do many different things here. You could take down the town center with that ram wherever it is. He can always make another ram. So, I think no eco and no army, it just kind of just defaults into GG. But, yeah, that just tells you how truly at the limit he was. He's 32 pop. What a game. What a game. Holy cow. That salutes in chat, please, to Ganji, though. Again, the guy went... He got completely defeated in golds. He went 0-15. Sad times. He'll be down in Silver League. But Ganji's clearly a very good player. He can bounce back in Silver League the next season. You know, maybe be in better shape coming in there. Come right back to golds. And he also had just a friendly spirit. Both players were talking back and forth. It was just truly a really fun series to watch. And he went out swinging. So, respect to that. Amazing play from Jordan, though, to figure that out. I think the key in this game was the fact that he snuck to the outside, right? Without that sneak to the outside, he's completely dead. Too many people get trapped in here. They have nowhere to go. It was immediate. Castle leaves with a bunch of villagers. So, like, that 2K gold he got from just the relics, game-changing. Without that 2K gold, it's probably over. And the amount of time that he had, the counter castle, all of it was just because of the sneak. That's the last time I want to see that, guys. That is the last time I want to see someone go forward castle on this map and then not have the recognition that people move out there and sneak. It really should be the last time. When we have playoffs coming up later, when we've got like round 4 and round 5 of Platinum, I think if players are paying attention, they'll have the recognition to know, outpost the outside and pressure that. Because you castle Jordan in the middle and you pressure Jordan on the outside faster there, Jordan will have big problems. So I think it's very fixable, but it's how the meta develops over time. Like people find ways to beat certain things, and after a couple weeks, after a lot of games, people learn. So will you cast Ganji for Lowy the Legends? That's rude to Ganji. How dare you? How about you versus Ganji right now? Play all 11 on Coast Arena. You want to do that instead, Pomf? I can get Ganji in here. I'm sure Tat would be down. How dare you disrespect my boy Ganji? I'm kidding. He wasn't quite Lowy the Legends, but you know the first. My biggest issue with Ganji was the first couple weeks. Last round he was actually playing really solid. Jordan beat everybody else really badly, so that's kind of expected. But first couple weeks. Will you play a best of 7 versus Ganji to prove you should be in Gold League, says Dave. I don't think that would prove anything because he's silver now. Wrong guy, dude. Even if I were to win there, that would just prove that I'm going to be bottom 2 in Gold League. I don't think that proves what I'd be hoping to achieve. I play Ganji anytime, though. I love to play sets with Ganji. So Jordan goes 14-1. Congratulations to him. We'll interview him this weekend, hopefully. He'll be up to platinum for the next season. What we now need to determine is what happens with Dogao, Uzi, Margu, and Kingston. It is confirmed Dogao will be playoffs. We just don't know which position yet. Margu is likely playoffs. I think the thing that would change that is if Kingston were to beat him 3-0 later on today. Yeah, so if Kingston were to beat 3-0, he would end up getting playoffs in our final series. If he doesn't, Margu goes to playoffs. That's basically the situation. Now, second and third place does matter. I think Dogao's a big favorite in the next set, but like basically if you're second place, you're playing third place from another group. So just pulling up the playoff bracket real quick, because most of our sets are close to being decided. This is what the playoffs in gold look like right now. So if Dogao were to fall into third place from second place, he would play up against Stone, please. And if he is in the likely second place position, he'd be up against Kazma. And actually, there's a weird there's a set in my brain. I think it was King of the Desert where Stone Please beat Dogao. So Dogao won't want that matchup again. Anyways, guys, we're gonna be racking it after a little bit. I don't know if we'll have the emote today, but we've added that cute little break scene with my cat. But next set coming up soon. See you in a minute. Oh, it's an emote. Hold on. We actually, what is it, T90 Bop? It's T90 Catting. Okay, T90 Catting if you want to use it, subs. That's fine too.
Rete, das war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, das war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hover, Sucher, Hover, Sucher, Hover, Sucher, Buvere.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Suocha. Auber.
Heise, das war.
Suocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Berete.
Berete.
Das ich soll. Das war, ja. Heise, Flickmann, das ich soll. Berete. Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise, Heise, das war Heise. Stürme, Fischere, ja. Jägere, ja. Fischere, Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll, Streetes, Sassa.
Auber.
Flickmann, ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Ja. Rete, das war
Heise.
Stürme, Fischere, ja. Jägere, ja. Fischere, Jägere. Das war, das ich soll. Das war, das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
ist Soul.
Hey ja. Hey ja. Heiße. Heiße.
dass ich soll, 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 dass ich soll.
All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super, super, super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat. I'm buying stone. I'm like, ha, 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 ha. He's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90. Just so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, I'll pass Leech faster. Just feeling so good. Oh, ha, 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 ha. So here he is, and he sees my Fatoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Fatoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. My Fatoria. Okay, I'm back. Man, I love this freaking emote. So my cat, right? He will do that for like 10 minutes. The video that I sent to Hardy to eventually make this into an emote was actually like 3 minutes, and then I just stopped recording. But he, after about like the first 45 seconds, he'll have to lay down next to it because he's exhausting himself, and then he'll just basically do the same thing, but while laying down. Just boop, 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 boop. And he'll just do it nonstop. He's also gets a little self-conscious about it. So he doesn't want anyone to notice he's doing it, which is weird. Like he knows it's like a kid's toy or a kitten's toy. So like if I notice him and we see him do it, he'll like, oh, and like nope out of there real fast. It's so funny. He's the cutest. Thank you, Covenator, for the 33 months. Someone in chat mentioned that this song here, which I'm not going to replay the whole thing, this one is really awkward for native speakers. And I mean, I'm not a native speaker, so I can't truly imagine, but I kind of understand how that could be confusing. Like in AoE, as someone who only speaks English, there's all these different civs, and they have their like languages in game. And actually, at least when I was younger, it was kind of lost on me that they're like, they've got meaning behind their words, right? I didn't really have any clue what it was being said. So, yeah. Thank you, Covinator, for the 33 months. Derp Tank, thank you for the year. He says, only sub to get the T90 blind. All right, I'll take what I can get. That was it. You guys will say T90 blind at moments that are not accurate. That was bad. I need to be better there. But it was such a unique moment. There was so much happening in the middle. So I was uber focused on that. And it painted the picture a little bit because so was Ganji. So thank you, DeLuca, for the 29 months. Thank you, your mom's toilet brush for the 2 months. Thank you for the prime. Astro, thank you for the prime. Too Tired. Papa, thank you for the primes. We had Phosphorito, thank you for the new sub. Cornbread Crusader, thank you for 68 months. Very long time. Appreciate you. I think we're all caught up. I think Luke Boat, we said thank you to. No One of Consequence, welcome back. But yeah, for the final day of gold groups, there's not quite as much significance in what could happen. For the set that's upcoming here, for Dogao to confirm second place. Well, that's interesting, actually. For Dogao to confirm second place, he would actually need to sweep. I thought maybe he could just snag one win. Well, no, he's tied with Margu. So it really does depend what happens in the next set. I do see Dogao as a pretty big favorite. Uzi only has 3 wins this season, but the thing about Uzi is he's a player who's really prepped. I think it honestly does come down to lack of ability. Like, he doesn't have quite as much speed as some of these guys. He doesn't have quite as much experience. But him making it to gold was a big achievement for him. In fact, if you ever want a series to watch if you haven't watched it, I suggest you look for Uzi versus Antagonist. It was a best of 5 to end up making it into golds. And, it was a banger set. Every game was so good. It went down to the final game. But again, for him, unfortunately, it's like, congratulations, you make Gold League. But good luck staying up now, which has been rough, with 5 out of the 6 players in his group being former Platinum players. All right. Any questions about TTL? Any thoughts? Anyone want to ask anything before we get into it? We have a couple minutes yet. Again, we've got playoffs starting this weekend. Now, initially, we wanted the playoffs to be Saturday and Sunday for gold, and then be Monday, Tuesday for silver. It's going to be tomorrow gold, and then silver Sunday, and then I think gold on Monday, and then silver on Tuesday. We'll have the full schedule at the very end of the stream. I don't think any of that's posted publicly just yet, but still the playoffs are coming, and the playoffs are a big deal. So where can we find the game times? So it's all posted on Liquipedia or the calendar command. So ideally both. Liquipedia, my team isn't in control of. Actually, it looks like it is posted here. Is this confirmed? We put it in the calendar without the spoilers for this group. Yeah. So use the calendar command. And you've got, so tomorrow right now is Wide versus Sorakuma to start the day at 16 GMT. Stone Bleeds versus whoever wins the third position in the group we're still finishing. Silver playoffs are then on Sunday. Kambito Antagonist, Blue Ozone. And then we have Doubt series on Monday, Doubt versus Veleza. And then second place from the group we're about to finish today versus Casva on Monday. And then Tuesday, we've got Bad Koala, Gabby, and Husiel Dennis. So it's actually, it goes gold, silver, silver. Then a short break before we get into Platinum League. So there's the answer on that. T90, how are the groups made? So every group is formed based on they're put into pools based on their rank within the format. So for example, using this group, we would have the 2 promoted players who came up from the lower league. They would be in like the 5th and 6th spot, right? And so if you're categorized as a 5th place player, you're in separate groups from all the other 5th place players. If you're first place, you're categorized separately from all those. So essentially, it is as balanced as possible based on how things played out for the players before, right? So there's no like randomness to it. Now, where things can get a little tricky there is if you have a player who's really inconsistent and they have like a really, really, really good result. So in Platinum League, Dark is probably the best example of it. Dark was in top 4 last season, and now he's shown up, and now, you know, he's everyone else is being more consistent than him, and now it's like, you know, now Dark has had a very different type of season, so that could kind of throw off a group a little bit. So, but yeah, that's the basics of it. All this stuff's out there in the handbook if you want to read that, but that's kind of boring, right? Do you guys want a handbook stream? We could just talk about the ins and outs of some of that. Pato says, why only 24 players per league? Why only? You think there should be more? I mean, we've got 3 groups. We've got 72 players in this event. That's more than that. That's a lot. I think, I don't know, 6 players per group feels like perfect, honestly. 4 groups of 6 is so much better than like 4 groups of 4 or 4 groups of 8. So I guess the answer there is it just feels right. I don't really have a real reason behind it just feeling like the right amount. Thank you, Sam, for the 25. Thank you. Yeah, if you have other questions, you can ask. To the person asking me where babies come from, you're going to have to ask your parents on that. That's not the type of question I'm going to answer on stream. All right? Yeah. We are on the internet, so I'm sure you could probably Google that as well. Late Blue, thank you for the donation on YouTube. Says, not having a bunch of extra sponsors makes this league such a clean and lovely experience to watch. Thank you. Hey, well, thank you for the dono. It was certainly a decision of mine to make. I don't know if that'll be right or wrong, honestly, at this point. After TTL, I'll just have to look back and say, obviously, did the viewers appreciate the fact that I wasn't advertising? Was the viewership there? Did people enjoy? Were there words like that? But also, I will straight up look at it and say, was I leaving like too much money on the table to turn down some sponsorships? And like, just look at it. So far, the support has been really nice. So I appreciate everyone who supported and appreciated not having, you know, the ad reads and all that good stuff. Okay, game number 1, we're going to get into it. We've got Dogao against Uzi, and for Dogao, he needs to string some wins together here to confirm he's in second place. He is confirmed for playoffs, and we'll just get the flag sorted, and we'll be into it, guys. Let's go. Alrighty, folks. Welcome in. We've got round 5 of Gold League between Uzi and Dogao. And for Dogao, there should be no pressure here for him. He is confirmed to be playoffs. Now, I think he's going to want to maintain his second place position. Right now, he's got 8 wins. And Margu also has 8 wins, who is playing after this. So he'll want as many wins as possible to confirm second place, as he will then play third place from another group, which means a slightly weaker opponent. Uzi is unfortunately relegated in the 5th place position. It was a good result. It was his best result in Age of Empires to have made it to Gold League, but you know how that goes, right? You're going to struggle to stay up, and so Uzi will go down. I think he's got 3 wins right now, and it is mathematically impossible for him to save himself here today. What he can do, of course, is show all the viewers here watching him for the first time how solid he is and get more experience, and then it's still $20 per win for Uzi. And then, of course, making it to Gold League, chat can help me out and tell me what Liquipedia says on losing in 5th place. But I think with 6th place still being like $600, maybe it's like $650 or $700. I don't have it memorized, but still a decent amount of money for a player who doesn't have as many opportunities to get a cash like that in a tournament. So, yeah, $700. So $700 guaranteed plus the $20 per win here for Uzi. But yeah, in theory, a no pressure series for him, because he's already out, but he'll know Dogao. I mean, Dogao is so good. I'd say Dogao's former top 10. I wouldn't put him in the top 10 these days. Honestly, at least with Titans League, I think he falls into the category of a player who, when he's in Platinum League, might get relegated, so maybe bottom 3 of each group. But if he's in Gold League, probably top 3. I think there's going to be, with the way the food chain works, we do have some younger players coming up, but I think that's where Dogao sits right now. It probably would be the favorite in his playoff set, just based on experience, but I do wonder if he'll be as prepared Because there's a lot of players out there who are really well practiced and prepared. Guys, who does second place in this group play? Is that Kasva? I think if Dogao plays Kasva, I really favor him. Kasva's a good player, but Dogao I feel is just more solid overall. And if there is any strategic weaknesses for Dogao, I would imagine he could probably manage that in a best of 7. I think Stone Please becomes a problem. Stone Please is actually very dangerous in the playoffs. But I think third place of this group plays Kasva. And I think, third place could be Dogao, but could end up being Margu. I think like Stone Please is very dangerous to either player there. T90, in Platinum League, I didn't see a lot of Khmer like in Gold League. Can you explain? Yeah, different player preferences, and that'll even happen from group to group. So it's a little bit surprising, right? You've got the top 50 players in the world. You think that they would see the civilizations all the same, but that's not true at all. Players in Gold League will like Khmer a little bit more, I think. There's definitely 1 or 2 players who have a history of picking it. But yeah, I think Khmer are maybe a little too predictable in how they play, which is why some of the very best players might not want it, but it also might just have come down to what bans have happened in any given series. Uzi with the 2 militia here. But yeah, Uzi's going to back it up with a 3rd militia. And then Dogao behind this is going for the 2. And Dogao actually sees the villagers. That's exactly what you want to see when you're going for the drush. But there's also the barracks from Uzi, and Uzi's going forward. But Uzi's been risky here. He's pushed in that final deer. He doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't know what his opponent's doing. And wow, that's surprising. Dogao's going to the left side. So Dogao gets Loom because I think he knows the militia are on the way. But he's headed this way, which wouldn't have been the destination I would have gone for. Maybe with 4 villagers out here, he didn't think he'd have enough to get the kill. Uzi doesn't have Loom in, and Uzi didn't scout this, guys. And now the militia get to the wood line, and oh, it's so good. Oh, it's perfect for Dogao. This is why you come to the wood line. And literally just pushing in that extra deer. From a map scripting standpoint, from a game balance standpoint, it's actually lovely to see it. I feel bad for Uzi, but that extra, because he pushed the deer, he didn't have the scouting on what his opponent's opening was. And Dogao had the scouting, so he knew what Uzi was going for. Also saw the militia there, was able to get the quick walls, and he does have Loom on the way. And Dogao just super clean, super solid, perfect defense so far. Still will have some work to do. But yeah, it's so confident from Dogao. Gets the palisade walls down, is on the way to feudal age. And Uzi will do the same, but already a rough start for the Mexican, who gets quick-walled now as well. He gets quick-walled, and he loses the militia to the town center. Damn. What a start for Dogao. And my expectations is that Dogao wins this series 2-1 or 3-0. He's that good. He's that solid. They're both slower players. Like, none of these players are super quick and super nerdy compared to some of the others out there. I mean, I'm not calling either of them slow, but, like, you know, they're not like the crazy micro nerds that we tend to see rising up through the ranks sometimes with a lot of speed. They're just very strategic. They're almost like the same type of player, only Dogao's just been better historically. So Uzi will be on gold now. Hope to adapt into some archers. Maybe his units end up escaping here. Dogao will be up a little bit faster. And Dogao has the potential for even more damage. And Uzi aims to get the quick wall. And again, it's just another opportunity for Dogao. Literally just 1/2 second. And that villager gets walled. And the villager goes down. Like, it is so punishing at this level, guys. It's crazy. Yeah, Dogao. They're just going to quickly re-wall this. There's actually a hole back here, so the units could run through again. And Dogao will get his eco upgrades. And, oh my god, Uzi had another villager exposed. He's having a real issue with these wood lines. But how much of this is Uzi struggling, and how much of this is just Dogao being Dogao right now? Only mistake from Dogao is he didn't actually wall that. Militia and Scout will be desperate to get some revenge. Dogao pulls all the villagers to one side of the lumber camp. And that should be a snipe there for Uzi. So he gets the villager snipe. Small positive here, too, is that he's Hindustani, so he has the cheaper vills, which definitely is a good thing, and he snipes the scout. Just adding 2 spearmen for now, and now adding the range. It's really hard to convey to viewers who don't play at this level or try this build just how much multitasking is involved with the little militia builds. It's not even about the kills, it's about your eco setup. That militia rush could completely throw you off. I think the one thing that Uzi's been doing this whole time, which I kind of forgot about, is taking the food. So that's nice. That's more efficient than anything Dogao's been doing. But Dogao will have 2 more vills. And so with the 2 additional villagers, I'm sure he'll take that. I like the 2 spearmen addition. Because you didn't really have anything else to do with this. So I think that's fine. And Uzi comes back in. Villager's weak enough where maybe it could go down. But yeah, Dogao's still positioning everything to the one side of the lumber camp. Uzi making him work a little bit, though. In the end, Dogao should be fine. But Uzi's desperate now. And if he can get the blocking here, that could be another villain. No! Oh, he dies. She's on 1 HP. Yikes. I still want someone to create a mod where it's called, like, the realistic villager mod. And the efficiency rate of your economy is based on their HP. So, like, this villager would still be alive, but 1 HP wouldn't be working as efficiently as 40 HP, right? So she's working at, like, 2% efficiency. If someone could create that, that would be so fun. This is coming from someone who very frequently gets into this position where he almost kills a villager. We would have to ban poles, because pole villagers regenerate. But imagine how interesting that would be. Then weakening villagers would have such a big effect. And then, like, we'd see monks a bit more, too. Yeah, you could apply it to military as well. It's like, what if for military it was movement speed? So your unit is weak, so it moves slower. I don't know if that's possible to make, but that'd be really fun for content. Like, if I was 1 HP, I wouldn't work efficiently. Maybe make the pathing worse, too, because they can't walk properly. And, oh, God. Okay, Uzi saves those vills. Dogao's found him now. Can Uzi get another quick wall here? I think he should be fine. Well played. I think for Uzi, it's high-risk, high-reward situation. He will actually click up to Castle Age at a good time, and he's going back to stone. Okay, so he thinks Dogao will go full skirm, which would be correct. He has his own range units here to chase Dogao away. Golems are a good option here. But I think you need to commit a lot more to stone than 5. Dogao's nowhere near clicking up to Castle Age, but he's got 16 farms with good eco upgrades. I'm sure he's super happy to just make range units because Koreans have the superior and cheaper range units. But, I mean, Golems can change games if the opponent's playing range units. So, I like the decision from Uzi. He's got a lot more on stone right now. True, people might just delete their villagers if it's 1 HP. but it's like putting them out of their misery, right? Like, which is something that's maybe been done before. I don't know. I think it's funny. I imagine that's really difficult mod to make. I think Dogao's thinking that Uzi's completely out of his element right now. He doesn't see any blacksmith upgrades on the skirms. He's probably like, what is he doing? Why does he not have any upgrades? And based on how many villagers he kills, he probably thinks he's way ahead. But I don't think he's expecting the castle here. Your iFall, thanks for the 49 months at the start of the game. Just found a moment to say thank you for that. I think Uzi should just probably... it doesn't really matter what you do, but I guess you should probably just try and keep these skirms alive for later. Don't want to toss away military units. Dogao is already dropping a second barrack, so his plan probably to go for fire lancers with the wood discount. Uzi's behind in vills, gets to Castle Age, is not under immediate pressure. So we'll go for the second town center to recover the vill losses. Castle should go up soon, though, before Dogao gets range units. This is a bit risky here to go for the TC first. If you can get away with it, you obviously benefit, but think you can make an argument that the castle should have come up a little bit earlier here. Now he goes for the castle over there. I actually like that castle because it protects the gold, and eventually Dogao could come over this way. So it's very good forward thinking there. And Dogao will buy some stone back after selling it before. He'll move over this direction and drop a very nice second town center, and then he drops the third one over here. So same logic, protects the stone and protects the wood line. I think Dogao's confused. He's like, what is he doing? Still doesn't have any upgrades on the skirms. I wonder if he reads this. He saw the back stone. He had very good scouting. And he didn't get any ranged upgrades either. Yeah, now he sees the castle. Does anyone know how Fire Lancers do against Golems? Cost-wise, I think they should do really good because they're really cheap. I think they should be pretty solid against them. If they didn't have the discount, I'd question it a little bit more, but your opponent has to go for a castle, and your units are only spammed out of the barracks. Lancers will eat. I mean, if it's 50-50 for Dogao, it's better for Dogao, I would say. So 50-50 is even acceptable. If it's anything more than that, this could be not worth the risk for Uzi. Maybe he knows, though. Maybe he thinks Golems are not good here, and so he doesn't make many. T90, why are ladder ranks not showing up on all the games for the players like they usually do? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's really inconsistent. So I don't really have an answer for you. It's not because these are covered as recorded games either. Sometimes it works for Rex and other times it doesn't. It's more of a capture age issue. I don't really know. But I would say that Dogao's probably like 2,500, 2,600. Uzi's typically around 23 to 2,500 depending on what shape he's in. But because of TTL, the ladder has not been very active either. Players have not really been playing ranked nearly as much. They've been doing lots of practice sets. But yeah, I think for Dogao, it's just so nice. Like, his eco is so smooth. And now he's got a unit that doesn't cost any food to spam. And he's actually taking down the blacksmith, which is a big deal here. Uzi wants to wait for upgrades. So here come the Golems. The Golems don't have any melee armor, and the Lancers do, and the Lancers also have the ranged attack as well. I feel like Lancers should wreck them. I mean, Dogao has 2 upgrades. But yeah, he just completely wrecks them. This is not even close. So, yeah, Uzi thought that Dogao would just mindlessly stay on range units, but nope. Dogao switched to Fire Lancers perfectly. We'll take down the blacksmith, so it's even harder for Uzi to get any value. And Uzi's left wondering, what on earth do I make now? Going for a unique unit, just for that unique unit to die to a couple units from the barracks, is always pretty painful. I don't know if there's any bonus damage at play here for the Golems. Just double check here. I guess against shock infantry, they get extra bonus damage, but I don't think Fire Lancers are treated as shock infantry. I mean, Dogao is not shocked. Whether or not his units are shock infantry. I don't know. Oh, they are shock infantry? Is there a way? Does it show that classification in capture age? I guess maybe this is the shock. Well, that bonus damage isn't enough to make up for the stats, and I think the cost as well is the issue. Yeah, it shows it on the, maybe on the armor. Well, Dogao's just grinding down buildings here, no problem. He's got enough for a castle. He's got monks out to maybe get relics. Forward castle could be a good play, but it's not really necessary, I think, if you're Dogao. You're controlling the game. Dogao's not he's not a forward castle type of guy. Typically would take it slow, build the castle up at home to defend the front, and just be happy with the success he's having here. I want to see this fight on even numbers, and I want to see the fight on even upgrades, because now there's at least 1 armor upgrade for Uzi, and Forging's about to be in. Alright, so that wasn't bad. Wasn't a bad start anyways. Okay, the Golems looked better there. So maybe the initial fight was just due to the lack of upgrades. And yeah, maybe Uzi's got more potential than I thought. Dropping the 4th town center, again, still has really cheap vills. This is why you never go for the forward castle in that position, right? Your opponent's going to push you back. Having the defensive castle here allows you to secure more of the map. And now Dogao is getting even handcart, which he didn't have before. And he'll have armor and more attack on the Fire Lancers. So he'll still be 2 upgrades up. And melee attack is insane, dude. That's insane. Getting a melee attack... getting a ranged attack for a melee unit for free with no additional upgrades. And you don't need to upgrade anything to get to Fire Lancer. It's so unlike what AoE 2 units are balanced like. This Fire Lancer. I really wish it was a little bit more strategic, right? It's like, okay, Fire Lancer's good, but we have to upgrade the Fire Lancer upgrade. You know, we get the Fire Lancer upgrade, then we make the unit. Or it's like, okay, you want the ranged attack? Maybe let's plan around going to the university and upgrading that thing to unlock that. It's all caked in, which makes it really, really strong, especially with Koreans because the units are cheap. This is nerfed as well, by the way. They nerfed this unit. I think triple nerf. But clearly, Dogao's got more than enough here. Nice conversion on the outside. Still paying close attention. Now we have a defensive castle from Uzi. And Uzi's losing villagers. Uzi's castle might complete because he has the town center here, but he still can't kill these lancers very quickly. He never researched fletching this game, right? So the town center does very little. I think Dogao is almost destined to get 2nd place in this group. He's played super solid this game. And I think he'll deny the castle. He's building more towers to deny the map. That tower should also complete. He's just so solid, guys. Outposts around the map for vision, so he knows what's up. And tower will complete. So that just means no more gold for Uzi. No more stone here. It's first game. Uzi's a fighter. Uzi never resigns early. So he'll probably keep it up. But I think once he sees Imp, he'll probably choose to tap out here. T90 stat guy here. 13 of the 24 players in gold have been in platinum before. 3 of the 4 debutants are in the group stages. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Okay, let me reread that. 13 of the 24 players in gold have been in platinum before. 3 of the 24 players... So, like, 3 of the people who are new, you're saying, to gold? The fact that you're talking from platinum to gold and then saying debutants makes me confused. What I want to hear a stat on is how many players are in playoffs that have never been in gold before. That would be fun as well to hear. I know what the word means. It was 2 different stats, and I thought the stats were tied together, chat. But apparently they were separate. So I needed to clarify that. Uzi, my friend, I know you're in pain right now. Okay? But I was like, there's a way that the pain can stop. And the pain can stop if you call the GG. Yeah, Dogao just played super solid. But guys, as someone who's been the underdog before, as someone who has a lot of experience getting swept by really good players, let me just tell you, it's perfectly understandable what Uzi tried to do there, but he got punished. So, like, normally what you do is if you want to push in some hunts, you push in, you either push them in right away, which is what I think Dogao did, because Dogao gets both of them, right? Or you just push in 1. And considering he's going to go to the outside food, just pushing in 1 is still more than fine. What he tries to do is he tries to go for this build. But notice where Dogao's scout is. Dogao's already got the scout to find the targets and to find the opening to know what he's up against. And Uzi's still here pushing in the deer. So this push is anti-timing on your attack. But the best of both worlds is you get away with this. You push in that deer and you end up finding Dogao. But you're taking risks, right? And so he's taking this risk. He has no scouting. He's scouting late. He's running into the darkness. And then Dogao pops into the wood line and slices up his vills at just like the perfect time. So like same builds, But Dogao calculates it to perfection, and then Uzi is hoping to get damage. And then it gets even worse because Dogao knows this is coming because he scouted this, and then Dogao gets the quick wall damage in, to prevent from taking any damage. It's just the start from Dogao was just so high class. It was so good. Like, again, I've been there. Like, you feel like you need to take risks because you're the weaker player. So you take that risk, and then you get punished. But occasionally, let's say there's a 25% chance there it works out for you, and then that risk pays off. That's what you're banking on. So yeah. Dogao takes the first game on slopes. We've got Zimbabwe as Uzi's home map. Could opt for that, or he could opt for Valley. It's his choice. Kind of funny to me, though, that Dogao played that crazy game on Valley, and we're going to have Valley again. That was 4 rounds ago, but still. Here we go. What's up, Chestnut? Thank you. Welcome in. Yeah, I hope we get a crazy game. We've got Vietnamese for Dogao, we've got Turks for Uzi, and we've got Zimbabwe. So it's actually been a minute since we've had this. We haven't had a lot of games on this map over the last couple days. But this is the map that long-term is dominated by all the stone and gold in the north. But in the near term, in the short term, it's all about the hunt in the south. Some players have decided to take the risks. What do you think the underdog's going to do here, chat? You got to take the risk, right? $20 on the line. You're already relegated. He's probably going to go out for this. But Dogao knows about that, and Dogao has brought a scout here already. And if Uzi chooses to take this, Dogao could block. Now, I think if you get it far enough, you can easily house trick this, and you should be fine. No player in gold should ever lose this villager. Yep, you house trick it. Ah, that's the frustrating thing, though. The Rhino goes back. But you can't house trick on the little river terrain, so you have to get it beyond that. Yeah, Dogao will try again. Keep in mind Dogao's scout is weaker. And Dogao will maybe stand in the gate here. It's good work from Dogao. This gets a little awkward for Uzi, but he house tricks again. Well played. And he needs to save the villager now, and he could still get the Rhino. No, he misclicked it. No, he misclicked it. Oh, Dogao's shenanigans are paying off. Well, in the end, he can actually block Dogao now because he has the stronger scout, and he doesn't lose the villager. No, my God. He does lose the villager. And Dogao doesn't know that, but if he did know that, he'd be laughing right now. Dogao thinks that Uzi just outplayed him, but no. Wait, he's Vietnamese. Wait. He's Vietnamese, so he can see the opponent's town center. And if you look there, you can actually see the body. Look. Body. Oh my God. So, and I would double check that too if I were Dogao. Oh my God. Dude, that's crazy. Well played from Dogao. That's why you send the scout forward. But now Uzi's even more mad, so Uzi has to leave his scout here to stop Dogao from doing this. And Uzi's going to get Loom for this. And should be able to bring in this Rhino. I like the patient approach personally. I like what Dogao's done. Don't take the risk too early. Let your opponent take the risk. Here comes Uzi. Oh, how many is Uzi going for? Oh, we're about to get crazy here, guys. We're about to get crazy. Okay, so there's the Rhino, and then there's 2 elephants. There are more elephants if you look. Oh my God. Dude, don't get too greedy. Don't get too greedy here, Uzi. Oh, okay. Well, here he goes. From Dogao's perspective, Dogao doesn't have any of this scouted. Man, the elephants will not follow. They're trolling him. I hate it when that happens. Sometimes animals don't immediately react. What? The stupid baobab tree is too fat. Okay, there he goes. He gets 1. He's on the way. Now you have your scout here, so you can help. He's really mistiming this. Oh, God. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, we got 2. Now, Dogao's scout is pretty far away. Uzi's having a terrible time. You can block with your own scout here, Uzi. And they might as well get the Rhino while you're at it. There we go. All right. Block the first elephant. Now, the gate things get kind of awkward, because if the gate closes, then the units can't follow through. But as long as the elephants hold it open, yeah, there we go. Just please do not lose another Vil. Please do not lose one more Vil. Oh my god, that was so close. And oh my god. Okay, and then the rhino's trapped. Worth it. Worth it. Here comes Dogao. It's Dogao's turn. No loom for Dogao. Players should know there's always crocodiles on this very edge of this river. And now Dogao is hoping for there to be an elephant, an extra elephant down here, but Uzi actually stole it. So it's not exactly what Dogao's looking for. No one wants to make this trip for just one elephant, and if he makes the trip and Uzi sees it moving, that villager will die. That villager should die as long as Uzi's paying attention. Is Uzi looking? Uzi? Oh, he sees it. And no loom means the scout can just attack the villager outright. You don't even need to block. But yeah, okay, so now you house trick, but now no loom. And all right, Uzi doesn't attack. Dogao gets the quick walls. Dogao's scout will loop all the way over. Another Vil from Uzi? Bro. Again, but he's the underdog, right? He's already relegated. He's going to do some crazy stuff. Dogao has managed his eco much better. Reminder that you have 2 boars inside your base, so you don't really need that much food. Here comes Dogao. Dogao wants the elephant, but now the elephant's leaving. And he's like, dude stole my elephant. Like, new movie here. Okay, all right, elephant's going. He's not happy about it. He wants to do what he can to stop it. Now there's 2 elephants. Oh, God. Oh, God. Villager's very weak. Okay, house trick from Uzi. So he doesn't lose the villager to the elephants. But now his villager's too weak to stay here. Scouts are still fighting. Economies still need to be managed. And Dogao will just build the house there for now. But they do have economies to manage. And I think Uzi has struggled a little bit with the multitasking here. But he is on the way to feudal age. So is Dogao. Killing Dogao's scout would be so nice, but he just didn't notice that. Maybe he does now. Scale of 1 to 10. What do you guys think about this map? It's been so much more fun than I expected. Like, even if we don't see the elephant shenanigans at the start, which some players do, some players don't do, the rest of the map is really cool with the stone and gold. It's been a really nice replacement for arena. I'd give it a 10 personally. But I'm the guy who, you know, like, I approve the maps. I pick the maps, so there's not going to be many maps I'm not going to give a 10, to be honest. But it's been fun. I was really concerned about Coast Arena. I wasn't sure how that would go, and that's been really good. Okay, Uzi comes back again. It's just not worth it, though, guys. Here's the thing. It's just not worth it. Like, this villager... Here, let me look at the history of her life. She's been moving 20% of her life, and on food, 79% of her life. But the ratios of collecting resources is just going down. By the way, imagine if you could do this for your own life. You could select the little pie chart option. I wonder what percentage I've been moving. It's probably a depressingly low number. But, oh God, okay, here we go. Tell me what your ratios would be between moving, food, sleeping. Maybe that's not something we want to think about, but there she goes. And she could have been collecting resources. Villagers collect like 20, 30 resources per minute. But I guess you are gaining 800 food. And you might need that food, because if you use that food, then you can maybe get to the Imperial Age fast here with the Turks. But all right, she'll make it. Well played there from Uzi. And Uzi will use the TC to kill this off. No villagers will die. I'm sure of it. And well played. Beautifully done. That's what makes AoE special, though. It's like, there's pros and cons to a lot of different decisions. Technically, I think there's a con, but wood can be spent on other things now. I'm just a big villager efficiency guy. But then Dogao is to seed farms way earlier. Luckily for Dogao, his Civ has cheaper eco upgrades, so he doesn't need to spend the wood on the eco upgrades. And Dogao also has been using the zebra, been pushing in the zebra in the back, which is another detail both players should have. The zebra are actually here for Uzi. And, oh, there's a hole. Just passing, but if Uzi noticed that, oh, hello. Hello, Dogao. Dogao's like, crap. He found me. He really does not want to lose that scout. Run, run, run. Close the gate. Bam. Well played. Saves the scout. Drops the town center on the outside. Another town center here. Honestly, looking at Uzi's setup, it feels like a fast imp. Maybe 2 town center boom into fast Imperial Age is the plan. Because Turk's free chemistry is one of the biggest reasons they're strong on these maps. Yeah, 2nd town center. But the food count was looking pretty good. The problem is if you just go 2 TCs, then you just fall behind in Vills. You're almost always committed to 3. Dogao's scout, which is still super weak, is still getting so much value and sees the villagers are coming. That could easily be for a castle drop. We've seen that on this map. Fun detail. Scouts are 1.55 speed. Light cav is at 1.50 speed, which means that the free light cav upgrade for Uzi means he gets slower and he can never kill this. And Dogao will know that. So Dogao is moving with full understanding. He is 0.05 faster. And that's enough. And he sees the town center now. So that confirms a lot in Dogao's mind. Now he knows he probably needs some pressure here. What I wouldn't mind here, not right now because you need eco, but I would like to see Fire Lance or Siege. He did lose the scout. Looks like the town center got garrisoned and killed it. But yeah, Fire Lance or Siege. Go for a couple Fire Lancers with a Siege Workshop to pressure the town center. 3 TCs for Uzi, who will drop the monastery to get the relics. These are just random houses down here. Don't ask me to look down here. I'll probably do it 10 times this cast. Freaking Nikov told me. I messaged him after a series, a 1-3-0, and then he goes, yeah, I didn't even have time to put random palisades on the map, so viewers keep asking you to look in the corner. He's such a troll. But no, it's really annoying, right? Because you either have A, I look there, and it's like, oh, it's a unit, and then it's a random house. Or B, I stop looking there because I know it's a random house, but then you have a viewer who just showed up 2 minutes ago like, oh, T90's blind. Look in the corner. There's something in the corner. And then I look at it, and I'm like, guys, it's just a house. And then I have to do that 10 more times. Really annoying. Ooh, okay, Dogao. Quick walls. Ugh. Oh, boo. He tried, though. That would have been nice to trap that, because right now there's no way for Uzi to get vision otherwise. So, not bad. And yeah, monks are going to be around. Now, the relics are positioned in the corners. And the relics are positioned on like this, the middle-ish side. So I guess over here, the hill. Over here would be the zoo area. Or the swamp area. I don't know what you call it. But Dogao's still paranoid he's going to get castle dropped, while simultaneously maybe wanting a castle drop himself. But outposting out here with no vision is kind of risky when there's going to be monks. But he doesn't know that, because he never saw the monastery. And now he needs to run away. Uzi's played very well. He's behind in Vills, but so often on this map, having the stone and gold is critical. There's the barracks from Dogao. I think this will be a couple Fire Lancers to protect a castle position, if I had to guess. Oh, first time chatter here on Twitch. Nice. Hey, T90, new viewer here. What is that thing in the bottom right corner that Dogao is doing? See? Even the new people do it. And I made the mistake to bring it up, because, you know, now chat's just going to troll me even more. You guys are so funny. So funny. So unique. Uzi has done all the right things here. The outpost is awesome. You see the archer range now, so you know there could maybe be cav archers or something. Doesn't actually see the Fire Lancers. Dogao is actually bringing units to the south now. I don't know why he's prioritizing this position. Maybe he feels like he can't take this area. There is stone here, but he clearly, without the scout, doesn't really know where the gold is. There is always a little bit. So there is the 2 tiles of gold, but he can't see it. Izari, I deserve this, but also how dare you? He says, but if you don't look, there will be 20 Genoese crossbowmen there. That is completely unfair, okay? It was a chaotic moment. It was a unique game. Here come the Fire Lancers from Dogao. I'm wondering what the play is going to be for Imperial Age for Dogao. He seems a little confused. Like, he clearly wants to go for this position with Fire Lancers to take the map, but his opponent sees it every step of the way. So, Dogao's Fire Lancer investment doesn't do a lot. He now knows there's a castle and there's a siege workshop. And really, the main thing for Uzi now is get to Imp. You're getting all the relics. We'll actually have 5 relics. Probably won't end up getting the 6th. If you hold an early Imperial Age, you win this game now. It all comes down to getting to Imperial Age. I'd like to see Uzi buy food and then sell off the rest of that. Yep, there you go. Buy the food, sell off the rest of the wood, and then just idle for Imp. You should recognize you hold, you win, but it's also relatively tricky because Vietnamese have very good trash units, which can be strong against the Turks. In theory, Dogao could play Imp Skirm and Halb with Siege and still have enough gold to last. But can't last forever here. He's got 2,100 gold remaining in his base. Still doesn't see this gold down here, which is really unfortunate. That's such a big deal. 1,600 gold. Feels like winning the lottery. Somarak, thank you for the prime. Thank you, Man King, for the prime. What's up, D-Bent? D-Bent almost at 4 years. Sheesh. Yeah, that should be relic number 4. Relic number 5 is somewhere for Uzi. A concern for Uzi, this is a really easy trap to fall into. It actually is too much on stone. I see this a lot where players will have the gold secured, but they're not actually actively mining the gold there. I'd like to see at least 15 on gold here. That's something you can fix pretty easily. The T90 is elite. Janissary still not worth it. I think it's a good unit. The thing is so often Turks get the lead in the early game. An Imp. So, like, the base stats of the unit are so good that... And you need to pressure with bombard cannons typically to get the lead. That, like, you never really wait around with Turks for it. So it is an upgrade, but you're not going to see it as much. It's kind of like Conquistadors. Anytime the standard unique unit has really high attack, you're not going to see the upgrade as much, especially if the unit costs food. But no, it is worth it. Like, the additional range, as chat points out, is really nice. Because if it was just the attack, you'd be like, well, whatever. Like, what's a little bit of extra attack when the base attack stats are really good? I don't like this from Uzi. I think 1 or 2 more outposts could have changed the game, but he does see Dogao's siege workshops, and will instantly start with the bombard cannon. The Hussar's been running around to find that Dogao's down here. Dogao still was never able to find this other 2 tiles of gold. So clock is ticking for him, but he has Imperial Age skirms. But yeah, Imp skirms can't push your castle. So I think Uzi just needs to play bombard cannons, and you camp up. Eco's still pretty weak. Eventually, you want to play Hussar here. But Dogao's food and wood eco is so smooth, guys. Like, he's so solid. It's crazy. I think strategically, Uzi's had the better game. Just, like, getting the relics and getting the position. But Dogao will be able to max out with this. He finds more gold on the sides here, just sneaking over. He's got beautiful eco upgrades. And he picks Vietnamese, because Vietnamese don't need the gold. Wow, there's artillery now for Uzi. That's another thing, too. Is artillery cost is 600 food and 650 gold. So that's another reason why you're not going to get elite Janissary. But, I mean, artillery is an absolute must. So it's a good call. And, oh! Okay, well, he missed. But that's what he has the potential to do. think Dogao will basically be hoping to push with inferior siege. You can maybe sacrifice your skirms underneath castles at a certain point. But that's a long distance to run in towards these cannons that now have 14 range. Yeah, so good luck engaging there for your Dogao. What Dogao might need is a distraction. Like a little side attack or something. That way Uzi has to micro in different areas. But guys, Uzi... I guess it would be tough for him to get over there, but allowing Dogao onto some of these golds is such a big deal. But still, you just got to wait a little bit longer now until Dogao runs out. And his own eco is still cooking up. There should be no easy way for Dogao to get close to range now. Dogao did get siege engineers, so he's got 13 range. But again, skirms, like... Sorry to any skirms watching, but nobody cares if a couple skirms die. Skirms are trash units. You can throw them away. There's no gold cost attached to that. Bombard cannons, on the other hand, bombard cannons, they're valuable. I was not calling you trash, guys. All right? That's not what I meant. But yeah, Uzi's food eco is improving. Another castle in the back is always good. He's run out of some of the gold income in his base, so needs to shift some villagers around. Really tough to do that, obviously, when you're microing like all the time. This is interesting. Dogao is in his own base, trebbing the gate from Uzi. That's kind of weird. That's cool, though. I like it. Because it's not like Uzi can run into his base to take the trebs. I think Dogao is leaving his skirms to die because he doesn't want to let the hussars in. And the bombard cannon's still holding, still microing for Uzi. That's a nice find. And also, he already has a castle there, so if he gets raided there, it's no big deal. So many bombard cannons. Uzi accidentally kills his own hussars. He doesn't know his own strength yet. Whoo! Who here has played bombard cannon dodgeball before? It's a classic scenario. Basically, you have one bombard cannon, the other people have one bombard cannon, and you have rounds, and you... and you just have to keep your cannons alive, but... Now, there you actually play Mongols, so the siege is faster. Which is a bit weird, because Mongols don't actually get bombard cannon, but highly suggested. The OG was actually longbowman micro, but with the bombard cannons, it's the best. Big armies here, but the siege isn't there for Dogao anymore. He's lost his bombard cannons. Dogao knows that scenario. Now, can Dogao actually break this? Can he push? Because he's running out of gold here. Castle's still standing for Uzi. Uzi's bombard cannons could be focused down by the CA, though. And Uzi's still lacking some upgrades. His Janissaries are off to the side. I think you can tell with Uzi, right? Very solid player. Not quite at that level of perfection that we get used to for some of the highest level players with the micro. But the strategy's been solid here to get himself an extra 20 bucks. I do think getting elite now would make a lot of sense so he can outrange the cav archers. But he's holding. And now that hussars are here, he can go range the gold maybe. He did lose most of his cannons there. The one is super weak. The one's on 1 HP. You can see how good Vietnamese cav archers are. But pretty soon, Dogao should be out of all golds. And if he's out of all golds, he can't make the CA anymore. Repairs are there from Uzi. Nice attack round. Dogao runs up the hill. I think that these are all still good engagements for Uzi. I'm worried about his vills, though, guys. Like, his vill count is so low compared to Dogao. Dogao... I guess, actually, did Dogao just delete vills? I could have sworn he had 140. I don't know what happened there. Maybe I misjudged it. But it's fine. As long as you're not losing your own castle, it's fine. But he needs attack upgrades on hussars. He just never really has had the food. He's trying to add the farms now. But also, he has to consistently micro here. I'd repair this castle with as many villagers as you can get. And then wait for your chance to use the bombard cannons against the trebs. Dogao's got the skirmishers on the front lines, taking down the Janissaries. You've got the cav archers on the back line. Dogao should know the bombard cannons will make their move, so he's making his move towards the bombard cannons. Loses one treb. The bombard cannons are getting attacked. They just get clicked onto the trebs. I don't mind that. That's fine. You gotta save your castle. Oh, castle goes down. But you can just rebuild it. You still take the trebs. Dogao loses most of his cav archers there. There's no attacks over here. Those are just random units. And he just rebuilds it. And that's before we see elite on the unique unit and before we have any attack upgrades on the hussars. This can only get better for Uzi. And Dogao is now out of gold. Man, if only there was a civilization bonus that where your lumberjacks gave you gold income. That would be cool. Oh, wait. He's literally playing that civ. My bad. I mean, Dogao probably should have researched that, but just maybe forgot. I think pros consistently don't research that when they're on a timer. But imagine if that gave you just enough gold to push up that hill. It'd be different if you were spending gold for this tech, but the fact that it's just food and wood means you should always research it, in my opinion. I think Uzi's going to get the win. I'll tell you what Uzi does to win this game. You ready? Just raid down here. You know there's eco down there. Just go raid, dude. Hussars there. Like, I don't know about sending the Hussars here. That feels kind of out of place, but just attack anywhere else and Dogao's wide open. There's the technology we were talking about for Dogao. Yeah, the Hussars will look around. Feels like he's missing husbandry still. The Hussars are moving really slow. But there he can get some damage. Dogao will run around the back. Uzi still doesn't have, like, fletching or ballistics for the castles. There's so many upgrades he can get. The castles aren't really protecting him much. So both players are going to lose vills. Oh, man, I can tell the lack of experience and the panic from Uzi. Castle in the back of his base to defend. Fire Lancers are in here. And now Dogao's maybe got a chance to push the middle again, but Uzi's definitely looking like he wants to push him. I wouldn't push at all, man. I just camp. Camp until you're 200 pop, and then you start to push. I'm worried for Uzi. I feel like he can't deal with these cav archers. I feel like those fire lancers are going to create some chaos. I'm worried he's going to overextend with his bombard cannons. Lose the bombard cannons, and then Dogao will have enough to push. Then again, Dogao has no siege. And Uzi should be getting those techs. Like, the techs are just a matter of time. And now he's getting elite Janissary. Okay. He's 45 on food. Dogao does not. Yeah, Hussars are coming down here, which Dogao will see with the Halbs. Dogao might eventually find the relic as well. Very unlucky to still not see that or this gold. But cav archers are still finding damage. Very rare that someone has this many castles on the hill. Our cav archers able to find their spots, but Dogao able to do it. A little worried for Uzi right now that he's letting this one slip. He does not really have the answers to the Vietnamese CA. They're very strong. Oh man, that's quite the choke point there behind that cliff. And now Dogao is able to run through. Okay, snipes the cannons. Not bad. And he gets away. Worker efficiency last minute for Uzi is 49%. The wood line's probably a mess from before. Halbs could run through again. He's forgotten that. And Dogao, though, still running into a castle. And now it's elite Janissaries that have their crazy hats. But more importantly, 22 attack and now 8 range. So they outrange the CA and the skirms. Halbraids, when your opponent's playing Hussar, is actually a great play. Because their fast unit that's going to come over and deal with this is... I mean, it gets countered. Finally, fletching comes in for Uzi. And now Dogao comes... Now Dogao's coming over again! Come on, Uzi. You can do this. Clearly is struggling to compete against a gold caliber player who could potentially be platinum. We know he'll be silver next season. Can he stabilize his eco, though? Dogao needs to keep the same process going. And Uzi, I actually don't hate that castle, because if you don't place the castle there, you're sending your army back, and then Dogao could push you, and Dogao will try again. Uzi's got the cannons, and the elite Janissary should shred this. The castle's stronger as well. I don't know if there's enough army from Dogao to break this. The bombard cannons can snipe from so far. One treb down. The next treb should go down, and then he can just back up again. Right to the castle. Perfect. Oh, God. He's still losing so many vills, but Dogao's army will probably go down, and Dogao's still without gold. How long do we go until Uzi's out of gold? Looks like we go quite a while. He still has gold around. He just the composition is more than fine, but he just needs to have a stable eco, which he hasn't had in a very long time. Farm count needs to rise, and then he's good. Maybe a few more castles and a few more upgrades for those castles. Yeah, and Dogao maybe has one more chance. I mean, he's Vietnamese. He gets wood from chopping the trees, so technically he's got a lot more chances because there's a lot more trees. But if you're not actively fighting here, then you can lose your castle. Then you can lose the heart of your eco as well. And Uzi will start to raid a little bit. Dogao will bring all of his CA back. It looks like he's thinking about it anyways. That raids will happen in the corner. But the Cav Archers come through. I think that's worth the trade, though. Like, in these circumstances, the CA cannot deal anymore. And Dogao's just sent all of his halbs back to chase a couple hussars, which is really annoying. And Dogao is another Treb, which, ooh, kind of almost gets sniped there. 50 on food for Uzi now. It was like 25 before. 135 vills. It was about 110 before. Blacksmith upgrades are still super late. Needs more gold, of course, which he'll get. And he even has some monks in there to heal up, which is always a nice touch. I think Uzi will win this game, guys. And what we want is we want some drama in the group. Uzi winning these next two games makes the Margu Kingston step very interesting. Dogao's confirmed for playoffs, but we don't know which position. A sweep here would confirm him into second place. But if he were to lose 2-1 or even win 2-1, no confirmation he's second place. Yeah, and now we have Uzi getting Bodkin as well. He's getting all the techs that he didn't have before. Able to snipe another Trebuchet because Turk bomber cannons are just insane. And he's just being super patient. Finally, his mind is able to settle a little bit. It's good patience. He's not being overly patient either. It's still kind of dangerous against this much trash. Turks can really struggle against halbs and skirms. So the hussars dancing on the front is probably the best play. And then the bombard cannons need to focus on the cav archers or any trebs that are out there. And look how fast Dogao lost his halbs there. But also look how fast Uzi lost his hussars. I think Uzi has the right idea. Definitely needs to raid though, so Dogao can't just fight in the choke point. Unless of course fighting in the choke point is so strong it's completely fine. Guys. Oh no, it's this monk that's healing. Okay, there were monks there from Uzi at one point. And Dogao loses 3 trebs! His trebs stacked and he loses 3 of them. Yikes! Oh my god, well if Dogao's gonna win this game, it'll be in another 20 minutes then, because it takes a long time with only 1 relic now to build up to 3 more trebuchets. But it kind of feels like Dogao can continue just tossing away skirms and halbs for a while. Maybe not, though. His units are still dying pretty quickly. If he loses this castle, that's really bad for him. Still think he's super exposed over here, but it's awkward for Uzi to get over there. I think if he sends any of his pop anywhere else, he could have big issues. I just want to see Bracer and Ballistics. I love the Hoardings upgrade for the castles. I think Bracer and Ballistics, and then suddenly these castles become so much stronger. But yeah, maybe Uzi runs out of gold at some point. But even if that happens, he ends up having the 5 relics. But if Turks are only relying on 5 relics, that might not even be enough gold. Okay, Ballistics now, finally for Uzi. And Dogao's pushed him back a little bit. The Hussars will go for the raid on the left side, where he knew there was a wood line. Dogao has 2 cannons here, and will actually snipe a cannon. Okay, not bad. I like the idea from Dogao to try and raid the sides. Maybe he needs to raid the middle instead of the sides because he knows there's a castle back there. That might be the play. Use your castles, or sorry, use your trebs to push here and then get into the heart of Uzi's eco, and then Uzi will panic. Bombard tower for Uzi. I like that. There go the Hussars looking for kills. Dogao quick-walled the wood line. Just waiting for Bracer to come in. Castle already has 15 kills. With Bracer, it would have so much more. And, ooh! Man, there's so many cannons. Hussars are fully upgraded now. Janissaries are fully upgraded now. 2k gold in the bank for Uzi. And Dogao, another bombard cannon down. He's on one cannon. But he keeps fighting. But Uzi's about to push to kill him now. Uzi will drop the bombard towers. And if there's Turk bombard towers there with everything that's already been a problem, oh god. Okay, bad day to be a Hussar, I guess. Still a big issue for Dogao. Dogao will still need defensive castles. And the bombard towers will still have a lot of range, even though they won't be fully ranged because of the lack of bracer. Yeah, Dogao will run in here, and he will just lose everything. Every unit here dies. It's just a matter of if he can save his castle, and he can. Bombard towers have 4 kills already. More Hussars will replace the Hussars that die. More bombard towers will complete. And, like, Dogao's sniping gold units, but his opponent has nearly endless gold. So this doesn't get any better for Dogao. It's a bit confusing, but Bracer actually affects bombard tower range, yes. They don't fire arrows, but it does affect the bombard tower range. So it can be 8+5 range. It's 8+4 because of no Bracer. So if you're making bombard towers, definitely get all those other upgrades. Dogao is sending halbs even from this corner back here in a panic. But I think Uzi's broken him. Look at the KD. Dogao can spam trash units forever, but he just loses units so quickly that eventually, if Uzi can continue this push, all the production's pushed, all the eco's gone. Looks like last stand time for Dogao. Uzi's repairing the trebs, though, which is a really good call. The bombard cannon back there, I believe he sees. Yeah, he's focusing on it with his own bombard cannon, and he gets it. And then he backs up with the other bombard cannons perfectly, too. Guys, he's made a lot of cannons in this game. These 8 cannons have 88 kills. There will be legends written about these 8 cannons in the history books. And honestly, probably the Janissaries as well, with the 100 kills themselves. GG. Dogao, who won 2nd place, will need to fight on for another victory and hope that Margu or Kingston doesn't get more wins in the next series. Nice performance there from Uzi. I think that game is a perfect example of exactly who Uzi is as a player and his caliber. Like, honestly, the whole way through. The risks he took with the villagers, like some of the struggles in the Dark Age, but then his position in Castle Age and how strong it was, while simultaneously being a bit late to some techs and having some really big problems finishing Dogao. Dogao was able to make it difficult, but in the end, the core of the strategy wins the game, and Uzi just held the stone and the gold there and played patiently with the bombard cannons. Dogao had more wood and food, but he just hit a wall there. He wasn't really able to do too much with the wood and food at a certain point, and 10k extra gold collected is pretty damn good. 2-0 KD is also pretty damn good. And yeah, we'll move into game number 3. Well played to Uzi. Bombard towers kill so quickly, it makes unit turnover so quick that it burns Dogao's res much faster, and he can't keep producing because of that alone T90. Yeah, it was just another thing that Dogao had to run into. I think Bombard Tower was a great call. I think that game is very winnable without the Bombard Towers, but when you have the stone and the gold, it's something you should definitely do. So, it's just... And it doesn't take up population space either, right? So you've got towers that... Like 5, 6, maybe 20 towers that are essentially military units for you. All right, so it'll be Valley next. And Valley is Dogao's home map. And now game number 3. Let's go. All right. Actually, you know what? Hold up. We're coming back. I want to look at the odds. I need to remind myself of the odds here. I've been doing that all the other last rounds. I need to do it here. Okay, before we get into game number 3. So, live standings at the moment look like this. Dogao 68% for second place, 31% for third. Basically, if Margu were to win, as is, let's say Dogao loses the next game, if Margu passes him, Margu would take second place. Still, chances for Kingston as well to get playoff position. But if Dogao won second place in the group, he wants to win this next game to have very strong chances. Not quite as intense as what we had in the final games the other day, but still important. What do you guys think? If you just had to, pick players, right? Pick a top 24. Would you put Dogao in there? Would he be platinum for you? That's obviously not how it works. We don't just pick people. They have to earn their standing. But I think he'd be in my top 24. I don't know where exactly he'd be. Some in chat saying no. I don't know. Go down the list. He's in the I would say he's in the top 24. So that would, at least for me, mean that he's platinum quality. But he's got to actually prove that and earn that here. So that's why the playoff position is so important, especially because if you fall in the third place and go playoffs, you have a harder matchup in theory. Dogao comes forward with the scout, looking for the lame, just misses the boar. And Uzi is going to go forward to try and take the boars as well. And Dogao can't see his forward boar. But I don't know if Uzi's actually looking for that or what. If Uzi wants this board, Dogao could take it. It's been in the back of the player's base. Usually players are not going to take those. But he seems to be waiting right now. Brings in his board at home. Brings it in very early as well. He probably would have brought in the forward one if he knew it was there. I think he's expecting Uzi to be around for that, and then Uzi doesn't show up, and now he leaves. Or, sorry, the boar leaves. Dogao's going to steal it. So, nice show of patience there. I wonder, did Uzi know that was there? Hold up. That's kind of a big deal, right? Was it? Oh my God. Bro, that's so unlucky. Well, he'll actually see it now. If he looks over here, he'll actually see the boar is leaving. But Dogao will get the steal. Meanwhile, Uzi found the very forward boar, which is probably the one to be more paranoid about. And I think he saw it. I think he saw it. Because he stopped pushing in the deer. And here he comes with the scout. So the problem with stealing from the back of your opponent's base is they have a lot more time to react. But Dogao's halfway there. And Uzi would have to get the block here. Let's see what happens with the chickens. Because the chickens can block a little bit. Also, chickens are Gaia, which share boar vision. So that Gaia vision, you basically never going to lose that boar in the middle. But if at any point now Dogao leaves Gaia vision, which would only be that boar, then he would end up losing this. He's weaving back and forth. His TC's close. Nice blocking there from Uzi. He'll block again. Dogao's expecting it. More blocking. Dogao stands in the perfect spot. Wait a second. Did you see what I saw, chat? I have to rewatch that. Okay, boar goes under. I swear, though. I swear that the boar should have stopped chasing. I swear. There's patches all the time. Yeah. Right there. Right there. That's it. That's the exact frame. So that, to me, based on what I understand, that boar should have stopped, and Uzi could have saved the boar, and the boar should be on the way back. I don't know. Maybe we don't realize that the whole scout has to be out of frame or something like that. But anywho, Dogao, the boar ends up continuing. Dogao gets the lame, and Uzi no longer has the boar. The boar saw the house. Yeah, but the house didn't attack him. You're not angry at the whole village. You're just angry at the scout that attacked the boar. So, unfortunate for Uzi. Oh, God, and Uzi gets housed as well. So he worked so hard to get the block. He forgets the house. He gets loom. Getting lamed on this map is so brutal because you can't just recover and push in 4 deer, right? So there are some available deer to push in the middle, but now he's pretty committed onto the front of his base. I haven't seen that before. It shouldn't matter what the boar is doing in terms of its attack animation. It should just straight up stop if it doesn't see the enemy scout. T90, someone said it was attacked by a Vil. It was attacked by a Vil after, though, right? I can watch later, but I think it was attacked by a Vil after that. Wait, Dogao lost a villager, though. So Dogao was so busy, he actually lost a villager to this boar. So the boar giveth and the boar taketh away. It shows how much micro they had there. Dogao's scout is also very weak, which influences any attacks. And he will lose these 2 sheep. Yeah, Tachi, I heard about that announcement. Honestly, I don't know how it would look because the way chat shows on both platforms is very different, but Twitch just changed the rules recently, so if you're multi-streaming, you can have the chat from both show into the chat. I'm super on board with integrating chats as long as there's a way I can make it all look similar and look good. But this was just announced the day before, I think. Or maybe 2 days ago, so I have had no real time to be able to test that. Dogao found his sheep. Obviously, he had 3 boars, so he should have plenty of food. And he has the sheep. And then Uzi has just pushed in one of the deer there. Uzi's on the way up. This is manageable. He's out of the Dark Age farm. Luckily for him, he's Khmer, so he doesn't need the barracks. If you needed to go barracks and stable right now, that would mean you can't farm to recover, which kind of hurts. So having Khmer does kind of save him here. And, oh, this would be such a good find. Oh, wait. No, I think he saw it. Caught a glimpse. I think he knows that Dogao is over there and he really wants to snipe that scout. But how long do you really want to chase into the darkness like that? I think Dogao also knows that he's there. And Dogao can see the deer moving. And so now Dogao oh, Dogao's going to also take the deer. Okay. He debates against it. I think Dogao might be a little bit surprised by the uptime. He might actually trick himself. He might think, I'm 19 pop, so I have a 19 pop uptime. But Dogao, you're only 19 pop because you lost a build. This is a 20 pop uptime. That's funny. That's funny. I could be wrong, but I think there's some logic to it. He thinks I stole his boar. I'm 19 pop. He can never go 19 pop, but he's only 19 pop because he lost the Vil. So now his scout's dead. I think you know your opponent will be going scouts. And, ooh, this is the first time I've seen this build in a really long time. And this will now be archers and scouts from Uzi. So you lose the boar. You're now going archer, scout at the same time. This is tough to do. It's really bad for your economy, essentially. But I'm wondering what happens here from Dogao, because he just sees the range. Does he also see the stable? He should back away with the spearman because the town center's there. And Dogao's looking... Oh, and he sees both now. Okay, so if you see this, guys, you just simply sit at home with your scouts. Your opponent cannot make spearmen with their archers. And just inherently by adding the range and also putting villagers on gold, it hurts the production of the scouts. So there's really no real reason for Dogao to be too terrified here now that he has this knowledge. I think you just chill. I would expect Uzi to struggle producing as many scouts as Dogao. And you're just hoping that Dogao can make enough scouts to beat both of them. There's a reason you don't see this very frequently, especially when you lose a boar. But, I mean, Uzi's the underdog, so there's some reasoning for taking these risks. His first 2 scouts are here, both players micro, but Dogao gets the kill. And Dogao, so far so good. He's adding the pastures as the Khitans. The walls on the left side is still pretty open over here. But yes, he knows that his opponent will be on golds. He knows his opponent will have archers coming more than the scouts. What's up, Tuckerism? Thank you for the prime. Thank you, Bolts. Thank you, One Time Pad. Thank you, Flair, for the prime, too. Sorry, missed it. Feeling for Uzi right now because of that boar situation. It definitely feels like, if not a bug, some investigation needs to be happening as to why that happens. Because it's normally very instant. But he's recovered nicely from it. We have a first-time chatter that is advertising their TikTok. Buddy, you picked the wrong community to advertise TikTok to. I mean, I do have a TikTok, but if you're gonna... Come on, dude. If you do some research before you try and promote yourself, just showing up randomly. Welcome, I guess. I guess he's been banned now. It's probably a bot. Range from Dogao. He knows the archers will probably be following up. The idle TC for Uzi is all because he's tried to go scouts and archers. That's expected. But he has fletching now. Dogao didn't see fletching, so you can tell why this can work. Because the pressure hits very quickly. Uzi's a big army numbers player. At least on the open maps. Economy's looking solid. Dogao's still holding, though. Dogao just being patient. Will mass a couple skirms behind, which his Civ can do 15% faster. And in the end, I think Dogao is okay here. But he's been now down 2 villagers. Lost the one to the boar and now lost one to the opponent. And just keep looking back at Uzi's eco. Of course, he's not walled, right? So if there's ever a counterattack, he could have problems. But his eco's looking really smooth. Looking really smooth. Safi, thanks for the 5 months. But yeah, I think I will try and integrate YouTube and Twitch chat under the same screen, assuming I can get it to look good. And props to Twitch for making the change there. I always thought it was a stupid rule, anyways. The rule to me felt like Twitch didn't want other people to know there were options, right? It's like, please, like, you have to prioritize us. But I think Twitch, I was also realizing, like, a decision like that just makes people think more negatively on Twitch, you know? So whoever decided to pull that one back probably made the right call. But it's just different, though, because, like, the way emotes work and sub-badges and everything work, I don't know. There's probably going to be people coming up with programs that make it look good. But YouTube has that to look forward to. Potentially, once we work that out. Dogao's counterattacks here. Villagers are now inside the house. This is a problem. Dogao's defended. And Dogao now can counter. And Dogao just still sitting at home behind the walls. Has the skirms against the archers. Uzi will lose these vills if he doesn't get home fast. And this is smart. He fights back with the vills and then whoop, right back inside. Gives himself an extra second. Kills the scout. Whoop, right back inside. Nice. And is on the way to Castlades. That's nice defense. Well played. So I think these villagers probably need to leave once they finish that berry bush. And now he's on the way up. Definitely a state of the game where you can't move out anymore. You probably just need to defend. Dogao's got forging on these scouts, and you can't even make spearmen because you skipped the barracks. So, but that's not awful. Might feel bad to lose the scouts, but you killed two scouts as well. The problem is going to be without scouts, you can't necessarily deal with skirms. Hepu says, coming from StarCraft, why don't AoE2 players snipe rallying units? Seems like Dogao could have been able to kill those 4 archers walking all alone. I would have to go back. If you remind me, we can talk about it. People will consistently try and snipe reinforcements, if that's what you mean. But Dogao didn't really have a healthy scout number or upgrades to deal with archers for a bit there. So what you're describing does happen, but I never saw a situation where I thought Dogao had the HP. He had very weak scouts, and he had no upgrades then. But now he's got the upgrades. And this is the perfect time for him to force the fight, because upgrades are about to be in for Uzi. Uzi feels forced to save the wood line. I think just back up, though, Uzi. Just take your time. Save the villagers. You can move there. And now you can go for crossbow, and suddenly Dogao's position could look very weak here. Now, YouTube chat, I see you. I have YouTube chat up. I see you. Not sure I missed anything there. Except you guys saying that I don't see you when I see you. Scouts will trade against the skirms, which is awesome. It's exactly what you want. I just think Uzi's eco is a bit out of balance here. You never want 17 on golds. You really want to have, like... So really the ratios is about 4 on gold per archer range. It's okay to go to 9 or 10 or something that's not... It's not an exact science. But 13 is not what you want. He's pulling vills from there over to farms in the woodline, but he really just needs a TC on this woodline, and he can balance it all out perfectly. Now, Dogao can mass the skirms up again, no problem. Losing that was not ideal, but he can always mass more. He's dropped the tower. And he also sends the scouts into the gold, which is exposed, and snipes the villager. Nice find. Annoying for Uzi to deal with that. Dogao's still 60 seconds away from Castle Age. His eco has been flowing so steadily, though. And as long as he stays protected, as long as he just moves away from the wood lines, dances her a little bit, I think he can still snag a lead skirm and deal with these crossbows. The Stonewall was super clutch from Dogao. He's moved his villagers to the last possible second multiple times here. Usually moving off of your wood lines like this is also really bad. It's inefficient, but he has the market, so I think he can just sell food, buy wood, and probably get to a lead skirm. Still worried about Uzi. I feel like Uzi's whole playstyle has been kill quickly. The balance is still kind of brutal. But props to him, man. I mean, I think I'm more so worried about him just because I know he's the underdog. But he has really played well the last 2 games. He sees both the wood lines are idled right now. He sees it'll be a lead skirm. But yeah, in about 45 seconds, Uzi can no longer deny these wood lines easily. Yeah, Nilla Wafers, we might actually see it in the next series. Wouldn't surprise me. Uzi, an army here. Uzi, some army here. Uzi, some army here. But yeah, now there's skirms on each wood line. Now Dogao can go back to the wood line. Dogao still with a villager lead. And finally, this is what I was waiting for. Uzi can take another wood line and also protect his eco there too, which will be really important soon. Surely Uzi is the underdog because Dogao is the big dog. Is that what Dogao stands for again? Yeah, that's a good joke. I like that. Dogao, he just needs to get his boom going at this point, right? He doesn't have his TCs yet, but he's got such a strong army. And what you now your problem in Uzi's position is you've added knights, but you don't actually have the eco to make more than 4 knights. So if these 4 knights don't get value, you have big problems. And Dogao should know that. Dogao realizes he shouldn't overextend. He already has some camels waiting for this moment. So, looks kind of brutal, but I think he can fall back. And I think with the camels there, the skirms can come right back home. And that's good because the cav archers have run through. Does Dogao notice that? I'm assuming he saw that, but he didn't pull the villagers yet. Okay, he knew. Just pulled a little late. Skirms are there, and now the cav archers get forced away again. And now Dogao drops the second TC. Really nice game here. Really messy game. Like, oh, quick walls from Dogao? It's funny that does nothing because there's no villagers around. One of the rare situations where someone doesn't have villagers next to their town center. But yeah, eco upgrades look really good. 2 town centers for both. The eco's improving for Uzi, so maybe could produce more knights. It's important he didn't end up losing his knights to the camels. And it's the exact matchup we saw in the Prisma Veleza game yesterday. And in the Prisma Veleza game, the Khitans kind of felt awkward in the late game. If Khmer can play full knight and full cav archer, it could become very strong. And Dogao just moving out here, and Uzi just keeps surprising him, man. He's so aggressive. Oh, what a crazy find. So frustrating if you're Dogao because you had the army right here, but you didn't want to wait for too long, and oof. Yeah, I mean, well played from Uzi. And the beauty is there's no ballistics for Dogao either, so the cav archers can also get away. So, regains the villager lead. Does get housed a little bit. But is dropping the 3rd TC in the back, and yeah, just needs to get out of here with his army now. Now Dogao's coming in with ballistics. But the goal for Uzi here is by the time these skirms ever advance out into the middle of the map, he wants to have knights. Like a big knight eco. He still only has 10 on food, though, so it's not very realistic right now. This is how Uzi plays. I played against him a bunch. He's very scrappy. He makes lots of armies, and he just keeps sending it. And sometimes he'll just overextend and lose his army and it looks bad. Like right here, he's using the other army as a setup so he can come back in here. But Dogao knows now. Dogao's like, bro, I know what you're up to. I'm going to wait. Wait till my town center's completed at least. I think there's an argument that as far as Cav Archer civs go, the Khitans are the better CA civ. And that's not what Veleza ended up opting for in that other game I referenced. Thumb Ring is available. You can also get Heavy Cav Archer and Castle Age as the Khitan. So what you don't get is Bloodline. So your units are just not quite as tanky. I like this a lot, though, because you already have the ranged upgrades. And now you've got food eco set up for 3 town centers, and you don't have to spend any food on skirms because you have a group of skirms. So triple range for Dogao could be very easy to justify. He's just got 2 for now. But he's on stone in the back. Uzi's on 4 TCs. Uzi will also be on stone in the back. And here comes Dogao with the raid. But Uzi, nice damage control. Wow. Who here's watching Uzi for the first time today and is just like, damn, this guy's all right. He's playing well. For a relegated player, he's playing really solid. I think right now he's at 4 wins, right? And to survive, it would have had to been 6. So unfortunately, in the earlier rounds, it didn't happen. But remember the other people in the group. Jordan's in the group. Margugu's in the group. Kingston's in the group. Ganji's in the group. Literally every player but Uzi has been in platinum before. And this is the first time he's been in gold. He's playing really sharp. Still think the game can go either way. And I still think Dogao's maybe scaling better with his civilization. It is 3 ranges now. Heavy Cav Archer can be clicked in a second, which means he would have +1 attack and a bit more HP on the CA. But, oh god, he overchopped. He overchopped. Villagers will go down, and Uzi again finds more raids in Dogao's base. And other players go back, not Uzi. Uzi just dives. I like it. You're not going to get this many opportunities against the better player, so you just send it, man. And make Dogao work hard for this win. And if Dogao doesn't get the win, that's really good news for Margu and potentially Kingston in the next series. Dogao, as is only 1 win ahead of Margu. Margu could win 2-1 if Uzi wins this and go into 2nd place. Well, now you're trapped. And that's why you don't dive. But if you're going to lose your army, losing your army in the back of the opponent's eco is probably ideal. But yeah, now you're going to lose a lot of army, and you'll need some defense prepared. I think a defensive castle, skirmishers could make sense, but yikes. Ugh. Was it worth it? I wish he would have just stayed on the hill and took the fight that way instead of trying to escape, but he probably thought there was a way out. That's worth it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's worth it. He drops ranges now. He'll play in towards skirms. It probably wasn't worth it. But whatever. You can't sit here just wondering if it's worth it against Dogao. You just go for the kills. Castle in the back, which I wasn't expecting, but he does have a lot of his res in the back. I would have preferred the castle here. I feel like the town center already protects this area. But he was worried that castle could get denied. So, I guess it's understandable. The issue is, he needs a lot of skirms to deal with this many CA. And now, for the first time in a long time... Well, I was about to say Dogao is going to have full map control, but he does get raided here. But pretty much full map control for Dogao. Uzi into the houses, using the Khmer bonus again. We'll lose some vills, though. Skirms will chase this down. But if Uzi gets full armor on the skirms, this is still fine. Heavy CA will do more damage against these skirms than other civs would. At least in Castle Age, because it's the only civ that gets heavy CA in Castle Age. So you're right now doing 9 damage against only 4 pierce armor. So you definitely need the armor in. Oh god, there's a hole. But Dogao is to make the same decision that Uzi just made. Do you dive? Or do you leave? And he will leave. Yeah, definitely a difference. He doesn't want his army to be... he doesn't want to lose the army control. And a lot of these fights have been taken before the armor upgrade came in. And even still, I feel like the CA will do a pretty good job. Dogao backs off. Dogao also cleared up the raiding army. Dogao also got a relic. He has another army moving this way, which could deny that relic. And lack of mobility for Uzi is going to be a real issue. His units are all going to be super slow now, just running back and forth with skirms. Captain Trips says, being a noob to AoE2, it seems that melee units aren't used a lot. Kind of like cav archers and skirms and other mounted units with siege is all we see. It's map dependent. In the games that we've seen today, we've seen a lot of ranged units, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, basically the strong things in AoE2, speed and range. If you can really use them perfectly, you tend to see them be very strong. But, viewers, let's give some perspective. So, for, you know, some regular ELO, regular Joes out there watching, be honest. What happens when you make ranged units? It's heavy micro. It's very easy to overextend with ranged units, and you just get splatted, and it looks bad. So, yeah, you're definitely right. At the high level, you tend to see the ranged units just because players have more skill. Melee units tend to be much better at mid to low rank, so it depends. Thank you for your honesty, chat. I mean, Dogao will be faster to the Imperial Age. Dogao will have multiple relics. Dogao has the mobility right now, which means he can just move away from the skirms if it's a bad engagement. Dogao's got a perfect position right now. I think in the back of Dogao's mind, he should also recognize that this is not a game that he can allow to go very late. The Khmer are definitely the more dangerous civilization with the fully upgraded hussars, the full armor. I don't know, just lacking bloodlines, eventually you hit a bit of a wall with the Khitans, but that's why you go imp faster. And Dogao will get the imp upgrades here in a second. He's got double blacksmith, I think, to get the upgrades. As skirmishers get found in the middle, he's a little out of place there, but he does find units in the back as well. A beautiful find from Dogao. Uzi's never expecting units to be there. T90, that's why I just spam Goth champions and Huskarls. I never need to micro with them. Yeah, it's a genuine thing. Like, there's logic to it. I coach my uncle, who's, well, formerly 0 elo, and I just always give him units that just get good value for what they are. In my uncle's case, he's a noob, so he has an issue producing lots of units. So I tell him to make the units that are super tanky, right? Like the Vietnamese elephants. Because I know he might only make like 50 units. I want him to be the strongest units possible. So there's logics to all levels. Dogao, though, he's just raiding both sides right now. He's pressuring over here with the CA, pressuring over here with the CA. Uzi just has nowhere to go, and if he does move forward, he's just going to run directly into castles. Just perfect from Dogao. Ultimately, Dogao wants to push the middle of the map, but to open up opportunity in the middle, which he can see with the outpost, by the way, he's just still pressuring the sides. He didn't actually have Bracer this whole time, and these cav archers have been that strong. Okay, but finally, I think the skirm upgrades are coming in. And Uzi hopefully can re-wall this. It was unfortunate this gate got taken down. These cav archers will go down. These cav archers, oh my god, they're still here. Oh my god. So annoying if you're Uzi. But finally he's going to clear them. And he goes for a elite ballista elephant. Wow. But honestly, if there was a unit that you could go full boom into that just cannot be stopped by a lot of civs, it would be the elite ballista elephant. But you need to be full walled because you don't want to be raided to death. So there's a gap there that needs to be walled. I'm pretty sure there's a couple gaps in there. He does have a lot of golds, even without the relics. So Dogao is just going to raid him to death. I think if you were to ask Dogao would think he would never lose this game. Let's see, though. You know what Dogao should do? He should treb the trees. don't treb the wall, because then your opponent gets a heads up. Treb the trees. I don't think Dogao will ever do that. I think he's just going to treb the wall. Let's see, though. He's getting to the top of the hill with the hussars. Oh my goodness, lady. Oh my, what have you done? What have you done? Your friends and family are dead now. You wanted to inspect the underside of the gate? What? Have you never seen that mechanism before? Oh my god, now the hussars are in. Treason. If she wasn't already dead, they should hang her. Oh, that's so annoying for Uzi, man. What was she doing? The gate is held open. Everybody just runs in now, too. Oh, the Treb even rolls in. Oh, my God. How much did they pay her? They probably promised her, like, lots of money for that, and then they just killed her. The hussars were instructed to meet her at the gate and then kill her before they had to pay the ransom or whatever. It's over now, guys. That's game ending. I think he would have had time to make ballistas otherwise. But there's just so much damage now. Oh, my God. And now the hole that was here before wasn't walled because he didn't realize. All right. Her sisters and her brothers who are left to defend the people, they fight back. And they do have support of the elephants. They will take the trebs down. But there's still a lot of eco-harassment happening. Dogao will have a treb on this side. Make a move for this castle. Dogao can just stream in hussars nonstop. What Dogao can't do is actually kill the elephants. The elephants are unkillable right now. At least with the numbers he's fighting with. But being up 50 vils makes it possible to throw away a couple units and still be fine. I always talk about not trickle trebbing, but some players really have an issue with that. Dogao went in with 2 trebs. Why not wait for more? I don't understand. Little sloppy. They lose that. Okay. Castle goes down, and he also loses the treb. Unfortunately, elephants are very slow. If you need the elephants over there, it's going to take a long time. And Dogao just has 2 more trebs. He could just replace this with more hussars, more cav archers. And Uzi... Okay, we'll have to wait here. Replace this with his own castle. I still think Uzi has really big problems in this game, even without the trader villager in the gate. But she just sealed their fate, dude. That was horrible. Because he would have had time to react. And he would have had a bit more time to build up some military. He had to react right away. All hands on deck. And, well, castle goes down on this side. Dogao's building a castle over on this side. And Uzi has a treb there, which is the right play. But unfortunately, there's no protecting that treb because the hussars are here. So that'll be a dead trebuchet. And Dogao, he placed his castle full well knowing he's got the position. And he's actually going for heavy rocket cart too. Yeah, if you're going to counter the ballistas, you probably need some big siege shots. So it's not something you typically see on Valley because it's more of a mobility map. But there's a time and a place for everything. And I think going for the heavy rocket carts is a good idea. But, I mean, the logic is eventually all Uzi's going to have is elephants. He will have no castles. He will have no vills. And when your economy's twice as good, you can have units that are twice as bad. And that's essentially what Dogao's accepting right now. I think he's still, even though he's losing a lot of units here, he's still getting good value. Also, they're not fully upgraded. Double crossbows never in. It's just too expensive. And I think Uzi's run in gold will end with a loss. But I thought he had a really good game after the unfortunate situation with the lane. Solid game. And I think he'll be dangerous in silver. Uzi might be one of those players that makes it back to golds from silver and then goes back down and then goes back up and then goes back down. He's like mid-tier, high-level silver player, which is where he'll go now. But really tough to compete in a group that has so many former platinum players. Dogao gets the win. Fun series. But man, I can't believe that. I mean, I'm happy for the content. because we got to see the traitor villager there. But that villager was just horrible. Like, can we go back to that situation real quick? Like, right now, he just needs a little bit more time. He's getting the castle over here for the stone and the golds. He literally, he has another 30 seconds to react to this. Everything's fine. But for whatever reason... Wait! Oh my god! I know what did that. Okay, so that's another villager that stood in the gate. I'm going to tell you what it was. Check this out. So earlier, this gate got denied. And I'm pretty sure he set a rally point from his town center onto the gate to go, like, finish it. And then when the gate eventually... Okay, right here. So that villager, he sets the rally point at the very least to build the next gate. And then builds the gate. But the rally point from the TC is still there. See, there's another Vil. And so... Bro, how many times could Dogao have gone through? It was like this rotating cycle of opening the gate. So new villagers go there, and then idle villagers go somewhere else. That's like 6 times. Let's watch that again. It's a whole town of traders. Okay, gates open. 1 person opens it for the enemy. 2 opens it for the enemy. 3 opens it for the enemy. And then 4 opens it for the enemy. And then that one is the one that gets blamed. Everybody blames that one. But really, it was the whole town. Oh my god. And then the army comes through. And then Dogao keeps the gate open with a hussar. And then everybody else can run in. That's funny. Oh man, this is why we must investigate these things, guys. And this is also why AoE will never die. Find me a game that has details with random crap like this that can happen. It just... Maybe it exists, but I refuse to believe it. That's so funny. All right. Well, GG. We have one more series today. So frustrating for Uzi. Here's what the live standings look like in the group. We will take a short break before the final set. But right now, Dogao is a lock for second place in the playoffs, as long as Margu does not steal it from him. And so in our final series, Margu, he gets 1 win and he's confirmed into some place in the playoffs. He would need to get a 3-0 win to get second place in the playoffs. And then Kingston is 4th place unless he wins 3-0. So if Kingston wins 2-1, he's just 4th and alive in gold next time. But with a 3-0, he actually goes into the playoffs. So technically, both players can go playoffs, and Dogao's position can be affected. Whew. Someone says that gate situation was an excellent visualization of cybersecurity. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it on that. I can't say I can really confirm, but that's funny. My God. MCAT says, where's the wooden horse? It was supposed to be here. Yeah, dude. That's what it felt like. The trebuchet rolling into the base. Brutal. Guys, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back with the last series. I'll catch up on any questions then. Oh, also new emote for those that have it. Right there on the break screen.
You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You can resign. You resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign. Resign. Don't resign. You resign. Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign again. You can resign again.
Like this? You played like this? To die like this? You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this.
Okay. I am back. Just let me hold on 1 sec. Thank you for waiting. Yes, this is the cat reveal. Though we've had the emote. That's just my cat. That's live, by the way, probably. That's all he does. Yeah, that is Bo. But it's not spelled like that super cat thief. It's spelled just B-O. It's not B-A-U. B-O. T90, can I have mod if I promise not to ban anyone, says MBL. Why? Why? What do you want to do with your power if it's not to ban people? I'm curious why someone would desire the power. Let's see what he says, chat. Steel salmon. You can't actually, if you are a mod and you do the channel points bet, you're not actually able to bet yourself. MBL says to see other people's chat histories. Ah, see, that's a nice reason right there. That's super fun, dude. I can just go through and see everything anyone's ever said on the channel. That's actually a legit reason. I'll think about it. Did you apply via the mod application process? We have like a 17-step process with a background check. So go ahead, do all the steps. Maybe you can make it through MBL. But yeah, that is super fun. So, and then we have someone who's volunteered and says, "Can you mod me because I promised to ban tons of people?" No, yeah, I'll give you mod and then you can ban MBL. No, I'm kidding. MBL's just trolling. I'm happy to have him here watching. Okay. Serious mode, guys. Serious mode. This is a serious event. This is the last set in all of Gold League group stage. Thank you very much for watching, seriously, because there's been a lot of games. The games are only going to get more important, and it's a lot of streaming. Also, I'm going to knock on wood here, but last week I was sick for like those 3 or 4 days, remember? And I got better, and this morning I woke up starting to get sick again. So I don't know what's going on with me, man, but I've been just like drinking vitamin C drinks, and I'm going to try and take a nap later, and I'm drinking water. I might even have soup for dinner. I am trying everything to stay as healthy as possible for TTL. So hopefully everything's good. Anyways, yeah, it's definitely not an allergy to Age of Empires, but I think just talking as much as I do, as consistently as I've done, is probably why I might have some of these issues. Anyways, this is where we're at. Basically, if Margu wins, if Margu gets Margu needs 3 wins. Margu goes second place in the playoffs. If he gets any wins, though, he ends up going into third place. Kingston, the only thing that can change for him today is if he wins 3-0. So, likely Margu makes the playoffs. Margu has had a really good season. And many of you guys probably remember Margu getting relegated from Platinum. It was a sad day. He and Doubt went down last year. And so he will look to be back in Platinum to prove that he belongs there. So someone in YouTube chat says, a background check for being a mod is fine. Question, do you disqualify for felonies? There's not actually a background check to be a mod here. But the fact that you're asking if we disqualify for felonies makes me wonder what on earth you did. So we don't need any more details on that. But yeah, that's interesting. So T90, eat vitamin C fizzy tablets during the 24-hour stream. Dude, it was painful. No, it was horrible. You guys think it's funny. It was embarrassing. I mean, it is funny, but dude, if you ever go, I mean, I don't know where everyone's from, but if you're from the States and you ever go to Germany and you just want some vitamin C tablets and you just want a couple you could pop in your mouth, make sure they're not the fizzy ones before you do it, all right? Because the fizz over there, man, is next level stuff. I was also in public as well. It was embarrassing. And then one of my mods also gave me, the last time we were at a meetup, one of my mods gave me those fizzy tablets, and she had this cheesy grin on her face as she was trying to hold it together. She's like, make sure you put them in water and not in your mouth. Freaking sunnyflower. It was funny, a funny joke though, but Hardy says, then read the packaging instead of just eating whatever says vitamin somewhere. I don't speak German, Hardy. I don't speak German. I had to use context clues. I saw vitamin C, and I saw the photo of it had it looked like a little powdered crushed tablet. And then right when I opened it, I also saw tiny little bubbles on the packaging, and I was like, it can't be that bad, even if it's got to be the same. It was not the same. So I tried, but I was alone. All right, I was alone out in the heart of Berlin on my own, looking for something to keep me healthy. So, nah, it did not have 50 languages on it, Hardy. But yeah, it's all right. It wouldn't be me without some issues. Anyways, we're gonna stop into game number 1. Game number 1's on slopes. I assumed Chad had heard that story before. If you want, I could tell the full foaming at the mouth story. I just assumed you guys knew that. But yeah, I did that. I guess I haven't streamed on YouTube a lot, so. Tavern says, I just got here. Did I miss the gold finals? No, playoffs start tomorrow. So you didn't miss that. This is just the final set of gold. Basically, if Margu gets a win, he confirms himself in the playoffs. If Kingston gets 3 wins, he steals the spot from Margu and takes playoffs. That's the setup. Thank you, everyone, for the primes and support. Thank you, Strawberry. Actually, I forgot to run my Twitch ad, so I'm going to wait a minute or two. And then we can hop in. Well, never mind. I already told our base we should start, so we'll hop in, and you guys will miss a bit of the Dark Age if you're seeing an ad right now. People that are seeing an ad don't even know what they're missing, guys. So just don't say the game started, and then we're good to go. All right? Okay, Mexico for Kingston. We got France for Margu, and Kingston's color is going to need to go. And here we go. All right, folks. Final set in Gold League. We've closed out every other group except for this group. Right now in this group, Margu is likely in the playoffs. He just needs 1 win. So that's a pretty good spot for Margu. If he does that, he falls into 3rd place. If he were to win 3-0, he would go into 2nd place, which would affect who he plays in the playoffs. And if Kingston were to win, he would actually steal Margu's spot in the playoffs as well. So considering Kingston and Margu are both former Platinum players, I consider this to be a close set. And both are very similar. But Margu has 8 wins right now. Margu's had a great season. And in a group where Jordan has destroyed everybody, Jordan only lost 1 game, and that was to Margu. So, fun fact about that, though, okay? So when we covered the Margu-Jordan series, it was covered just like this set as recorded games, right? We have all these different schedules to accommodate for the players, so we do some as recorded games. And sometimes we will cast the recorded games a couple days after when the set was played. We avoid that, but it does happen. Margu came into my chat the week before he was to play Jordan, and he was saying, you heard it here first, I will 3-0 Jordan. And then he also tweeted it, and he was really going hard of I'm going to 3-0 Jordan. Okay? I find out from my admins later, he already had played Jordan and he lost 2-1. And then he was going around saying that he was going, you heard it here first, guys, I'm going to sweep Jordan. The result was already in, and this troll was going around acting like he was going to sweep. I mean, they were concerned because they were like, oh my God, is Margu spoiling it? But no, it was the opposite of a spoil. That it's just so funny. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I guess it made things interesting because I was hyped to see who would win there. So Margu is he's just like that. He stays humble, as the emote suggests. Anyways, Kingston, he's going out to the mill here, and so he'll take the food on the sides on slopes. He did push in the 1 deer towards his TC over here. He's the Kitans. What is up with this Sif matchup? We didn't see Khmer versus Kitans at all, and then the last 2 days, we've seen it 3 times. It's very weird how out of the blue we're seeing this matchup. Both Civs are really good on land maps. Both Civs are really good with Cav. But just odd to me how like the last game that we covered in the other series was this matchup, and then we also had the Prisma and Veleza series on slopes. Might have something to do with some practicing. Maybe being 5 rounds in, everyone just feels comfortable with certain civs. So Margugu's just full of stories, dude. I could tell Margugu stories for 10 or 15 minutes. I think I'll leave you with one more Margugu story. He's a really unique personality. It's good for the scene that he's doing well. At one of the Red Bull events, we were in this castle, right? We're in this castle in Heidelberg. And Margugu wasn't even a player, but he got in as ACCM's +1 because ACCM didn't bring family. So he got to take ACCM's wife's spot, right? So he comes in, and he's able to hang out with us because he's ACCM's +1 to get into this castle. And everywhere at these events, they've got Red Bull fridges with all different types of Red Bulls. You had the soda versions, which I didn't even know existed, but then, of course, the caffeine drinks, the energy drinks. At this time, Margugu's maybe like 20 years old? I don't know how old he is now, but, he's young. This is a cool thing. You're in a castle. You got energy drinks everywhere. And, for me, working and whatnot, anytime you wanted one, you could get one, right? And so I would always get one. Margugu, a couple days into the event, we're going on a hike. And Margugu is like really struggling to walk up this hill. And everyone's like, it was actually hilarious because everyone's so out of shape at these events. It's not even funny. The amount of huffing and puffing up this hill. We've got smokers. We got guys who play AoE 12 hours a day. We have people who probably hadn't seen the sun in 3 months. Anyways, Margugu is one of many people struggling to walk up this hill on this hike. And the reason was because every time he would leave the castle, he would stuff his backpack full of Red Bulls. So we get to the top of the hill for this hike, and he's like, hey, guys, anyone want a Red Bull? And his backpack is stuffed to the brim with Red Bull drinks. And he would take them back to the hotel room, empty them out, and then the next day he would go back, he would fill up again. He was the Red Bull dealer. And then, apparently players like Mr. Yo and ACCM would knock on his door and be like, hey, I need another Red Bull. Everyone knew to go to Margugu for Red Bull. It's just so funny. Anyways, we got a game here, but that's another Margugu story. That was a couple years ago. I'm sure he's more mature now, and he wouldn't heist the Red Bulls, but that's just such that is. I don't know how to describe that energy, but that's just so funny to me. They're free, free Red Bulls. Red Bulls aren't cheap. Anyways, scouts are here from Margugu. He did scout this, and this is Kingston leaving himself exposed here. So Margugu will take no risks. He's not milling the sides at all. He's just going to opt for farms and defense. But for Kingston, we'll see if the risk is worth the reward. For now, he's being rather greedy here. He's even going for domestication before building the first pasture. But Kingston, I should probably talk about. Kingston, guys, he's made one of the LAN events we've had over the last couple years. He beat some really good players there. He made it to the Garrison. He's a player I would have expected to be more in the conversation for Platinum, but he's going to need a 3-0 here. Yeah, it's been a tough group. But Kingston has struggled with consistency, and Kingston gets the villager snipe against Margugu. So much for playing no risk. He tries to wall a little bit further out. Kingston with some beautiful quick walls at home. Has taken no damage, and now the scouts run in as well. And Margugu, he was not planning on this. And look at the micro from Kingston. Oh, man. Panic time for Margugu. You really didn't want to place that many houses. He's struggling right now. They want more farms. It would be worse if the scouts got in, because he doesn't have a barracks to make any spearmen. Looks like Margugu is going to bring all of his scouts home just to defend right now. But I like how Kingston's played so far. He's played really confident. This fight's a good fight for him. That's a very good fight for him. And oh my goodness. 4-1 KD there for Kingston. Beautiful micro. Again, villagers still protected on the outside. Pastures are starting to come up. That'll last him a very long time. And now he could opt for some walls if he wants to. Maybe even an archer range. I see him going to gold now. which would indicate that. The other Margugu story we could tell has to do with a doorknob, and maybe that's for another time. I don't want this cast to turn into Margugu, but Margugu story session. But on a serious note, Margugu is really talented. I was wondering what shape he would be in because he was implying that he wasn't extremely active coming into the season. But clearly he's had a pretty solid session here. But, I mean, Kingston has been just on top of it so far. Very active with the scouts. Goes for a blacksmith. He still has a lot of work to do to Everwall, but he's still adding scouts to match the army from Margugu. And, yep, he sees it. And now he's adding forging, which his Civ gets double the effect from. So, in a scout v scout fight, there's not too much Margugu can really do. Margugu will hope to just wall, though, and then counterattack. Now Kingston has to track this. So this is why players like to play like Margugu has. But Kingston's military control has been unbelievable. Honestly, like, even there, sniping the weak scout is so good. And now he is forging, and now he takes the fight, and now Margugu needs to back up again. Dinsomnia says Margugu has the talent, but not the motivation to push to the extreme level, I feel. I don't know if I agree with that. I think there's a lot of players. I think the issue for Margugu is he has a lot of talent, but there's other players that have talent. And honestly, it's not even about the level that you bring on one set. It's the level you can bring consistently. But I think Margugu's decently motivated, and there's certainly enough reward, right? Like, the money's bigger than ever in plat, for example. And in gold. So even being in gold league, if you go 0-15, it's $600. I don't know, but I think he's been spending a little bit less time in the game, but that might not be a drop in motivation. That might just be, you know, he's not 20 years old, able to steal Red Bulls out of free Red Bull fridges forever, you know? Like, there has to be some recognition. If you can make some decent money on the game and also commit some more time and energy into some other things, eventually that's just maybe what you've got to do. Margugu, oh man, he really wanted the villager kill, but he doesn't get it, and Kingston's on the way up. Damn. I'm impressed with Kingston's performance. You have no idea how hard it is. It's so easy to just lose track of one counterattacking army, and it's so easy to get those initial villagers sniped. He has just been with such good military control here. Margugu will still be safe, but the walls will be up for Kingston. Kingston's another example of is the consistency going to be there. Like in that run when he qualified for the Garrison, it was so good. He beat Sebastian, he beat Mihai, he beat all these players who everyone thought would beat him. But can be somewhat hit or miss. Honestly, for Kingston, he's got, what, 6 wins now? He had one more win earlier on in the rounds. I think he got swept a lot. I think there were a lot of 3-0s. I think he got 3-0'd by Dogao. Maybe someone can check, but I think he also got 3-0'd by Jordan. And then 3-0'd Uzi. And then some other results happened. But he's looked good here. He's ahead. Now, we've seen this matchup enough to know that the Khmer are probably the better civilization if they can get to just basically like full stable spam and full archer range spam combined. That one Prisma game was sick. Yeah, this group was weird. We had a lot of sweeps in this group. And then other groups would go 2-1 in almost every set. The Kingston protecting his vills. We'll drop a town center on the outside right away. And that will be the issue for Margugu. When someone plays Lycav, it feels like the opponent can never expand, and then eventually you run out of wood. There's one scout for Margugu. Just running on by to see if there's any eco expansion. Iron casting is on the way. I'm not in love with that if you know your opponent is playing into archers, but he doesn't know the commitment for Margugu yet, as Margugu just stays at home. I also think it's interesting. Margugu's doing the right thing to scout. He scouts the edge here and doesn't see a TC, and then he doesn't scout the edge here. He might never know that TC is there. Yeah, now Kingston sees. So it's tough. You have the double forging upgrade, but you really need armor against the archers. So usually it's either or, and if you get the second armor or you get the attack, I think he's saving for it. He can still get both. Town center timing just perfect for Kingston. So Kingston got swept by Dogao and swept by Jordan, and then he swept Uzi and swept... Who am I forgetting? Oh, Ganji, right? So he went 0-3, 0-3, 3-0, 3-0. This might be the first time it's not a sweep. But, I mean, he's got a decent lead now. If his light cap just went forward, this would be so good for him. Margugu's so much more exposed than he realizes. But Kingston's still checking the sides. God, what a sick map. I love this map so much. It's so cool. There's so many different areas to go for. It's so nice. Spice up the early game. It's not too different either. So for the people who like their standard Arabia games, you still have those elements. Obviously, some of my maps are a bit more unorthodox with how it starts. But it's just super fun. I think both players would be fairly comfortable on the map, but right now, the position on the map for Kingston is much better, and he kills off the scouts, and he backs away. Keep in mind, he didn't even get armor yet. So that means more villagers. I think still there's some worry from Margugu. He needed to protect the TC. Now that that's protected, he drops the TC over here as well. Yeah, now the crossbow mass is looking pretty good. But I struggle with the Khitans here sometimes because you can't go skirm. Or, sorry, you can't go skirm. That's a stupid statement. You can't go for knights. So you need siege to work here or skirm. Kingston makes a couple camels, I guess, because he's expecting the knight from Margugu. But one misstep with the camel, and the camel gets one-shotted by the crossbows. Yeah, Kingston, one of 2 Mexican players in this group. But he's, in AoE, at least, he's the best Mexican player we have. And he's played super smooth so far with his economy. Both players have. But it's always a bit easier for the Khmer. Margugu is on 3 TCs. And finally getting ballistics. These little hills are valuable. Having that little bump means that your rocket car can't get one-shotted by Margugu's Mangonel. And players will play towards that type of position. I'm surprised. Like, wonder if Kingston forgets he doesn't have the armor. The Lycav are going to be so weak. Here's more stables. If he gets the armor, it's still awkward because it's not knights. It's just Lycav with only 60 HP. Not having bloodlines is the big weakness for this civ. That's what I mean. Like, range units completely shred this army. So Margugu needs to clear out the siege, and then he can take an engagement pretty easily here. So close in level. Nice split the micro from Margugu. Runs up the hill. Backs off, though. There will be repairs from Kingston. Big shot from Kingston. Margugu splits into the shot. Kingston can go for another one. Kingston lands another hit, and then he has the camels and the light cap there to shred the knights. Oh, man. Big siege shot there from Kingston. The key there, too, as well, is that he's repairing the rocket car every time. But still, there's quite a few crossbows for Margugu. Mangonel hops out, and oh, my God, Kingston snipes it. And Margugu will feel a lot of pressure right now. Kingston's getting relics, too, guys. And also, like, this Siege Workshop might not stay up. Look how fast it goes down to the extra attack. And Margugu isn't producing anything out of it right now either, but he could. He needs to keep it up. He's repairing it. Imagine having to add eco and perfectly place everything at the same time, guys. This is where the T90 farm exists. This is why I well, my micro is not nearly as good as these two, but you know, you have to put so much focus on the fights. You place a bad farm every now and then. That's human, right? I'm just saying, maybe chill out with the jokes every once in a while. There's reasons for it. Streamer tells viewer to not do something. Streamer now wonders what on earth viewers will do. Siege Workshop, 100%. Mangonel, it was so close. Siege Workshop goes down. And Army needs to back up here from Kingston. I don't think that's a good fight, actually. I think it's a... Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm very, 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 very wrong. He didn't have the armor yet. The crossbows got stuck, though. Kingston completely surrounded him. He's really good at that. He did that at the one Red Bull event as well. And I remember casting that, losing my mind. I think it was in a game against Viper. But regardless of the patch, he's able to get the blocks down. And now Margugu's completely cleared. So yeah, Margu needs one win that is doable. It sounds like it could be easy, but nothing's easy against Kingston. He has brought his very best level today. Maybe he goes to playoffs instead of Margu. That castle, if it goes up, might just end the game. Margu has all the stone and gold behind. The town center will go down. He can't engage up against the castle. And he just cannot break Kingston. Damn. T90, are you not using auto farm? Yeah, I mean the T90 farm is dead now because now you just do auto farm placement. My elo went up 100 the second that feature got introduced, which probably makes it look pretty bad for me, but you know, prior to that, you know, players actually had to control things themselves, and there was a bit more pros and cons to how much focus you put on different things. I think Margugu's he's doing what he can to recover this. I mean, elephants is definitely one of the things you could consider doing here, but he just can't. Kingston's just got too much. It's a perfect game, and GG. Honestly, like, at what point in this game did Margu have any advantage? At the walls, he was supposed to have the advantage, but Kingston took the risk. He defended. He has ridiculous economy behind. His town center positions were perfect. He's sitting at 53 on food right now. 3 TCs, brought in relics. The micro was great. The upgrades were perfect. That's honestly as good as it gets right there from Kingston. Now, for Margu, you're like, okay, whatever. That's my warm-up game. We move on. Maybe we have a map that's a bit more strategic and not as execution-based. But just based on that game, I think Margu might even be looking at African River and worrying that might not be a map that he wants against Kingston. Just because the aggression is so good. Kingston likes the slower maps, though. Kingston's goes for Quarry. But damn. T90, it's not Kingston, it's Kingston. I sat at lunch in person with Kingston in Germany, and I asked him what to say. And he said, both are fine. So I'm going to say Kingston because that's what I've always said. And because Kingston himself told me while we were eating very spicy meals at a Turkish restaurant in Germany, he said both were fine. Okay? Very rarely can I come back at someone who tells me to pronounce something differently with a response like that. But yes, I actually asked him in person. So, by the way, he got the spiciest thing in that restaurant because he wanted to see if like the spiciest food in Germany was anything spicy compared to him from Mexico. He said it was nothing. And I looked at his meal. It was like so like crazy dark red. It was spicy. I could tell because it like burned my nostrils from across the table. And he like ate a big forkful, and I'm looking at him like, is he gonna die? Is he gonna combust? And he was like, this isn't even spicy. I can't really handle spice that well. I do like spicy things, but I can't handle a lot of it. My family didn't have anything spicy growing up. So, yeah, just not really exposed to it. Chat says Turkish food is not too spicy. I don't know what place it was exactly, but I'm telling you, that meal would have killed me. So wherever we were, it was crazy spicy. What is Margu doing? So Kingston likes to play in this color, and Margu, game number 2, changes his color to freaking gray. Such a troll, and here we go. All right, so Margu's home map. Reminder of the stakes. If Margu wins this game, Margu goes. He confirms he is in the playoffs. If he wins the next 2 games, then Margu ends up in the second place position instead of the third place position. But after that first game from Kingston, I'm now like, I could see Kingston winning the next two because that was perfect. Margu is playing as the Wu, which is definitely the more standard pick on this map. It's a hybrid map with lots of available fish. So Wu with the building the dock bonus and getting the additional food are great. Typically, it's a lot of man-at-arms and Navy control. And then Kingston has gone Vikings, which should be really good now, guys, after the changes. No longer do they not get access to fire ships. They get fires. They get hulks. They've changed their identity. And then you get the free wheelbarrow upgrade. It's also a good infantry civ to open with man-at-arms and play archers. So, but yes, on the topic of spicy food for a second, to give you an idea of how little my parents had anything spicy growing up, like we didn't even have hot sauce in our house. Hot sauce wasn't a thing. And I would go to friends' houses and they put like hot sauce on something, even just mild hot sauce. And I would be like, well, what is that? Like, we really did not have spicy food in my house. So, I'm not saying I don't like spicy food. I'm just saying, like, I wasn't really conditioned to it. So, I grew up in Pennsylvania. We had lots of... If my dad cooked, we had the same two meals. We would have Spam and baked beans, or we'd have baked beans and hot dogs. He did also make this really rudimentary macaroni and cheese. That's the only thing my dad has ever made for us in his entire life, because my mom did most of the cooking. Well, that and TV dinners. You guys know what TV dinners are, right? TV dinners is funny because I think people from outside the U.S. or who have never heard of the term TV dinners have no clue what I'm talking about. TV dinner is basically like a frozen packaged meal that you just heat up in the microwave. But we would call it TV dinner because we would heat it up and then watch the TV. Which is a really stupid name for food. And it was not high quality either. Like, it's not good. But my dad didn't really cook, so. Yeah, a ready meal is a better term because, it's already ready for you. But we call it TV dinners. Very weird description. Man, Margugu's got so much on wood right now. 8 on wood. That's way more than I was expecting. He'll add the fish, obviously. This confirms to me he probably wants the barracks. It's probably just for the barracks timing after a couple fishing ships. But, yeah, back on the spice topic, though, like, spice was a real problem for me. And sorry I'm deviating into so many stories here. Please tell me if I need to stop. But, so my neighbor's grandfather, when in his old age, moved in with them. So this is my, like, childhood best friend, right? So he moved in with them. Technically, he'd only lived there for half the year. But yeah, he's old, and he's stuck in his ways, and he's a bit of a, I guess you could say, a hard ass, right? And he made a spicy stir fry for dinner one night, which everyone, for their whole family, but also I was over. And it was too spicy for me, and it also, at that time, I really hated tomatoes, and it just had so many tomatoes. I didn't really like it. So I ate a little bit to be respectful, which is what my parents would tell me to do. It's not like I left it all. I ate like half of it. And I didn't make any negative comments or anything. And then I'm like, everyone's done, they're finished, we're finished, we get up. And he goes, where are you going? Obviously, I was like 9, so I'm like blowing this up in my mind, right? So where are you going? Former Army veteran, dude's like 85 years old, doesn't give a crap. He's probably, going through some stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm done eating, No, you're not. You still got food there. And I didn't want to say like, oh, I didn't like it, or it's too spicy for me. I just said like, yeah, I'm done. And he's like, no, you're not. And so we had to leave. Like, we were supposed to go to church with my friend's family, and he wouldn't let me leave until I ate the food. So my friend's mom, who's basically like a second mom for me, I thought she was going to have my back. So this is her father-in-law. I thought she was going to have my back and be like, no, we have to leave. So when I thought she was going to save me, she goes, oh, Tristan, I'll help you. And she starts like putting so much soy sauce on it to damper the spice. And she's like, we can do this. We can do this together. Like, she knew he was a hard ass, I guess because it was her father-in-law. And so for the next, like, 20 minutes, she was just helping me force it down as he stood there with a mean face, just staring at me. Like, what an ass, dude. What an ass. And I can say that. It's like my closest family friends. He's an absolute ass. I hope we are not those old men, you know? Like, I think there's a line. You want to teach a lesson to somebody, but also, like, come on, man. I got so many stories today. I could keep going, but we should stop. This is a big game. I don't know. How did we get on this random story about this archery range for Kingston? The big thing for Kingston right now is that he is forcing Margu away from his own base. But the negative for him is he's taken a lot of damage. Margu still has more man-at-arms. And Margu has Wu man-at-arms. So any damage that he dishes out there slowly regenerates. So pros and cons, though. Like, I really think that for Kingston, at least this pressure isn't on him right now. And he has made his Hulk in the north. He knows that Margugu's docked. Margu will also go for the Hulk. And there is actually a 4th man-at-arm from Kingston, which is interesting. I don't think that's needed, but maybe it can do something. You can't blame him, T90. They knew true hunger and have zero tolerance for wasting food. Yeah, no, I understand it's a generational thing for sure. Especially because of everything he was through. But also, like, he wasn't, like, stern about it. He was kind of an absolute jerk about it. So, and I always joke with my friend's mom every time this discussion comes up that she was a grown adult and she didn't even try and save me. She was just like, yep, this is what it is. I know this man. So we're going to get through it. Yeah, man-at-arms are brand new now here from Margu. But, I mean, Kingston's keeping him on the run. Heavy walls from both players. Yeah, that fight should be amazing for Margu. Again, though, Kingston's micro is insane. Like, did you see the value he got there? That's so good. His units were so weak, and what he did with the scout there was really clean. The resources collected, Margu is way ahead. I'm not exactly sure how that happened. It does look like Margu is up a couple workers. Honestly, I think that maybe just once villagers start to drop things off a little bit, that should even out. But yeah, Margu's essentially with the same builds. He cleared up the army. He's got the archers moving forward. Food count is looking insane, and he will be fully walled for the most part. Archers moving forward now. Yeah, Prince, it's wild looking back. You know, I was just a kid, right? Like, I think about it, my nephew's 10, and I think about if my, like, dad did that or someone did that to my nephew, I would be upset with them, but I also kind of get it from the old man's perspective. This is the same old man that, our town flooded growing up, and, like, they were evacuating houses. He lived on the 2nd story, and the 1st story had 10 foot of water in it. It's a whole story, I could tell you. And they got, like, the fire department had boats and, like, ropes and stuff, and they went over through rushing currents to go bring him to safety. And they got over there, and he said, I'm not leaving. It's the same dude. He's like, if I die, I die. Like, you wasted your time coming here. It took hours for them to, like, get people in there and stuff. And he was just like, no, I'm staying here. So that it's pretty crazy. Wow, someone even knew the creek. Someone even knew the freaking creek I was talking about because they know I'm from Central PA. That's wild, man. That's wild. Yeah, that wasn't the exact creek that I was on, but that's basically the same area. I grew up on a different creek. So Margu gets cleared up as I'm again rambling and telling another story like an idiot, but it's just that day. And Margu will need to be careful. He has walled towards his dock over here. So technically the units could run around, but not so easily. And they both have lots of ships in the north. Still very impressed with Margu's economic transitions, though. That's a T90 farm right there, guys. Margu can never make a joke about my farms. But, yeah, Margu's economic management has been pretty clean. And he's on the way up. And pretty frequently, this turns into a crossbow war. Still can't quite figure out how Kingston is so far behind in res collected. But he will use the market so he can have a competitive castle age time. Margugu's micro and Kingston's micro pretty even here. And I just saw a big demo land up there. I think Margugu's demo hit every single Hulk. So nice job. But with the defender's advantage now, you can always garrison into the dock. Margugu doesn't want to overextend. And he'll add another demo, which is smart. 2 ranges for Margugu. It'll be 1 range for Kingston. It's looking good for Margugu here. See if Kingston can damage control this. Because that free wheelbarrow upgrade, it doesn't play a big role right now. It plays a massive role once you get free handcart, though. And Margugu fails to snipe the fish. Now, idle TC doesn't even make up the difference, honestly. I mean, that's 2 workers, I guess, but it felt like in the early game, he was ahead 700 resources. Margugu, careful. Reacts a little late there. This is where Kingston probably should be careful because he's got some weak units, but he's got confidence with his range unit micro. And as someone is leaning on caps lock and saying that the Wu military bonus, or the Wu bonus, which gives you the extra food, could be it. That's true. I mean, he built 2 docks. He built a barracks. He's built 2 ranges now. I mean, it adds up. I think it was just efficiency as well, to be honest. Dangerous times right now for Kingston because he actually got completely destroyed in the north on water, and he's also behind on land. And Margugu is now on University, and Margugu will play crossbow as well. And he'll play the warships upgrade to completely dominate the water. Normally, you win water, you lose land. But here, Margugu's winning everything. Beautiful turnarounds after game number 1. I think it all stems back to the early builds. Kingston needs a big shot to change things here. He also... I think he completely misread the situation. Because he went for Jean... He was expecting Jean Swordsman. And so he made 2 man-at-arms. I don't think he was expecting Margugu to have this many archers. Margugu, have you gone too far? Oh, God. Oh, God. There's a choke right there with the palisade. Right now. Boom. Oh, he goes back in. He went back in. That was sick micro from Margugu. Did you see that? If you go into that 1-tile gap, you lose the whole army. Kingston arrived at the perfect time, and Margugu just ran right back towards it. Which is also risky in its own right. Well played from Margugu. And now... and then he runs into a shot. But whatever. Whatever. We'll clip that out. We won't put that on the YouTube shorts. Yeah, Kingston's clearly expecting Jean Swordsman to come in, which is something that the Wu do very good job at. Margugu's up to 7 fishing ships on water. Margugu wants a siege workshop on the hill. I'm not so sure about that. Siege workshop denied at 50%. Kingston's still hanging in. I mean, in theory... Oh, God. Crossbows are back here wrecking, though. Kingston doesn't see this. Kingston's losing his wood line. That's what Margugu needs to do. I was just going to say, if you're fighting in the same spot, there's not a lot Margugu can do against long swords and mangonels. But if you hit the wood lines, the siege can't chase you. Kingston has to be careful here, but Margugu's still just on 1 TC. Kingston could maybe send the mangonels back to the wood line. The pathing's awkward, though, because of these houses. The other crossbows aren't there yet. He's pressuring Margugu's golds. And Kingston will probably sense that he's started to gain a little bit of momentum here. He also sees the wood line. Goes for the attack round, expecting Margugu to micro. Classic. That's why I never micro, because my opponent expects it, guys, and it always works out. This is such a good read from Margugu, though. So many people forget about the corner resources. I remember the other Frenchman in TTL this season, Sato. He also saved himself in a game against Dragonstar, taking the corner wood line. But I don't know. Margugu does seem to be struggling a little bit. I love the second groups. I love the pressure on the wood lines, but there's definitely some panic right now. He'll fall back to the hill. He drops the tower. He's waiting. This is a state where your eco could completely fall flat at the worst possible time. Eventually the fish run dry in both areas, and then you have no food eco. But he's still got hundreds of food to work with, which is more than enough time and good micro. And again, it's like the crossbows can just kill the longswords. Longswords offer no value unless Margugu adds Jean Swordsman. And Margugu doesn't need to add Jean Swordsman. And guess what? He can still kill the longswords and then go for the Jean Swordsman. That's so well played. He's also over here still disrupting. He's also trying to disrupt there. He's still microing it. He gets the full clear. 18 eco lead for Margugu. And for as good as game number one was from Kingston, this has been just as good for Margugu behind it. Only thing would be the transitions. Just onto a second TC, but I think he'll buy the stone here and get right on that. Oh, God. John Swordsman is in as well. And don't even take the villager. Take the mangonel. Yeah, John Swordsman can take the mangonel, and Kingston calls the GG. That was super clean from Margugu. Again, it was basically the same builds, but Margugu played it like a home map. He tracked the man-at-arms. He followed up with the archers very nicely. He won the water. Every little aspect of this map, all the multitasking went Margugu's way. I'm still confused. I do kind of want to inspect this. Just trying to understand why the res collected was so good for Margugu. When did that change? You would expect this because you have the barracks and the docks up, so you get an extra 100 res. But how did it turn into 600? With no eco damage. I'm not really seeing it, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not seeing what it would lead to. Or what would lead to it. Late to berries, maybe? There's what? 1,000 food on the berries? By then, Margugu's got only 50 taken off of it? Double bit axe, maybe? That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, double bit axe is maybe one. Eventually, he adds a few more fish. But double bit axe was in for 4 minutes. It could also be that the wood lines that they've taken as well. Margugu's wood line was pretty efficient. So, yeah, and then once you see the idle TC time, then once you factor in that Margugu has additional docks and gets the extra food, all that adds up. So, but yeah, well played. So, I think live standings then. Scores 1-1. I think we know the positioning of the players, unless I keep forgetting for some reason. Or can Margugu still steal the position? No, it's locked. Okay. So yeah, this is confirmed. The final game will still be played, obviously. It's for $20. We'll have Dogao in second place. We'll have Margugu in third place in the playoffs, with Jordan having already won the group. Kingston, there's nothing he can do now. He can get in one more win and go to 8th, but no playoffs for Kingston this season. Yeah, sorry, I opened up a whole new like compartment of my brain of memories because we were talking about the spicy food and the and my best friend's grandpa growing up, and now my brain wants to go a million different directions. Drunk Anubis, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you, Sophia, for the Prime. Thank you, Just Doug, for the Prime. Idafix, I did not see your donation, but you donated $20 40 minutes ago. Tell me you're here, please. I think 25 gives me the alert, and I was too focused, man. I'm so sorry. Thank you. He says, be humble, boys, from Margugu. Shouldn't play a sound, right?
Idefix has just donated $20.
Wait.
Be humble, boys.
You're hearing that, aren't you? I don't know what it is. I fixed text-to-speech, and now you guys are hearing it, and I'm not. Super annoying, dude. I gotta look into that. Sorry. That's why I was talking over it, is because I didn't hear it myself. I can see that you guys can hear it, but I can't hear it. So, anyways, thank you. I don't know what's going on there. All right, game number 3. We know now that it doesn't actually affect the standings. Margugu, though, maybe some warm-up for the playoffs. He's playing as the Malay, and then we have Bohemians for Kingston. This is a matchup we've seen a lot. Both players are thinking about just getting to Imperial Age with different things in mind. For the Malay, advancing faster to the next age, you're just like thinking you can kill the other guy. Oh, actually, I'll change colors, and I'll update the score. But yeah, for the Bohemians, I actually find the matchup kind of tricky because you only have the superior civ once you end up getting Hufnitsa, which takes a while. But if you can get there, if you get to Hufnitsa and Halb, there's basically no civilization in the game that can compete with that. Malay have their chances all in the early game. So very frequently, we've been seeing a lot of deer pushing from both players. 4 on wood, and then the early barracks, 2 militia into the follow-up militia, and some fast archers. And Margugu doesn't really like closed maps. He's not a player that's good on arena. Kingston's a hybrid, so he's great on arena, but also good on closed maps. This map is not arena, of course, but you can always wall the middle. So you can turn it into your own little version of arena. So that's why Kingston's picked it. That's really unique, though, guys. Typically, someone who likes arena is not very fast and not very like solid on other maps like Kingston. So I think that's why he does so well. But just consistency. I think he's got the skill and the understanding to have had a stronger opening in the previous game. But he's a player who will take a couple risks here or there. Miss the timings or miss the scouting. Jameis on YouTube says, grew up on AoE2 because it was the only game I could get on Mac. Love the channel. Any old games I should check out on the channel? Well, I have 3,000 uploads on the main channel, and I have 900 tournament sets on the extras channel. So, we've got plenty. We've got plenty. I used the same cheat code. I was a cheesesteak Jimmy's guy. You know what was so annoying? Is not being able for a period there in an older version of the game, you couldn't copy and paste the cheat code into the enter bar. You can do it now. So I remember on later versions of AoE2, I would go into another tab and I would type the cheat code and then it would copy it and then I could paste it. But for a while, you weren't able to do that. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough to come in here. It's overwhelming. Maybe Twitch chat and YouTube chat can recommend some of your favorite games. Welcome back to the game, though, man. The wall's coming up for Kingston. I think that's definitely worth a video at some point. I could say, like, top 10 AoE2 games you need to watch from history, right? Because I've been around for so long. I've made so many casts. I think there's things that are oftentimes overlooked and forgotten about. Let's play a fun little game, though. Give me a Civ matchup, and I will see how many games I can rattle off. I might even be able to remember the title of the videos. Oh god, Kingston, be careful. Just give me a Civ matchup. Ideally, Civs that have been around a while. I really have a problem where I can remember AoE2 and I can't remember anything else. Okay. All right, Vikings versus Mayans. Ooh, Vikings, Mayans, Vikings, Mayans, Vikings, Mayans, Vikings, Mayans. Okay, Vikings, Mayans is a good one. I did this with Nilly. We were at a LAN event, and we're at a shisha bar, right? Everyone else is talking. Everyone else is like, I don't know what they're doing, you know, drinking or smoking or whatever. Nilly and I are literally sitting there trying to think of the oldest games with certain Civ matchups. So nerdy. Okay, Vikings, Mayans. I definitely remember some Vikings, Mayans on some of the older hidden cups, but that makes it tricky because we didn't know the player names. I remember a Vikings Aztecs game, which ended up being Berserks versus Jags. I think later on the players ended up being Doubt versus Hera. Vikings, Mayans, I should know some earlier games than that. I don't like this game anymore. I thought I would know immediately. I was so confident. That might be the earliest I can think of right now. There's still plenty. I guarantee you if you search on the channel, you'll find plenty. But just full walls from Kingston. Margugu might send it here. Because Margugu sees the walls and wants to use the melee advantages. And here he comes with 4 villagers to go forward. Vikings, Mayans, Viper MBL on Mega Random? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking, I used to do a lot of casts of ranked games back then because there weren't as many tournaments. I was trying to think about some of the ranked games as well. I mean, what Kingston is doing here is so greedy, it's not even funny. No barracks? Like, bro. You think Margugu's not going to pressure you and you might need some army here? I mean, he'll have to adapt into it, but here comes Margugu. Let's see how Kingston ends up reacting. He immediately goes for stone walls. He is in feudal age. He's dropping the stone walls behind to give himself some time. The tower won't go up immediately. Margugu will also go for the range. We've got a barracks here from Kingston. Almost feels like he wants to chop through the reeds, which you can do. And the walls are going to complete, and that at least gives him some time. But from Margugu's perspective, this is still worth it. I don't think you necessarily need to build future towers. I think you can always pull the villagers out of this tower once you're done, and you can just take the deer and walk back home. But horse collar, double bit axe for Kingston. He goes for the archery range, so he will make some range units here. T90, what's the oldest match that you remember playing? Oh, wow. That's a completely different question. Oldest match I remember playing. Well, I played a lot of Hun Wars. And I can think of a lot of specific Huns v. Huns games. So I think that maybe the question should be, what are the oldest games you remember that weren't Huns v. Huns? Because that was really common. Really open maps, really aggressive games. Just Hun Wars was like kind of the standard for a long time. Beyond that, though, I have some memories of getting tower rushed when the opponent was Teutons. I don't remember what civ I was, to be honest. I just remember dying to the towers and being really upset about it. So they definitely, some of those tower rush games live in my head. The Kingston just full defense still. But he's holding. This is what he does. And he has good eco upgrades as well, right? So in the end, he's going to have his walls. He won't have his berries. Margugu's going to mill his berries? All right, talk about a flex. I mean, I don't think that's really that worth it. I would say maybe just fall back to your own. But he did run out. His food eco's kind of struggling. He's still putting on a lot of pressure here. And Kingston will just place his own tower now to deny that, which is why it was maybe a questionable decision. And Kingston has enough range units behind, and Kingston, with the tower, will push him off of berries and still be chilling here. Kingston, my friend, please chop the reeds. Viewers, can everybody just say the word reeds for me? Make it happen. It's 50 wood. You are fully walled. I mean, you know, maybe what you should do is put your archers inside the tower to shoot the other person's tower. But then you should chop the reeds and send some archers to counterattack. Margugu's base is wide open back there. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Someone in YouTube chat says, I can't read. That's not what I meant. I meant like reeds as in R-E-E. Like the trees here, you know? But it's okay, YouTube. You'll be able to read someday, I'm sure. I think it'd be a smart play to... Well, he's already doing it. I think it'd be a smart play to have some vills on stone. Just in case more pressure comes in, and you can always build up towards the defensive tower. Long term as well, you could maybe build up towards a castle, which can be strong with the Hussite wagons. But fletching still isn't in for Kingston, despite having the blacksmith. So it might be something he needs to consider. And there it is. He's just been patient. Again, a bit unfortunate that the game doesn't have direct ramifications to everyone in the group. We had 3 out of the 4 groups in gold come down to the final game. This is, I think, the first time that we've had it where the final game doesn't necessarily affect any of the positions. Yeah, Margugu gets pushed off the berries, so the forward mill is a bit of a waste. Still continues to try and force the issue. And just a patrol there, and a patrol here from Kingston, so Kingston doesn't want to chop the trees. Sad. It's such a good opportunity to do it. Like, Margugu, if he never sees these archers, he will get paranoid and check the sides. I'm sure of it. Maybe that's the play from Kingston, is you actually back off with the archers here, so Margugu thinks you're counterattacking. But nah, he's taking his time. 15 farms with horse collars, not bad. Margugu's on 14 farms. Kingston also using the market so he can reach Castle Age at a pretty decent time here. T90, what's the earliest high-level game that you can remember Logistica being researched? Yeah, it was the game this season, Expired Rascal. There's not many. I can remember Logistica being researched with Elite Cataphracts at high-level tournament play. So it was literally that game, and I'd have to search a couple years back to remember anything more. Yeah, Kingston holds. Kingston's on the way up. Margugu dropping the market. And with the market, he'll still probably win to Castle Age. And then you have a guaranteed villager lead because you spend less time researching. It's just melee things. It's just kind of frustrating at times watching Kingston because he's just so casual. Like he made so little army this game. He was so late to upgrades. And now he's being pressured. This is actually a big deal. That house is almost down. He needs a bit more of army here. But all right, he goes double blacksmith, which... I mean, if he completes them, he'll have 3 blacksmiths. But he just needed a cheap building, and it's cheaper for him to block the space. Give himself a couple extra seconds. He doesn't actually need it. He just is using the foundations, and he's still taking his time. But that's still a very weak blacksmith, and all these villagers are wounded, except for, I guess, that guy. But just taking his time. 20 bucks on the line here. Pride, of course, as well, on who ends up winning the group. We'll see who's the better player between the two of them. Margugu loses his scout that somehow ran through, and Kingston is up. Still the blacksmith is weak. Kingston's still repairing it randomly. There is only 1 man-at-arm, though, so I think with it only being 1 man-at-arm, the blacksmith will actually hold. Mangonel for Kingston, Monastery for Kingston. Probably will see Fervor research right away. And second TC right away. Margugu goes Siege Workshop, Monastery. Yeah, Margugu's going aggressive. He's got enough stone for a castle, too, and Kingston is just going to boom. Still would like to see archers into this tower and just shoot that tower down. I feel like that tower position is going to end up being really important. But if the game goes right as it is right now, I think Kingston completely outbooms him. Like, Margugu's economy is set up for damage. He could pivot a little bit to a boom, but the problem with damage is you're pushing up the hill. That's why Quarry can be such a good defensive map. Kingston will definitely get the villager lead here in a second. Good micro from Margugu. Margugu wanting the relics there. Kingston also just bringing the villager out. Ooh, shot almost got the kill. It's a lot of micro involved. 3 TCs for Kingston. 25 seconds of TC idle time. It's been clean. And clock kind of ticking right now for Margugu. Where will he drop the castle? Feels like anywhere you drop it, it can easily be denied by something. Does he drop the castle? He can't go around the outside without Kingston seeing him. If he drops it in the middle, there's siege. I think it's safe to say this is not what he would have wanted the plan to be. This is one of the worst feelings is when you have enough stone for a castle and you don't have a position for a castle. Because then you feel the need to force it. Margugu snipes the Repairville. Good work there. But Kingston brings another one. I think Margugu's just waiting until he wins a fight. Well, did you see that shot? A couple patches ago, they changed something, and units will attack while looking different directions. It happens to scouts as well, but the Mangonel was looking to the right and fired to the north. Oh, man, Kingston is defending so nicely. Villager lead. Margugu now needs to change his plan, and he goes for the second TC. Yep, second and third TC. It's the right play. Placing a castle in the middle now would be very doubt. You do not want to be doubt, not in this situation. And you also might not want to be doubt this weekend, because doubt has to play against Veleza in the playoffs. We'll see. But, yeah, Kingston's making progress. I love the way his economy's looking. His micro's been good, but Margugu lands a shot. Okay, so Margugu takes a decent enough trade, but there's always another Mangonel. Doubt Veleza best of 7. It's actually will be Monday. I'll talk about the schedule after this. What do you guys think? Margugu's micro's so insane, but it's still dangerous, and it still could snowball out of control now, and he might need a defensive castle pretty soon. Lakin says Kingston's playstyle is so annoying to play against. This is the stuff of nightmares for me. Yeah, just like the full defense, better eco, and then you can't... His micro is so good as well, right? A lot of defensive players don't have good micro. His micro is ridiculous. So I agree with you. It's definitely a playstyle headache for me. Interesting castle spot for Margugu. 3 villager castle. Uh-oh. I said don't be doubt, Margugu. Don't be doubt. Okay. Oh, no, dude. Oh, it's over. It's actually over. Wow. I mean, Kingston scouted that whole thing with his scout, came in there, assessed the situation, made the play, and now he's got the hill. 10 villager lead, nice army lead. And, yeah, that castle's denied at 50% right there, folks. And get the doubt emotes in chat. Again, he was committed towards this. That was the whole strategy, was aggression with the castle. But, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Kingston just completely smashing him. That's what the series has been. It's like one guy destroys the other, and then the other guy bounces right back. And now, luckily for Margugu, that he had as many wins as he did, because like this shows Kingston's quality. The fact that Kingston isn't going playoffs, potentially go to platinum, is kind of a disservice to his skill. Yeah, still beautiful trades. Margugu's Siege Workshop will go down, and Kingston will just drop his own castle there. And GG. So Kingston wins 2-1. The Kingston will look back at what could have been potentially. Margugu just tried to be aggressive there just like he was in the previous game, and it was not the play against Kingston's play style. Fun series. Good play. I really wish that game had a lot more meaning, though. Oh, man, I'm not going to lie. Like, imagine if that would have decided who was going to playoffs. It was one game difference, and that would have happened. Luckily for Margugu, he's completely fine. So, Group C, which had 5 out of 6 players being former platinum, ends like this. We have Jordan with 14 wins, Dogao with 10, Margugu with 10, losing to Dogao in the tiebreaker will go to 3rd. Kingston with 7. Wait, no, that's incorrect. Sorry. It's 14 for Jordan, 10 for Dogao, 9 for Margugu, Kingston with 8. And then Uzi goes down with 4, and then Ganji with the big 0, 15. Ganji did not have it this season. Jordan only lost the game to Margugu. Otherwise would have been undefeated. Jordan will be auto-promoted to platinum for the next season. And for Dogao and Margugu, they could potentially both make it, depending on what that set looks like on over the next 4 days. I'll go over the schedule in a second, but this is what the playoffs now look like, guys. We have Wide versus Sorokuma, Doubt versus Veleza, Dogao versus Kazva, and then Stone Please versus Margugu. Winner moves on to Platinum League. Loser is back in Gold League. These sets are huge. And we've had play all threes for like the past month. We finally get into a best of, which means we'll get deeper into the Civ drafts. We'll see more maps. And yeah, it'll be a really big set for them. I think the only series here that has a clear favorite for me is probably Dogao. Beyond that, I don't know. Like, I think Dogao over Kazva is a very good style matchup for Dogao. I think he'll be happy with that. But beyond that, like, Wide and Sorokuma, the last time they faced in a tournament set was trying to qualify for gold like 2 years ago, and Wide beat him 3-2. So there's that history there. I mean, Sorokuma is he's more well known by viewers, but like Wide is super underrated. He was second place in his group. Sorokuma was third. Doubt Velez is a coin flip for me. On one hand, it's like Veleza isn't what he used to be, but on the other hand, you could argue that Doubt isn't what he used to be as well. That'll be crazy. And then Dogao and Kazva, again, I think Dogao's play style should be pretty comfortable. Kazva's very aggressive, so that'll come down to if Kazva can break him. And then Stone Please Margugu. Stone Please is easily the most prepared player in all of Gold League. Like, he trains so much. Like, I think I can tell this story without this being a problem. Stone Please beat Turs 2-1, finished his 5th round, okay, in the group. And then the next day, Daniel had to play Kazva in his final round. Stone Please played his set. He won that set. He immediately messaged Daniel and said, hey, let's practice. Let's practice for tomorrow. I'll help you do better. You know, like, he reached out and immediately was like, hey, let's play games. Like, he's that motivated. I played 5 games with Stone Please. I played with a couple different players. Like, he's always down to train and practice. So, I think that's going to be a series of nerves, honestly. I think Margugu and Stone Please could get super shaky if that goes to the 5th, 6th, or 7th game. It would be peak entertainment if this ended up going to Game 7. So, yeah, that's the schedule. And then if you want to see the broadcast days, just refresh our tournament calendar here. And the plan tomorrow is to do Wide versus Sorokuma to start the day. Then we will do Stone Please versus Margugu. Monday, wait, that's not Monday. So this is Saturday. Sunday, we're doing Silver playoffs. Kambito versus Antagonist. Blue versus Ozone. Monday, we're then doing Doubt versus Veleza, Dogao Kazva. And then Tuesday, we do Bad Koala, Gabby, Husiel, and Dennis. And all the playoffs are best of 7. So potentially, we go from 9 games guaranteed each day to potentially 14 games a day now. So that's the plan. So yeah, big sets. In some cases, some of the biggest sets of players' careers. Like Wide and Sorokuma would be an amazing accomplishment for them to get to Platinum. It feels like they're due. Stone Please Margugu also feels like they could belong and could compete in Platinum. That'll be awesome. You know, for Blue, Ozone, Kambito Antagonist, Bad Koala Gabby, Husiel Dennis, all these players really want gold. And most of these players have been training or been around a really long time for it. So, yeah, it'll be some epic AoE too. And then after all of that, so after the next 4 days, we actually have 2 days off. How many days in a row have I streamed then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So when it's all said and done, I guess I'll have been live 17 days in a row. We'll have some off days where I'm planning on streaming, but no TTL. And then next Friday through Monday, we do Platinum Round 4, a couple days of some other things, and then we go back to Platinum Round 5, Friday through Monday, before we finish it with the Platinum Playoffs. All right? So, yeah. Any questions? Any thoughts? Guys, I'm so happy with the support. Thank you. If you're just lurking out there and you're not messaging, you don't even need to. It's all good. Just thanks for sitting here. Thanks for watching TTL. Thank you for supporting my efforts, because it's more than we've done for previous seasons. It's a lot of work to put this event on, and doing my best. So thank you very much. All right. But obviously, if you're chatting as well and subscribing and all that, I could see your names, and thank you. Thank you, Expired Rascals, again. Thank you. I will work on that. Thank you. Yeah, this is what the playoff match look like for the person who asked. I forget who asked that. Wait, are my subs not updating anymore on my screen? Because I see a Prime sub from Rig Juice, and it's not showing here. Thank you, Rig Juice, for the Prime. Mirko says, question, what would you recommend as the must-watch matches from recently uploaded videos on YouTube? For TTL sets, I think chat could probably help, but I could read some off from basically all the leagues. I think that, yeah, Stone Please Turs was really good. Viper Dragonstar was a really good one. Heart Hera was also fantastic. Would highly suggest those games. I think it depends on how much player power for you. Like in some cases, I think people are going to want like the big names, right? Which might be the case for you. But the conclusion of Group D was absolutely unreal. So like we might never see like a conclusion to a group like that. These sets, watch Daniel Kasva, watch Stone Please Ter, spoiled the results, but holy crap. Look at how this group ended. 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, with Daniel losing the tiebreak and getting relegated. Like, it literally came down to the final game between Daniel and Kasva. Whoever wins goes playoffs. Whoever loses goes down. Actually, that's not technically true. Daniel went down. Kasva would have been 4th place, would have sent Ters down. So, yeah, the odds were insane. So yeah, those would be some of my suggestions. Chat also has some good ones there too. So, whew. Keyjan says, discovered this channel a couple months ago. It's been a blast. Thanks, T90. Dude, that's awesome to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Libertarian by default. Thank you, Matt. I'll open it up to questions, guys, but then I'm going to head off. Like I said, I'm actually getting a little sick, it seems. But whatever. I was sick last week. I could push through it. We'll organize some co-casters for the sets this weekend to give myself a bit of a breather. And, yeah, hopefully you guys are here for the best of 7 playoffs. Big sets to come to see if players can move to Platinum or move to Gold League. I think the scoreboard was actually the other way around, right? Yeah, there you go. Wolf King says, when can we have Hidden Cup? I've had that questions a lot. There's no information about a Hidden Cup. I know people are just excited and people just want to support and do a really cool event. But when I put so much time and effort into an event and we're still like weeks away from finishing, there's a part of me that's just like, that's the problem. If you create an event that's so popular and so interesting for people, then people they ask. So I take it as a compliment. But yeah, no info on if another one will ever happen. Sorry. Hey, T90, when is TTL Season 6? I like it, Mushroom. I mean, the goal for TTL is to be the same time every year, to be consistent for the fans and the players with no changes, which is not the case with other AoE2 events, right? In other AoE2 events, it's it can be whenever, right? Things are hidden. There's uncertainty. But for TTL, every year, start of the new year, the players should have their opportunity to compete. So that's the plan for the next season. Now, could there be changes to the next season? Could there be tweaks? You never know. I'm not going to promise everything's going to be the exact same, but essentially the core of it should remain the same. I think it's the most important thing for competitive AoE. For someone who's top 10 in every single event and has endless opportunities, maybe it's not. But guys, the new blood, like, I see it with my own eyes. Players are massively improving, working their way up through the ranks, really feel motivated. I get lots of messages. Like silver, gold, and like lower end to platinum players really benefit from this event. So it's been cool to see. I'll eventually share some of the messages I've gotten from people who are playing in TTL, but I'll wait till the end of the event. So, what are some of your favorite uploads that didn't end up doing well on YouTube? Oof. I have so many. Because back in the day, my YouTube titles used to just be player name, Civ matchup, map. Anyone remember those days? Some people are like, man, I really miss those days. Just player name, Civ matchup, map. And then it could be the same player name, very similar Civ matchup, same map. And it's so, after a while, it all runs together. And, you'd have no clue what's happening in the game. That's kind of cool part of it. You didn't really know what you were going to get once you hopped into the game. Whereas, like, current YouTube era, you look at a title or a thumbnail and it gives you an idea what you're going to see. But there are so many in there. I don't know. I have a lot of nostalgic uploads that still did decently well, but I think these days no one would ever watch. I still remember Viper versus QL Rook. How old is that? Viper versus QL Rook. Can I even find it? Oh yeah, baby. 10 years ago. And this was one of the videos that popped off for me. I got a couple thousand views within a month on this. And then it started to snowball. But here, guys, I was streaming, I think, for less than 10 viewers when I did this. Check this out. I'm actually scared. I'm really terrified to listen to my voice here, but this was 11 years ago. And so back then, Viper, like, basically most of the top players that you know now were gone. right? They were not playing actively. And Viper just randomly hopped on, and like the small community freaked out, right? This QL Rook guy also is known as RCL Monstro, who's a Chilean player. He doesn't play DE too much anymore. But anyways, here's the intro.
Guys, welcome. It is T90 official, and we have...
I'm muting it. That's so bad. But anyways, so this was me, and this game was really interesting. So what happens in this game... So Viper did this thing, like basically he would just stomp everybody and he needed to make it challenging. And so it's a Hun war, which is a lot of people did back then. And Viper, I think, goes no wall, like literally 0 wall segments. He intentionally would not place buildings touching each other to form a wall segment. He would have, there be 1 tile gaps in between each building. I think this might have been that era. He came back at one point and was just going full no wall. You guys want me to unmute?
Of course, did lure in the deer, so he still is having to scout quite a bit here. But these guys have good scouting, so Viper's going to find the wood line now. And Viper, if he feels he has an edge, he'll take the edge. So I think he's going to see the back wood line and no other real wood line, and he might choose to be aggressive here. I'm not sure if he saw the gold. He did see the gold as well. So
I used to be super honed in on, I need to do a better job at this, but I used to be super honed in on where our resource is located, right? Like, do you know about someone's wood line and someone's gold? These days I'm talking about it early feudal age for openings and stuff. But back then, guys, map generations were so bad.
Go towards that. Maybe just see
you
if
didn't
there's
get
any
it
gold
sometimes.
taken there. There's going to be any drush coming in. And he does not actually see any gold taken, so he is not going to be expecting.
Look at me clicking the gold tiles and stuff, looking for the gold taken.
Going up with...
Damn.
2 more villagers, actually. And this is not the first time we've seen this. In the games versus MBL, he did this as well.
I'm watching this
I don't know
now.
if he's more confident doing it, if he's trying to get away with more, or what. I mean, he didn't bring in the deer. He could have done that. And now he's going up with 2 extra vills. But either way, he is going back home now.
23 pop, 1 farm.
And he has good scouting information. While Rook actually just now finding Viper, but he will find this gold. Now, the one thing I think it's important for him to find is this back gold. That's going to be really, really hard for him to find, I think. So, Viper...
What are we doing, chat? Are we watching this whole game? We need to commit now. Are we watching the whole game? What are we doing? Or am I just speeding through it? You guys are committed now? Okay, all right.
Of course, could just use that.
That's
he could
fine.
Easily just pull a couple of vills off wood and use that if he needs to. And Rook might see this and say, "Oh my word, front gold, let's pressure it." So,
oh, they're typing.
You know, we'll pay attention to it. Looks like Viper actually went up without loom. And
Rook said, "You copy slam." Viper says, "Why?" QL. Rook says, "No loom up." Viper says, "He copy me."
Rook says, "You copy slam, no loom up." And
Sorry.
Viper says, "No, he copies me."
Backseat casting myself.
It's always fun to listen to the chat, but Viper's going to learn his deer now, so he's going to take the deer.
I didn't think I saw
it
it.
A little bit later, and I guess in hindsight, it is, if he takes it, it's good. Oh, and he went without the lumen. Rook's going to try and take the vill. Is he going to get it? I can't actually select and see if he took the vill, but he did kill the villager.
Greedy Viper.
And that is awesome. I love to see things like that. He just said to Viper, "You went without loom." Viper knew he didn't have loom. He's on his way up to the feudal age, and Rook hits the feudal age, gets the extra attack on his scout, and snipes the vill. And now he's going to run back home. No doubt about it, he's going to run back home, and Viper can't do anything about it.
Look at that. This hill in front of QL Rook's base. If this ever happened on a modern Arabian map script, do you imagine the amount of whining and complaining the people would have?
Awesome. I love this guy already. But he's got to win the game.
It was what Arabia could be.
So
it was fine. It's like, yep, that's how it works.
Then scouts coming out from Viper. We have Rook. Oh man, struggling here. He actually is. Well, he has the scouts queued up, but he's going to struggle for food. This is not good to have so many villagers here and have no food going. He has very little farms. Viper, of course, luring in his deer and with a lot more farms. So eco-wise, Viper
I think
in the lead. Viper sending the forward spear as well.
I think Viper might wall
And-
here. The games I'm mentioning, I think he might
I think
actually
he's
wall
gonna
this
lose
one.
that spear if he continues
Crazy
to fight,
game.
but he did get a couple of
This-
hits. Just pay attention to the Vil counts and the amount of scouts that come out, because I'm looking right now. Rook has an idle TC just for a moment and an idle stable, while Viper, no idle TC, no idle stable. So that's a big deal. And also, he is still luring in these deer, so he's just doing it later. Viper has a lot of wood right now as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to gold. He is taking this gold.
Honestly, and I don't mean this to sound conceited, but considering this was 11 years ago, and I recently started my channel, I was cringing initially. I'm doing a pretty damn good job
And then
of
he
breaking down the
goes
game
for the ranges.
and the flow.
By the way, I do see your chat. I can't respond to all of you and tell you like
Oh
how
yeah,
I'm doing
that's my
and,
Twitch chat.
all of that.
That's my Twitch chat. It's like 3 people down here. And Vicious Marauder is Dave. And I used to have a chat currency called Relics. And you could like attack with the relics and stuff. It was really weird.
To every person, but I am doing well, and I will respond to all of you after the game concludes. But the scouts are coming in here now.
Yeah, screw you,
and
chat.
Rook's gonna have to go back, but he could definitely pick off the spear, so Viper has to be careful with it as he goes out here, and
that's Hardy.
He could find the wood line. It looks like it's quick walled off,
Full-time editor now, Hardy, right there.
which is great. Viper
Crazy
still needs
Dave
to be
and Hardy are
careful
there
with
back in the
spear.
day.
If he loses the spear, he could be in trouble. Notice the amount of scouts he is building here. He's going pretty heavy in the scout.
I kind of want to have my current Twitch chat up somehow. Can we rig that real quick? Because, like, it'll overlap with that chat, right? Hold up. Now I'm not seeing anything. It's weird. It's not there. What do you think, guys? I think we maybe just keep playing. Sorry.
He's going to the gold now, and this villager is unprotected. He's going to see it. And, oh, the spears are coming over. Wow, where did they come from? Viper's got to go back here, but he's going to go for the Vil, and he doesn't want to lose his scouts. So it looks
T90
like
farm.
scouts not coming back from Rook. Rook is actually a Vil ahead right now. And military-wise, Rook has rebounded a little bit, and he might take a good fight here versus Viper. He's going to actually get some good shots. Viper has to run. Like, he can't fight. He cannot fight. He does not have the numbers. All his numbers
I
are
got
back at home.
excited.
I think Viper, though, is going to go for Bloodlines. I mean, he's 2 on gold. I think he's
Dave.
definitely going for Bloodlines. What are we going to see from Rook then? But an archery range potentially could do Bloodlines as well. He's went for the extra scout instead. But sending 4 over to gold leads me to believe he's going to delay the Bloodlines possibly. I don't know. It's all a toss-up because he could easily get the gold and the food now. It's all a timing thing. But
Big army, baby.
it'd be silly with this
Big
amount
army.
of scouts for each player not to go Bloodlines. Remember, just 1 wood line then for Rook. Viper knows it. And it's looking interesting as the range goes up there for Viper, which is great. Bloodlines is coming in for him now. Is Rook going to get it? Oh, wrong stable. I got real excited because I thought he was getting it at the same time. We have Bloodlines.
Such a cutie.
Not coming in for Rook. It's not coming in. He's got to get
I'm
it. Gotta
actually
see
so
Viper
proud
has
of old
this.
me.
And research it. And there you go. He's researching it right now. And
The scouts look so funny.
Viper's choosing to fight on the hill here, I think.
They
Or
just
he
kinda,
might
like,
have a weak
rigidly,
scout
like-
there, as he is going to be pushed back here. And this could be really good for Rook. Rook's choosing to fight this because he knows Bloodline's going to come in, and it's one of those things where you're going to fight because the technology's going to come
micro.
in, but he still doesn't
Nice
have it.
micro.
And still actually turning out to be a good fight for him, honestly, or not half bad. Decent trade. You got the archer ranges up first. We have the scouts going down, and
So back then you would play, because the maps were super
I did
open?
actually see someone said earlier about this being potentially Chris, but it says he's from Chile and he didn't have an AKA, so I can only assume
No one knew who this guy was.
So,
See Viper's
I just-
walls?
I'm not going to make any assumptions. and,
Viper
like,
did this for like
say
6 months.
someone when they're not. Now, Rook has a lot of scouts here,
Would
but they're
never
very
wall
weak.
anything.
So even
And he would leave his
5 or
base
6
intentionally
archers could
open like that.
deal with these guys,
And it'd
quite
make things
easily if they have
interesting.
a little bit of support with the couple scouts Viper has left. Viper is going for fletching. He's going for the 3rd range. Looking at his resources, he has a bit more. He's going for wheelbarrow now. Rook is going to actually complete his wheelbarrow first, and he has
So much army.
a lot more archers here.
Oh.
This guy's doing a fantastic
Let's go,
job
baby.
right now.
Let's go.
And I gotta say Viper's in trouble. I mean, these scouts are quite weak, but if they do get into eco, they could pick off villagers. And let's see the HPs real quick. We're looking at 5 HP. One has 30. I mean, they do have a lot of
Wait, I
HP.
forgot about the story command. What is this story? My now ex-girlfriend was showing me pictures and told me, this is my pappy. He passed away and I miss him so much. Like a half hour later, she said something inappropriate, and as a joke, I said, would your pappy approve? She slapped me hard.
Viper's coming out here.
I
trying
forgot
to pick off
about that.
Vil. He's going to lose that scout. He's going to try and scout with this
Yep,
one.
that's real. I forgot about
And
that. I used to have a
I think right
command
now
with
these guys are
stupid
just
stories.
trying to get up to the next stage. Strike spot.
What an idiot.
My stream is not RIP. It is completely fine, man. I apologize if you're having some issues.
Also, lag on chat was like a minute back then.
Production right now.
So their reaction to me would be way later.
Scouts, archers. Is he going to go heavier into scouts?
Such a sick game.
I'm not sure, but that's an awful lot of units, while Viper, on the other hand, is just waiting for the Castle Age, and he doesn't wall. He doesn't wall very often. But scale barding, I mean, these upgrades are coming in basically for an all-in feudal, and I don't think Viper is set up to deal with this. This was a GG push potentially right now.
This was classic.
I mean, this is a lot of scouts. This is a lot of...
This was classic in the Hun Wars. You'd have the one guy go like all in with their scouts, and the other guy would try and reach Castle Age. It was very common instance you run into.
Of archers.
Usually you'd have someone wall, but Viper doesn't
down
wall.
goes the spear here for sure. The archers... I just don't think Viper has anything to deal with this right now. I just think he's going to lose everything. He's going to have to run everything. If you look at his resources, he can't even really make anything to defend this right now. And the all-ins, I love them. And this is just performed to perfection as 2 villagers go down, 3 villagers go down.
I don't know about perfection,
and,
but...
you know, that's a huge loss. But those scouts went down pretty quick. I'm
Random
very
wolf.
surprised. Viper's sending out his units here. He has to definitely, like, stop this. He has to get the gold income in. He has to kill these archers. What is Rook doing with his scouts here? He needs them in front, and he needs to kill some more villagers there. He's got 1, and
I missed the old death
potentially
sounds.
2. He's gotten 2. These vills are going to go down. I mean, if I were Rook right now, I'd just focus down the villagers. I mean, goodness gracious, just focus down the vills.
Yeah, Rook is not microing well.
Archery range as well. And look at the Vil count for Viper. He's at 33. He could lose more here as well. I'm still not sure what Rook is doing, but the Vils for Viper, they're just going down everywhere. And
yeah,
this is a
super
huge
high
mess.
ping. Super
this
high
is
ping.
A gigantic mess. He has no gold this entire time. He
Peer to
hasn't even
peer,
gone
no
back to that
servers.
gold. That Vil
You
will
had,
go down
like,
as well if it's
Norway
attacked.
to Chile,
Well, it's not
right?
going to be attacked apparently, but I mean, Viper's in an awful position right now. The archers actually still are here picking off units, and I don't know how that's even possible, but this is not something you see every day. As the archers are being microed, Rook is killing all the archers of Viper.
32
and the scouts
pop
are still
for
coming in, and
61.
Viper's having to go back. This is, I'm just gonna say, it's GG. Viper's on 30 Vils, 16 Vils ahead is Rook. The damage has been done. Viper's trying to go back and reboom into this, but that's what the all-ins can do to you. Forging's coming in from Rook now as well. I hope he doesn't overextend into this, but either way, I mean, he's going to have control of this gold. He's going to kill another villager here. And, wow. Wow, I think Viper has 2 more Vils go down here, potentially 1 for sure. Okay, that one will live. I think Viper, who can't even get crossbow right now, he's going with Cav Archers. He can't get any upgrades. I don't even think he got +2. He can't even get Bowsaw. I think Viper thought he was okay to fight that back, but the numbers just coming in. The scouts, of course, have or
You see,
had.
Isn't it crazy how like my Twitch chat never moves? We have that fight on like Viper, who at that time, like, you know, oh my god, he's back playing the game. He hasn't been playing as much. Like he's the GOAT. And then like some unknown guys taking him down, and there's literally just one old Pog champ.
Scale barding and bloodlines, and now it's forging as well. I mean, Viper is just
That gold saves him.
trying
Classic Viper map hacks
to deal with this right now.
Random gold in the back corner.
All he had to do was really wall that.
Like how?
And he would have had time to maybe make a tower or something. But I mean, he just has idle eco everywhere. And I'm not sure.
Oh, there
at
we
this
go. We
point
got some chatters
with
in there.
Soon to be idle TCs.
The sad news is
what his plan is.
You also
That
get
build's
to
gonna
see
go
names
down.
of people you haven't seen in years.
CG. Oh, not going down apparently. I mean, Rook, I feel like should stop making scouts. It's a lot on gold, but certainly was probably focusing on the fight. Should stop making scouts and just go archers and get up to the castle age. Honestly, build a market and buy his way up. Viper is just trying to boom his way back into this. 15 vills down.
Did he
and not
delete?
sustain any eco damage.
Did
Just
he
think if
delete Viper's straggler tree? Do you see that palisade there? I think he deleted Viper's straggler.
Viper didn't have this back gold though. If Viper can pull his way back into this when he's at 47 population and Rook is at 86, I would be amazed. Cav Archers actually running out from Viper now only have 6+1, but scouts, this amount of scouts with the upgrades they have can actually chase these units down. They can actually kill these Cav Archers. And Viper, how many more does he have? He has one more Cav Archer created right now, and he's just trying to boom. Like, there's no way he's able to really do much damage with these Cav Archers or boom his way back into this. As Rook clicks up to the castle age, and
it's kind of annoying I can't
I
see
think that's
in-game
going to
time.
be the end of Viper in this
I
game.
can't see what time in the game it is.
Who
'cause
knows,
I think
though?
it's covered by
Who
my
knows?
scoreboard.
Stranger things have happened. More Cav Archers are coming out
Unless
from
it's somewhere
Viper.
else.
And, you know, he does have
Oh,
fantastic micro, but
he'll hit castle age
it's
at
just looking to
27
be an
minutes.
impossible task, honestly.
Oh, top left.
It
Yeah,
looks
yeah,
like
yeah.
these scouts are still being microed from
Yeah,
Rook,
okay.
and he's going to pick off 2 villagers. I heard 2 go down. This could be the 3rd as well. The 4th? Nah, 3rd for sure. And these archers will be crossbows with Bless 2. Viper's Cav Archers did go down. Remember, Rook only has this one woodline. Like, this entire game, this is a huge mess, but he just played the all-in to just perfection. And Cav Archers are here from Viper, but the scouts are still being created right now from Rook. And I think even with the archers here from Rook, he could win this fight.
Random wolf.
It's going to push Viper away. I mean, they have 65 HP, 3+3 attack, plus the defense upgrade.
Let's go. Woo, woo, woo.
And they get to the base of
I
these
didn't have
Cav
partner
Archers
back
while
then.
archers fire from behind.
So there was no T90
And,
woo.
I will
That
say
ended
that
up being
Viper
our first
has a lot of
emote.
Cav Archers. He is idling his TC every now and then, but he does have a lot of Cav Archers, and he's 10 bills behind now, guys.
My impression is I said perfection a lot. I think I have much higher standards these days. You won't hear me say perfection as much.
And Viper's got to win a big fight here for sure. He's got to do something, but I don't know. It's certainly not impossible. I certainly was slanted a little bit for Rook for the time being there. He's getting ballistics now as well, Viper, and crossbow and bodkin arrow now coming in for Rook. But this is the problem now. A thumb ring's coming in for Rook, and you know, crossbows with thumb ring with the added range.
I don't
is
say
gonna be really hard
crazy
for
that
Viper
much,
to deal
chat.
with. Viper's got to really just run around.
You're
with his Cav
exaggerating.
Archers.
That's a lot of CA.
I don't know. I mean, Viper's on 2 TCs. He's keeping them running. He's going with the Siege Workshop as well, I think, to defend from the crossbows. So the crossbows are going to come in, and
This is getting crazy.
oh my!
Watch me say
Is
it.
he going to stop the? Is he going to stop the TC? I think he's not going to stop the TC, but he's going to kill a villager for sure, and he knows the TCs. He's going to kill 2 villagers, and I mean, the other TC's there, which is great.
It's perfect. Defensive town centers.
Viper's in a good position here. He's going to kill another villager. The Cav Archers are so fast, and Viper's micro is so good. I feel like he's got his game face on here. And he's got 2 Mangonels up. I don't know, guys. Like, this is... He's going to kill another villager right now. Another villager. And almost one more. I mean, Rook has to switch into Cav Archers right now and try and combat this. Mangonel for Viper right here, and it's going to get a big shot. Oh, that's huge, and he's going to get another shot here as well, potentially. And oh, that's good micro from Rook, but another shot's going to come in. Oh, no, it did not come
I said mangonel. I didn't say mangonel. I said like magonel for like 3 years. Don't bring it up.
in. And another
I forgot
Mangonel's
there was an
already
N
on
in
its way
there.
from Viper. Remember, he has the Cav
Because I couldn't
Archers,
read.
And Viper is ahead in villagers. This is... I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. What is happening? Oh my word. So the Cav Archers from Rook are still like nowhere to be seen. He needs a wood line, guys, and this is not the one.
Oh,
for
we got to
him.
follow. Let's
Viper
go,
actually has
Captain
map
Happy.
control with his Cav Archers.
Thank you, Captain
And,
Happy.
His Mangonel here is
Follow
doing a
alerts.
good job of defending. His back goal did save him. I mean, obviously it saved him, but man, this is crazy right now.
Ah, there it is!
I'm losing my mind.
That's, I said crazy, damn it.
So, Viper, he won't be ahead on Vils forever, surely. He can't be, right? I mean, Rook should have the advantage, right? I mean, he has Thumb Ring, he's gonna get Ballistics next. I don't know. Right now we have
at
3
the
TCs for
bottom
Rook,
middle
3
if you
TCs
guys
for
couldn't
Viper,
tell.
and suddenly this is a game.
You probably
Viper's
knew
going
that.
with the Mangonels here in defense, and he's still creating Cav Archers. The one thing Viper doesn't have is Thumb Ring, and he's
Viper
running
is
away from
Bodkin.
these units now. Whew.
Viper
All right,
is
so
everything but
I
plus
like
2
what
armor.
Viper's doing back here.
and
He's the
Thumb Ring.
Cav Archers here on the gold. I mean, he's just causing problems. There's not much gold left, which actually poses a question. Where does Rook have to go for the gold? He has to go up here. Does Viper know that? Well, Viper sees that one anyway, and Rook's now camping on it. And he still has the Cav Archers here, and he's going to kill off another villager. I don't know if you remember him sending these units up here. You see the dead bodies of the wolves. But
fun fact.
he's just trying to harass.
Fun fact, Wasepi's a Chilean player who ended up getting quite good. He was around 2K as well. And this QL Rook guy that I was casting is, I think, named RCL Mounstro, who's a Chilean player. I think they're friends. That's funny to see the follow from Wasepi back then.
As much as he can right now. And, he's going to get another Vil if he sees that right there. And yeah, look at that. Just causing some problems is Viper. Lots of Cav Archers at home. He's bringing these over as well.
This was also played at like 6 a.m. Viper's time.
To just try and just supplement his eco
I covered
right
like
now.
8 Viper games in a row.
And this is an insane game. And I think the
Everyone
problem
was
for Viper
stepping up
is
to
going
play
be
him.
wood as well shortly, as this wood line is really inefficient. His gold's going to be a problem as well. So it's smart for him to defend this as Rook now comes around. Well, which way? Is he going to come this way? Because if he does, Viper is just going to smother him. Oh, he's going to come this way. And Viper has Mangonels there as well. And Viper's going to get the TC up. Oh, but there's still a hole in those ranges, remember. The Mangonels are there and they attack round. And the Cav Archers...
That could have been bad.
They could be trapped because the Cav Archers are here from Viper, who has more military. And, you know, you guys pointed out in the chat there was a hole in the ranges and I saw them. But
you guys...
Viper just... He doesn't wall. There's not
One of the 6 people. So attentive.
one palisade wall. He just
So
showed
sick.
out the wall. I mean, this could be an area of worry for Viper right now. He's sending the Mangonels over. And he's sending
Hell of
the
a
Cav
game.
Archers here. And
So
this
active.
is like
So much fighting.
bad. This is bad for Rook because he thinks he's in a good situation where he's going to you know, catch Viper out, but Viper knows what's coming, and he's going to bring his Cav Archers in here, and there's really no way out for Rook. He has to run through Mangonels or TCs or through a ton of Cav Archers, which are just going to patrol right into his face. Viper, he has 4 TCs now. Is actually the TC. And this is probably the best move for Rook, honestly. He's going to pick off as many builds as he can. He's gotten 3 already, and he's going to try and get the heck out of Dodge. But look at the Cav Archers just go down here, and he's trying to run. He's running right through the mining camp. And I guess you might as well kill as many as possible on your way out, Rook. But, oh man, he's lost almost all his army, and good positioning from Viper there.
Ain't over, baby.
And he has the Mangonels trailing, but he won't need
Crazy
another
game.
TC then
Ain't
from
over.
Viper. And this is interesting because the Cav
Look
Archers
at that
ran
gold.
from Rook are actually going to be there, and he could stop
Look
this
at the
because
hill.
one villager's weak. And oh, he's running right by. Wow, that's an interesting decision.
Just passing. That's funny.
Yeah, Viper of course would have killed them, but he could
That
have
was
at least
before
killed
the
a
just
couple vills
passing
there
meme.
and ran, and they were all weak. He could have probably killed them all, but he chose to run away. So let's look at Rook's resources and what he's doing at home. He has 2 TCs, 3 TCs, of course.
Someone on YouTube says, "Was this emo era T90? Not a phase, Mom. It's not a phase." Was T90 13 years old? No, believe it or not, I was like 21 or 22, but I sound like a child.
And he's actually on 3 as far as what I can see, keeping his Cav Archers on the front, putting a castle up there. He does have this gold, but that is really inefficient. And Viper's going to try and get the gold. Now the Cav Archers are here from Rook, and Viper himself could be trapped, as he's going to patrol up here, and the Cav Archers will surely come over from Rook. Now Viper's fighting uphill here, and this is really bad from Viper. I'm not sure his units aren't even attacking right now. He could lose his entire army here. Look at this score change, and I'm not sure why he's trying to fight this. What is Viper doing? He is going to lose everything here if he does not go back, and I don't know what he was thinking here. Maybe he thought that Rook did not have any army left. accept the crossbows here, but he was surely wrong as he lost an awful lot. And now Rook is in a good position. Dude, guys, this game is madness. And this is
madness
turning out to be one of the best games I've actually ever casted. I hope it continues to be fantastic as Viper runs over here with the Cav Archers. Then he's going to kill all these villagers at this rate. I mean, they're going to go down so quick. 1,
Adjectives.
2, 3, 4, and well, that one got away, so I was wrong, but close enough. As Viper has to replenish his forces like big time. He lost so many Cav Archers. He has still some over here, but all these villagers are exposed.
I don't
over
even
here
remember
now.
who wins.
And there's so
be
many
honest.
villagers here. And Rook, is he
Which
gonna
is
run
awesome.
by? Yes, he does know what's going on. He's going to kill them. There's no TC. And Rook is going to... I mean, Viper has the villager lead now, but those villagers have no escape. And that is a huge deal. Viper losing that fight, that was costly. He had nothing to defend this, and all those villagers go down. Where can Viper collect wood right now? Just here? And, well, there? I mean, he needs to definitely secure multiple places on the map.
More wolves?
Both gold and wood. He's really struggling. And actually, I think Rook has numbers on him here. Just slightly. And, Viper just killed his own bill, trying to kill the wolves with the mangonel. Oh, man. Guy. His micro is too good.
Get wrecked, Viper.
Alright, so he's going to try and push this back here. And, like I said, I think Rook's doing a fantastic job right now. And, slight hill advantage here for Rook as well. Viper's actually here. He did kill a couple of vills on that gold. I mean, just that small army he had earlier causing problems. He's just grouping his units up. And they've clicked up to the Imperial Age. A 2-second difference. That's not even like a real second. That's a game second. So that's like, I don't know what that amounts to, but that's very similar times. The Vil difference is 10 for Rook. Military difference,
man, my brain
30
was smoking
for
right
Rook.
there.
And Rook, I think,
bailed
is
so
in
fast.
the better position right now. The only real weird thing for Rook I'm seeing is his wood line. Like, imagine if Viper gets all his Cav Archers, which could be, of course, with added range in the Imperial Age right here. In
That
fact,
wood
Rook
line is so nice.
Can't even see this is open,
there's a
so
hole.
he could run all around this side. And but he is going for, I think, standard builds with Cav Archers and such. And Viper getting a couple good kills here. Probably wise for... Oh, Rook just getting Bowsaw. Wow. But probably wise for Viper to get into Elite Skirms. And, you know, he's got to come back over this way. Or at least Wallace. Viper hasn't built one piece of wall.
Side note, this was at the era I was so naive that at one point, once I got up to like a couple dozen viewers, I asked somebody, I didn't know how to do something like in the game or whatever as I was trying to stream. And somebody in chat said Alt F4 as a suggestion, and I did it. Like, that's that.
This entire game. And,
obviously, I don't fall for that anymore.
Really,
but I actually just instinctively was like, oh, thank you.
I don't think
Alt
Rook
F4
has either,
and just
to be honest. You can't say it was just Viper. He hasn't built any... Oh, no, he did, actually. He built the palisade walls around his original lumber line. So, he obviously wasn't playing by the unspoken rules. So, Rook has a castle there. Viper now has a castle. And Viper's going to clean up... Oh, unfortunately, his monk's not going to get that relic, but he's going to clean up those crossbows, which might have been from the beginning of the game, or actually from that fight earlier. But Viper, does he have a relic? No. Rook actually not trying to collect them. Looking at the resources, Rook will have a lot of food.
Tarkin
much
switch?
Gold. Viper is kind of struggling.
Do we see Tarkin?
It kind of depends on how you're spending.
I don't
your
remember
resources
Tarkin.
as well. As Viper sends out his units this way, does Rook see him? Because if he does, Rook could trap him in. And I'm not sure. Maybe they have the same thought or what, but I mean, he has to be going this way. If Viper goes this way and sees the wood line, it's going to be immense. He's going to kill so many villagers. In fact, I don't know if this is open or what, but he's still going to have a huge win. But Rook is coming this way, and
immense, madness, costly. I'm getting really critical right now, but I feel like I've regressed with my adjectives. This whole crazy situation with chat bringing up, I say that a lot now, is really bothered. I expected this cast to be total crap, but
Rook is actually getting heavy Cav Archer. He's getting all the upgrades. And Rook is going to trap him in here. Viper's definitely got to get the heck out of Dodge.
Heck out of Dodge, I don't say anymore.
He's killed a lot of Vils. That's great. But he's going to lose his army here. And he's going to run into more Cav Archers. Viper's got to run or at least do as much damage as possible here. This wood line is the only wood line for Rook that I can see. Viper's probably best going to need to split his army up, and he's running this way. Wait, so look at this, splitting up the Cav Archers just to do enough damage, and we'll see if Rook can pay attention to that. He's running this way, and yeah, Rook did find it. He did kill a couple of Vills, though.
Viper was 30 Vills behind, by the way.
Viper, is he going to fight? Is he going to run? I'm not sure. Now, on the front, that's a lot of army from Rook. Holy cow, I think Rook is really picking off another Monk as well, which will add up late game. I mean, it's just really wise thinking to get those relics from Viper, but he's just not able to do it. He's running back, but Viper has 31 military versus the 61 of Rook, and Rook has the heavy Cav Archer upgrade. I mean, he's just getting the Parthian tactics, so they're going to be fully upgraded, and he has the capped ram. So, I mean, in my opinion, having the better tech right now is Rook. Having getting better eco as well, in my opinion.
I'm getting so self-conscious by people saying that old T90 was better.
Well, I guess there is a small villager difference, but
I'm impressed.
Yeah,
I thought that
crazy game.
After the intro, I was not
if these
ready
to
go
listen
for myself.
as well, he's not going to be able to create
it's
Cav
actually not bad.
I don't really see the resources for him right now to be able to get Cav Archers. He has to go Hussar almost just to deal with the Siege Ram, and it's got to work out for him. He has to deal with the Siege Ram, and then he has to also just
Viper's dead, right?
Just somehow get eco to get Cav Archer as well, and he's not going capped Ram, so Viper's a bit behind.
He's still blind and just completely missed an army in the north that Viper just lost. Such an idiot.
How he can. He's building a
castle. He had CA in the north
how
that he just lost.
Oh my gosh, is this castle going to go up right when... Is Rook going to see it with his Vills? I don't even know where Rook's going. Probably to that gold.
Oof.
I mean, I'm trying to pay attention to everything at once, as it looks like the Cav Archers are coming in here, and the Hussars will probably take out that Ram. Skirms are there, but that castle's going to go up right in the castle with Rook. It's going to kill so many Vills. That's insane. And I wonder if Viper will see that as the Cav Archers are here. They're pushing in. Viper's trying to push this back. He does have skirms for the Cav Archers, and Rook has to run right into another Viper castle, and all the Vills are going to die, for the most part. I mean, unless they stay directly underneath the castle, they're all going to die. And Viper now has to be careful here. He has to stay away from the Cav Archers. He has to stay... I mean, they're attacking the Rams, and he has a lot of Mangonels here, interestingly enough. Still, there's so many Cav Archers.
Did Viper just lose his blacksmith upgrade?
To stables, you got it.
I think back then, if you
defend this right now, he's losing a lot of ground. Viper's really pushed back, and the Mangonels, of course, were probably for the siege rams. But I mean, the Hussars,
yeah, Viper
they're gonna help with that as well.
Is Rook getting coinage right now, brother? You're beating Viper and researching coinage. Did he actually make that mistake? I think back then, if an upgrade was canceled via the building going down, it would still complete at the top. So I think Viper doesn't have full armor on his Hussars right now, which is important.
In my opinion, he needs to spend his resources. I'm not sure what he's waiting for. Look at his resources right now, Viper. He does have a lot of pop, but at least get heavy Cav Archer, because
he's getting coinage
in now for Rook. Siege Ram, something, Viper. You got to spend your resources, but he's winning this fight somewhat anyway. He's cleared out those Rams, and the problem is that these Rams are coming in fast and fierce from Rook, and he has no Hussars to deal with it. And what did Viper just spend his resources on? They disappeared.
Elite Tarkin?
I don't know. Forging, a ton of Hussars, probably. I'm not sure. He has a ton of gold. But you know, at least he's able to collect this gold. Maybe he's trying to starve his opponent here. And like I said, I'm really not sure.
I say resources now. I don't say resources.
It's really ominous right now. He's not.
I don't know where that changed.
Them all that well. And the Rams are just so strong. They're just so tanky. And you know, Viper is really struggling right now. But look at this. We have a raid here. And apparently I was missing that. Viper's building a siege workshop here. And look at the amount of idols. There's like so many idols there. And this is the only wood line then from Rook that... I mean, he does have one over here. But look, Viper's here as well. So Viper's raiding while he's defending. But if he loses his eco, I mean, it's pretty much over. He does need to defend it. And I'm trying to pay attention to both sides as Viper is collecting this relic, but trying to raid But Hussar is in for
Rook has
QL
40
Rook, and
idles.
I just don't see Viper stopping
But
this
the
right
siege ram
now.
is
He
too
cannot
strong.
stop the Rams. He cannot stop the Rams, and this could actually be the game right now. I think QL Rook could actually win this game right now with the amount of Rams and Cav Archers he has. Of course,
can't
I
tell
said that
Viper has
earlier in the
chemistry.
game, but these Cav Archers from Viper will probably go down.
I feel like one of
And
them is
look at the
missing
amount of
chemistry.
villagers here exposed. Viper doesn't have a monastery up anymore to even use his, relics that he's collecting. He's no longer raiding, and I kind of fear for him right now. He needs to deal with the Rams, and he's losing eco. He has nowhere to run.
Rook played
And
amazing.
It's not looking good right now for Viper, as he needs to deal with this. He's trying to relocate some
This is a
villagers,
lot.
it seems. But how do you deal with siege rams when your hussars can't even get close? And not to mention that his cav archers aren't even heavy cav archers. He's getting iron casting right now, but it's mainly just to sacrifice hussars to deal with siege rams. And if you look at his resources, he's just spending it all. He's just trying and trying.
This is maybe a fat ass comment, but when I look at the old expired farms, it makes me think of like a square chocolate chip cookie. I never thought that before, and I haven't eaten all day, so maybe that's part of it. But I just think, a square chocolate chip cookie, so yummy.
trying, but it's all in vain, I think, at this point.
Do you see?
He's
See
trying
what I
to
mean?
raid. It's not working out. He's kind of lost ground here. He's gonna probably lose these vills any moment now as QL Rook comes over, and I guess lucky for him, QL Rook is gonna probably lose these Rams in this fight.
I don't know how Viper kept
will
his
Viper
pop alive.
actually win the fight? I'm not sure.
How is
The
he
Rams,
like expanding his eco? These
well,
days,
one
I'm
might
looking at
actually
his
stay
eco.
because the Hussars aren't attacking the Ram. But look at this. I mean, Viper's gonna lose this gold. Does he have any relics? Well, there's the monastery. There's a couple Rams there, of course. There's Rams there. If you don't have the resources, you can't get the researches you need. And he's not going to get heavy Cav Archer at this point. And the Cav Archers, of course, are so cheap. But look at, there's one relic there for Viper. I guess the other ones are right here, and they're all actually close to QL Rook. And nice raiding from Rook as well, as he's killing so many vills. Viper's now down to near 100. He's lost so many here. And, holy cow. Holy cow, this game's insane. But Viper's winning this fight here. I mean, if he still does raiding and he's still raiding over here, he could potentially win
He's
this.
getting lots of raids.
It's getting to the point where there's no gold left on the map. But when it gets to that point, you really need siege ram. You really need siege ram. So I just don't know if Viper can do it. He is at 42 idols and 50 idols for Rook. I mean, it's a mess of a game now. But I can't say it's not possible. I mean, before I thought it wasn't possible, and then I thought it was. So who knows? But Viper's going to lose a lot of units here, I think, because these Cav Archers are just attacking the nearest unit, and it happens to be a siege
You know what I
ram,
said a lot?
As
I said, follow-up comment. Follow-up comment.
Have the Cav Archers coming in then from Rook. As you can see, the siege ram's such an important upgrade. And Viper's going to build a defensive castle. He is not giving up yet. And has he sold any resources, actually? Because he had some stone. You can see the sold resources on the bottom. So Viper actually didn't sell jack. It was all QL Rook. And Viper's going to win this fight. Somehow, he's going to have the numbers here to win this fight.
Oh, God, I toggled
I don't know how it's possible.
Oh, there we go.
He pressed the resources button. I don't know. But he is going to win the fight. But
It's
I don't know if
over,
he's going to win
dude.
the war.
Rook's
as
gonna
more units
win.
are coming in now from QL Rook. And Viper has the castle to defend, but the castle could go down to these Rams. I mean, he's going to basically need to use this castle to kill the Cav Archers, and I think it's nice that Viper does have these stables to raid, but he doesn't have much ground left for himself. Also, these relics, he doesn't seem to have any of them. Now a Treb coming from QL
First
Rook to
Treb.
take out the castles and buildings.
That's pretty sick.
This castle here, he's just repairing, and it's not looking great for Rook right now, or excuse me, for Viper right now, and it is looking good for Rook. And just having these siege rams here still, you can see Viper's units attacking the ram, and I think the one thing Viper has going for him is his hussars, but he's just gonna run out of resources soon. If you look at the population, he's down 50 pop.
Trickle
And he can't
trap.
even deal with this one treb that's right there.
Boo.
Once that castle goes down, I think Viper will probably call the GG. I mean, he just has these CCs there. They'll go down next. There's so many vills. There's just so much space available to Rook then. I guess he's reboomed out here, but Rook knows it's there.
Viper can never make fun of my farms.
Oh, look at that. One Hussar is going to take the treb out, but down goes the castle. And there's the GG from Viper. And that was a crazy game.
Sick.
That was a crazy game. I would have never guessed. I would have never guessed that that would have gotten to an hour and 3 minutes after what happened in the early game. That was one of the best games I've casted. Like, that was all over the place all the time. It's very difficult to cast, but it was a lot of fun. And whew, that was cool. Now, did Rook happen to have a relic at the end? He did. But real quick, nobody had asked where the castles were for Rook. So he had one here.
The user was nobody. I thought I was responding to nobody, but that's the name of his name.
Not that one there we did see, and that's it. That's it. So Viper actually had more castles in the end go up. But yeah, crazy game, guys. I hope you enjoyed. We'll see if they're playing again.
Yeah, so I remember that. It was very late for me, so it was like 6 a.m. for Viper. He like played all night, but he wasn't around a lot. A lot of people were kind of inactive, would come in every now and then, so you just have to drop everything and cast. I want to check and see if QA Rook plays. I don't think that name was utilized. At that time, I really had no clue who it was, so it was kind of crazy to know to see a player we didn't know win. I doubt this player still plays. I'm searching. I can't find the name. If anything, I could pull up his old Voobly profile. But yeah, that was cool. So, anyways, that's one of my someone asked me about like what games you remember from the old days, and I pulled it up and I just didn't stop. I couldn't stop watching it, but it was an amazing game. It was really cool. And I remember that was one of the first videos that kind of popped off for me. And remember I pinned this. Is a comment that says, I clicked on this without knowing the caster, and I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised by the quality of the commentary. You've just won another sub. That was from Juggling Junk 11 years ago.
Guys, welcome.
But honestly, when I watch some of the old casts, I'm kind of disappointed with, well, not disappointed, but, you know, a little cringed at some of the comments. But to be honest with you, considering how early that was into my career and whatnot, I thought the cast was actually pretty good. The game was great. A great game can help, but like, I felt they did a good job breaking down the game and talking about the transitions and the positioning on the map and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that's one of the old ones. That was fun. I wasn't planning on doing that on stream. Would you guys like if we reviewed old games and old casts at some point in the future? We do it semi-occasionally. I think it would be much better if I could have Twitch chat on screen, which apparently is bugged now. I can't even have it up on this overlay. Or YouTube chat, of course. I think that'd be fun to see, because then when people watch the video later, they can see everyone's responses. Wizard of Bracata says, I like your old voice much better. Ah, well, thank you. That's always nice to hear. Thanks very much for that. Very constructive. You know, what you don't want from people is just random comments that can hurt your feelings, you know? And thankfully, that wasn't one of those comments. I gotta look at this guy's chat history. Oh, man, 715 messages? Oh, dude. Are you kidding me? 2014 you was so much more entertaining. So much more funny. Damn. Thank you. Anyways, I'm tired. I should probably stop for the day. Titans League comes up. We have more stuff every day for the next 4 days. Tomorrow we'll be back with Wide Sore Kuma, then Stone Please Marguga for the playoffs and gold to make it into Platinum League. We have Kambito Antagonist and Blue and Ozone on Sunday, which is to get into the Gold League. Doubt Veleza, Dogao, Kasva on Monday to get into Platinum League, and then back to Silver playoffs for a winner gets into Gold League. So Bit of back and forth. 2 best of 7s every single day. Would love to have you guys. I'm not sure if I will use the word, if I will say resource or what other words was I using in the cast there? I don't know. The commentary won't be quite what you just saw over the last 30 minutes, but hopefully it will be close in quality. So, but no, yeah, yeah. But no, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Thank you, guys. Mangonels. Yes, there might be some mangonels. But yeah, at that point, I might have still had a headset mic. But eventually, I got a new microphone, and I was speaking into the back of it for like a year or two until I used camera. And then someone told me, you're speaking into the wrong end of your microphone. I was like, no, I'm not. They're like, yeah, you are. Turn it around. And I flipped it around. And then the quality was massively improved. Good old Blue Yeti mic. So yeah, that's also an old story. I think that's part of why my voice sounded different. But the other part is over time, I would listen to myself and I'd try and think of what can I say differently? What can I do differently? Just like this crazy thing is bothering me. I got to do better with that. There's always something you can improve and something you can tweak and change. And so for me, I didn't like the sound of my voice. So I tried to be more professional and tried to sound with a little bit more bass in my voice. And I actually took some voice classes and some singing classes to help with breathing. There was a lot of that. So anyways, I think my voice also naturally changed because I tried to tweak things. So, but also I was speaking to the wrong end of the mic. So, all right, guys, take care. Catch you tomorrow. See ya. Can you sing for us? No, I can't sing for crap. My singing's awful. The only purpose of taking the singing class was to help with breathing. Because if you're talking nonstop, it's important to breathe properly. Otherwise, you can get exhausted. So trust me, you don't want to hear me sing. Here, hold on. I got you. All right, so back in the day, for many years, everyone who played online was playing a hunt north. And I kind of miss those days. I kind of miss those days. Walling, because you can pump out the scouts, there was a lot of aggression. Games were not as clean, but games were very fun. And I kind of miss those days. Makes me so sad, actually.